Welcome to the Call of Duty Mobile Garena Masters Season 2. The road to redemption started 6 days ago, and we're still on the exact same path. This is day 7 of the group stage, and today we take all of our attention and throw it onto Group C. This is do or die for them, as 2 teams will move on to the playoffs, and the remaining 2 will unfortunately have to be eliminated from the competition. My name's AJ, I'm the Mustachio, down here with the one and only Cali Gaming to bring you guys the first 2 series.
Yeah, I can't wait today. There's a lot to look out for today. I mean, this day could possibly have the fiercest matches.
Maybe.
For the group stage. Maybe not. So make sure you sit tight because you are in for a very competitive street. 4 teams have already made their way to the playoffs already. Looking back at the final group stage of Group C and B, the common trend seems to be whoever is in the top 1 spot gets to separate and secure their slot early for the playoffs.
Yeah.
On the flip side, the battle for the second spot, AJ, seemingly is always close.
Absolutely right. And that's exactly what the scenario is going to be here as well, because within Group C, Smart Omega has been truly dominant. And so far, they have been almost on a perfect streak, only dropping a single map to the team of C8 Stealth. And that was quite unfortunate, right? Because that Slums matchup was quite a heated one between the 2 of them. And it was that one final hole of that B flag where they failed, where we did see the absolute smarts out of C8 Stealth to steal that away from them. And, you know, that was quite a shocker of a victory, because C8 Stealth could be called the weakest team within this grouping through their performance so far, Cali.
They've been really the team that's really under the radar in this esports competition. I mean, it is expected. Being a recently formed team means you need more time to be cohesive as a squad, AJ. The chemistry is definitely there, but it needs more refining, especially when you go up against the like of Smart Omega, C8 Legacy, and Tyrant Esports. There are teams that really have great chemistry, and they have been around longer and a lot more experience in the major scene, and that's why we could assume that C8 Stealth is going to be one of the weaker teams in this group. But now's the time for them to make sure that they change our minds, AJ, because they have to redeem themselves here at the final day of their group stage.
I mean, if they could steal away a single map from the Smart Omega within this group, I'm pretty sure they can most definitely muster up a little bit more to pull away a couple of extra wins for themselves, because C8 Stealth so far, they've only managed to pull away 2 maps, one from Smart Omega, one from C8 Legacy, but all 3 of their matches through the first half of this double round robin group stage have ended up in losses, and they took the biggest loss against Tyrant Esports 3-0. So a little bit of a upsetting run for them so far, but that's exactly what we want to see in this double round robin format. How is that comeback? How is that adjustments once they've already met all of these teams out there on the battlefield? You see, because in the qualifying stage, they did not have that ability. They did not have that blessing to go back and readjust some of the approaches in these matches. But even though all of those troubles as well as challenges were a lot, through the 256 teams that signed up for the qualifiers, they battled it out, and we now have the top 16 teams. Now, perhaps not 16 teams, as we have already seen 4 teams leave the competition. And of course, we will say goodbye to 2 more, because only top 2 of each and every single group gets to move on to the playoffs, which will be played over 2 days. And that's coming up next week.
And yes, it's going to be next week, so make sure you stay tuned and make sure you follow the official page of Garena Call of Duty Mobile in Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch for you to be timely updated whenever we go live. But looking at what's going to be very interesting at this tournament format, for the past 2 days, AJ, the major surprise was the redemption of Gaijin Rogan Group B from a team who placed dead last in Garena Master Season 1 to a qualifier for the playoffs of Garena Master Season 2. They truly embrace the redemption team of Garena Master Season 2, proving they have what it takes to be at the pinnacle of the Call of Duty Mobile esports. And now, let's take a look at the prize pool. Let's work our way from the bottom to the very top. 13th to 16th place gets you $250. 9th to 12th place gets you $500. 5th to 8th gets you $750. The 4th place gets you a whopping $1,500. 3rd place gets you $3,000. 2nd place, $4,500. But nothing beats the top. 1st place gets you a lion's share of $10,000. And combining all of that, you got $25,000 total prize pool for this event alone, AJ.
I mean, in Malaysian ringgit, that is close to 100,000 ringgit. No, sorry, the current currency rate. Yeah, it's more than 100,000 ringgit here, man. In the total price pool. What is 25,000 USD in pesos, Cali?
Well, I did some research and it's 1,300,000. And that's a lot. I mean, you can buy a lot of smartphones. You can upgrade every sort of stuff you want if you are able to just get it on, AJ.
I mean, yes, you can buy a lot of things, but I'm looking at it from an angle where you can be proud that you are in here playing games, focusing on something that you truly love to do each and every single day, and at the very same time, earn really, really good money, right? Similar to what you and I are doing, Callie. I mean, we are in the world of games, we are in the world of esports, and we do what we love each and every single day out there, right? And of course, as all of these teams, they play the best of their ability out there on the battlefield, it's still a competition at the end of the day, and we cannot accept all of the teams into the playoffs. It is only the top two of each and every single group. Once again, today's focus will be on Group A, and as you can see, Smart Omega sits down at the very top of the group with quite the perfect score so far, 8-1, a single loss to C8 Stealth, who sits down at the very bottom with their 2-7 score. Only 2 wins overall, and C8 Legacy, their big brothers, sit above them in the 3rd spot. These are the 2 teams who will be truly looking for that road to redemption, desperately searching for it, as well as potentially a couple of shortcuts to take them, just a little bit in front of Tyrant Esports, who do have an advantage of 2 maps over them, Callie.
And obviously, if you're C8 Legacy or C8 Stealth, you have to win every map for you to be able to top Tyrant Esports in this Group A standing, because again, Tyrant Esports, they got that 2-map lead. So again, as much as possible, if you are C8, you gotta at least give Tyrant Esports a hard time and take 2 maps against them. And it's going to be pretty tough knowing that Tyrant Esports, they're really back here to redeem themselves. They did win the Garena Youth Challengers. They are the champions of that very event. But now, we are going to see them in action here at this Garena CODM Master Season 2, and they stand at the top 2 spots so far. And here is our schedule to kick things off. Tyrant Esports and C8 Stealth, they're going to play match number 1. Right after that, it's going to be C8 Legacy versus Smart Omega. And then we're going to see C8 Legacy stay for match number 3 to go up against their brother in C8 Stealth. And that's going to be the first 3 matches that we have in line here at the schedule of day 7.
And after that, back-to-back matches by Tyrant Esports as they take on Smart Omega as well as C8 Legacy. And C8 Stealth closes off the day as they face off Smart Omega. And that will truly be the very last opportunity for them to take away maybe 1 map yet again, or this time around 2 for a stellar comeback in this road to redemption that they want to build up for themselves. Because we have most definitely hyped up the C8 brand, the C8 clan a lot, so far, ever since they broke into the pro scene of Garena Call of Duty Mobile. But in this competition, they have most definitely been seeing a few tough matches out there, especially in this Group A. Like you said, Callie, Tyrant Esports as well as Smart Omega have proven to be quite the tough challenge on the battlefield.
Yeah, they've been around for so long in the competitive scene, AJ. I mean, Tyrant Esports, former players, they have the core players of PDR Esports and RTL Esports. Combine that, and they make up for Tyrant Esports, a totally rebrand, but they're really, really tough. And you're going to see them here right in front of your screen. FDX, Jello, Pappy, Susano, Wacky, and Young J. They've been looking steady, AJ, despite the loss of Rage. They make up for it by being more divisive and making a more solid decision as a team. Tyrant Esports excels in respawns, where FDX and Susano effectively contribute in this lane department. But aside from that, the search and destroy is something that's really questionable for me. They are really good when it comes to playing those additional maps where they have Young J and Wacky embracing that dual sniper setup. But then, when they play against Smart Omega in Hacienda, that's where things comes a little bit more questionable, because they were not really able to take any maps there at all, any rounds there at all, AJ.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. They got thrashed on Hacienda 6-0. They've got a 33% win rate so far on SND, their weakest mode within the season. And Smart Omega truly took advantage of that on Hacienda, and overall taking a 3-0 victory over them on the first time that they did go up against each other. But they are the best at hardpoint, and they have taken dominant victories over both C8 teams so far in the competition, albeit they did take that loss against Smart Omega. Hopefully, them being the best at this hardpoint, or that being the best mode, might be able to best Smart Omega this time around. But as they take on C8 Stealth, the competition or the fight is going to be slightly easier for the Tyrant Esports side, right? Because when they did go up against C8 Stealth, they not only beat them, but they just very barely allowed them to reach that 60-point club. 150 to 55 is exactly what that hardpoint matchup was. Chroma, Kramer's, Hardzy, Iron Fist, Kookie, as well as Zero. This lineup of players, they will most definitely be put to the test once again today to see if or not they can recover well and take the fight up against Tyrant Esports, who once again have been truly dominant in these respawns.
And Response is where Sage still has to double down their efforts even more, because to add in more factor, yes, indeed, that 150 to 55 stand-up, a win by Tyrant Esports against Sage Stealth on their Game 3 here at this day, where in return, that domination still looking bleak as well, AJ. 150 to 66 at takeoff. C8 Stealth, they truly lack what it takes to try and play in those respawns, and that's something that they need to make amends, especially when they go up against Tyrant Esports, who's going to be completely highly experienced, and of course, more in control as we go into the game. It's going to be mattering who gets those two maps early. If C8 Stealth gets to define and wins that coin flip, they're going to have a pretty good chance of taking down Tyrant Esports. But looking at the head-to-head right now, Tyrant Esports, they get Susano with an average skill of 17.56, with an average death of 12.89, with a 1.36 KDA. Highly better compared to C8 Stealth. Chromos going to be in a 13.50 average kills, 16.33 average death, and a 0.83 KDA. The stat says what's currently looking like for both of these teams. Tyrant Esports, Asana being on that positive KD, you already know, is going to be the main player in that respawns, and is one major player that creates all the plays for Tyrant Esports itself. And he's been doing a great job so far, being the player to watch here for Tyrant Esports themselves. But then again, they've been winning most of their games compared to C8 Stealth, who's going to be having a really rough time competing with the three teams that they have in order. If they have been playing this game, I mean, a 0.83 KDA in a head-to-head, it's going to be pretty bleak compared to Susano, AJ.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, this comparison, although Chroma is one of the, front runners of C8 Stealth, they're going up against Susano, who's so adept at playing Call of Duty Mobile, right? On those hardpoint matches, he's an absolute slayer. He puts himself at the forefront, getting each and every single one of those slays, and he very rarely drops out there on the battlefield when it comes to those respawns. And he just gets so much more dangerous in the SNDs, and he finds a way to show up on those domination matches as well. So you are going to be seeing Susano all around the map all the time, trying to dominate as much as possible. And when you look at C8 Stealth as well as Chroma, there's no doubt at all as to why his KD average is kind of a little lackluster here, right? They have struggled throughout the competition. They have taken a beating from, these three teams that they have gone up against, and they have barely managed to win their matches, like you have already pointed out, Callie. And hopefully these numbers here, or this comparison, will not paint the picture of what we are about to see, because what we should be seeing is how C8 Stealth manages to counter all of the strategy that Tyrant Esports brings out there to the battlefield. But even as those words leave my mouth, I kind of realize exactly how hard that is going to be, because for a team like like you and I have already discussed so far, so new to the scene, they haven't really had all that too much of time to build their chemistry, and their mechanical gameplay, the mechanical skills out there on the battlefield in terms of engagement truly does pale in comparison to not just Susano, but to the rest of the team of Tyrant Esports as well. I do expect C8 Stealth to struggle, but what I want to see from them is not just a little bit of fight, but a fight all the way down to the end. Just like how they refused to give up against Smart Omega and were successful in pulling away that domination map at Slums, I want to see them do the exact same thing to Tyrant Esports.
Yeah, I mean, that's the pace that you want for C8 Stealth when it comes to engaging every opponent that they will play here against Tyrant Esports. And if they do have the opportunity to initiate and engage, just like they did on that domination against Smart Omega, where they defeated Smart Omega 150 to 123. I see them actually winning some games here at this series. But then again, to look at it realistically, Tyrant Esports, they were able to crush C8 Stealth, but I expect really a really great fight here for Stealth themselves as we go through the first map lineups that we have here in today's schedule. We got Tyrant Esports banning Hacienda, and of course that operator skill ban that's going to be banned here, Purifier. Looking at the flip side, C8 Stealth, they ban Raid, a map that's really, really important for Tyrant Esports, and that's going to be a very nice play for them, as they will also ban that operator skill ban Sparrow. So that's going to be the annihilator that's pretty open for use here in this respawns. Now we take a look at the maps. Standoff Hardpoint, going to be a map pick here by Tyrant Esports, and this is where they've been successful out the most when it comes to playing Hardpoint respawns. Then we move into that takeoff domination. That's also something that they've been really successful when they go up against C8 Stealth, where they defeated them at day 3 with 150 to 66. Now, it's all going to be the two same maps here, AJ, for Tyrant Esports, just when they did crush C8 Stealth at their recent game that they had.
Yeah, here's just C8 Stealth starting off on a quite an unfortunate start, right? Because the players of Tyrant Esports, they win the coin toss and they drag in the two maps that they know they are going to be able to secure a dominant victory over C8 Stealth. Once again, they have already beaten C8 Stealth at Standoff Hardpoint, and that was 150 to 55. They have already beaten C8 Stealth at Takeoff 150 to 66. Very, consistent when it comes to the domination in terms of wins. And of course, they did find the victory at S&D as well, but that was at firing range. And so this time around, we see C8 Stealth trying to change the pace, trying to change it to a different map. But I don't know if not the result of that game is going to be any different. Looking at exactly how Susano as well as Young Jay just always find that combination between themselves to punish teams so early in these SNDs. I don't really have a lot of hope for C8 Stealth, but this hardpoint match at Standoff will be able to show us exactly how much they have learned from the previous beating that they took and whether or not they have gone in there to see if they can fix some of those loose ends.
Yeah, it's all about the adjustments, all about redeeming yourself here to get another fight. We got Tyrant Esports, C8 Stealth now starting this hardpoint stand of the first game for the day. But before we move into this P1, while we're looking at it this way, it's going to be C8 Stealth with a 0 win rate percentages in hardpoint compared to Tyrant Esports with 0.66. As we are going to be in that inside this hardpoint, love the take here for C8 Stealth. They will be engaging much more aggressive and they will be winning more of the gunfights, as they will be pulling up early lead here. Final 20 seconds before we move it to the next hardpoint. There's still a lot to accumulate here this hill, but so far, I love the start for C8 Stealth.
Not going to get too excited just yet. I love it as well. But, I just want to see a little bit more effort out of there from C8 Stealth, because they cannot allow this to move on to that S&D as well as domination. It's just a little bit too risky. And Takeoff is just a map where C8 Stealth truly struggles at, right? They have got a 100% lose rate at Takeoff, and they have played Takeoff on each of the map modes so far. Hardpoint, Search and Destroy, as well as Domination. They've lost all 3 of those games. So moving into Domination, not a lot of hope there at all for C8 Stealth. So they have to take all of their chances in this Standoff Hardpoint match, not even skip a single beat. And they are doing exactly that as they take command of the second Hardpoint warehouse now in the control of C8 Stealth. The players of Tyrant Esports just a little too far away, and as they close that distance, the players of C8 Stealth continue to find them in their crosshairs and shut down their plays as well as approaches one after the other. 49 to 27 C8 Stealth. What a play so far.
I mean, looking at it this way, before this hardpoint has been captured by C8 Stealth, Tyrant Esports, they pick the battles and they choose where they want to stand. And honestly, they went in for that early rotation, but C8 Stealth's aggressiveness and with the way they've been winning all their gunfights made it work for them to get majority of the points here inside this P2 rotation. And now we're about to move into that hardpoint number 3. We're going to be in the special force base. It's going to be them now late on rotation once again, but no doubt they might have the chance to get this break, but it's gonna be no easy task. The defense for Tyrant Esports is already set it up, and they're set up for perfection. All they just have to do is stand and defend. But C8, take a look at this. They remove the player
nice
on the anchor spot, and now they're swarming the hill, and this is just perfect place for C8 Stealth. And now only one player to deal with, and they get it. They will be in the hard point, and they will get that break.
Beautiful play out of C8 Stealth, and this time around when they play Hardpoint, they do not skip a beat, they do not make a mistake. And you are right, Callie, removing the player from that anchor gave them the spawn. But now Tyrant Esports, they love standoff, they love playing Hardpoint here. They very quickly do the exact same thing. They break the hold of C8 Stealth, they take the spawn right back to their side, and they hold on to Grannies. 15 seconds to go, and C8 Stealth decides to go in for a super early rotation towards that fourth Hardpoint. They want to hold on to this money hill. They want to win this game at Bakery. Obviously, it's not going to come to an end there, but if they are able to hold on to all of these points, they still have a viable chance of victory in this standoff Hardpoint. C8 Stealth now 68-64. They have a very slim lead.
And this is going to be a pretty back and forth. As you can see, the score is really much tied, and it's going to be Tyrant Esports is going to be late on the rotation here. C8 Stealth going in for the defense. Chroma will be taking 2 players down in that kill feed, and Heartsea will defend here at this hard point to soak majority of the time. And now Tyrant Esports, they failed their first attempt. Now they're moving in for the second attack, and they will not be successful just yet. C8 Stealth, they swarm the hard point. They make things a lot harder for Tyrant Esports to get this capture, and they're slowly pulling away. They have accumulated 30 seconds already, and now Wacky's trying to get this break for Tyrant. This is going to be a huge play. He takes one. Chroma tags him out, and C8 Stealth continuously gets all these points.
Triple by Heartsea as well as his Freddy, and that was a huge win there. But Tyrant Esports still finds the break through FDX's amazing play. And if it wasn't for FDX, C8 Stealth would have run this hardpoint all the way down to the end. Now they respond with a Predator, but C8 Stealth, they have already brought in enough damage. Can they re-engage at this reset of hardpoint and pull away all of these initial points? They go ahead to open up the hardpoint. Only one player sitting down here for the objectives. He gets met by 2 players as well as a cluster strike to make things even more difficult. C8 Stealth, they have to abandon the approach for a little bit here, Callie.
Yeah, this is going to be a nice, great setup here for Tyrant Esports. They're making sure that they recalibrate back that momentum to their side, but I didn't like the choice of Tyrant Esports in that P4, in that Bakeries. They attack only one side, and C8 Stealth, they accumulated a lot of kills and a lot of points in that hard point. So now Tyrant Esports, they got to convey, and they got to double down their effort, which in return will not be reciprocated here at this P1 reset. Yes, they did have the cluster strike, but it's not enough for them to propel them to get this victory. 20 more points for C8 Stealth, and Tyrant Esports is going to take a nil, but Jealous going to fight. He takes 3 players, and that's going to be huge. Now, 5 seconds left. They got to make a move on that next hard point.
And he hops right off of the hard point, trying to back up the rest of his team members on that P2. But look at who's inside already. The players of C8 Stealth. This is just a different team this time around. Jello making one small mistake and gets caught off by Kuki's supreme positioning. Wacky, beautiful slide, manages to win the hill for Tyrant Esports. And this is the fight of their lives now as they try to hold C8 Stealth back and make a comeback into this game itself. This is the best mode for the Tyrant Esports team, but it looks like they are taking a beating from C8 Stealth. We talked about Road to Redemption. We talked about them making the adjustments. We talked about them understanding, learning their opponents, and making that comeback in the second half of the double round robin setup. And that's exactly what C8 Stealth is doing. But Tyrant Esports, they do not want to stand for it. They want to shut down all of these approaches. And here comes Susano. Backs away from Chroma. Slide! But Chroma catches him either way. And the challenge still will come through. But C8 Stealth now holding on to the hard point. Jello comes by to say hello, but gets taken out, and they have done it. C8 Stealth, what a comeback for the opener of day 7.
Yo, that rotations at the hard points really won them that game. It all started when they went in for that P4 early rotation where they were able to secure the perimeter, invest their score streak and their operators wisely, and that's where they build up their momentum. Moving into that P1 reset, there was a cluster strike used by Tyrant Esports, but that was not enough because C8, when they were able to get the pull away in the Bakery, that's where things propelled for them to get that win. And they just reciprocated back what Tyrant Esports did to them. A map pick by Tyrant Esports, C8, they win the map itself. And you got Iron Fist and Kramers doing the majority of the job, wherein they will be combining for 55 kills itself. And this is just a nice start for C8, AJ.
And this is a huge warning for any of the other teams out there who think that they might want to pick the exact same map that they have already secured a victory on in the first half of the double round robin setup, right? Because it's a totally different scenario if you see a team getting beaten on standoff and then you pick that map as well, thinking that, okay, you might be able to best them. But if you are the team that beat them at standoff, there is a high probability that they are going to go in there, they're going to look at that matchup again, they're going to see all of their mistakes, and they are going to be able to recover by making sure this time round, not only do they not make those mistakes, but they also immediately play those countermeasures to any one of the approaches that Tyrant sets on forth. This time, that was the case, because from the get-go, it was a dominating start from the side of Tyrant. Yes, it was C8 Stealth that picked up the initial points, but like, we saw, they did, of course, lose that lead to Tyrant in that P2. And P3, we saw Tyrant just move on in their early rotations. Great moves from C8 Stealth to break the spawn first, but Tyrant was still ever so stubborn. They broke that spawn right back, took back Granny's early rotation into P4. Like you said, Callie, that was exactly where the cake was being baked, and they were dishing it out, man. They were serving up these sweet desserts because they already knew this was going to end up in a victory for them. What a play. Super impressed with C8 Stealth and how they've managed to make this comeback.
And now with them actually winning this first map, they're moving into the next map we're in. They're going to have that map pick, and I won't be surprised if they will be giving Tyrant Esports a really tough time there, because they have the momentum at the moment, and it's a matter if they could convert that to the coming game that will be up ahead. But I'm quite surprised how Tyrant Esports actually did inside this game. We saw Susanos, the player, head-to-head, but he came here underperformed, not really able to give his team enough firepower to overcome C8 here at this hardpoint standoff. He had 11 kills with 20 deaths, and obviously him averaging a KD of 0.55 is not going to help his team rather at all. In respawns, everybody needs to balance at that hardpoint time, but they also have to win the gunfights, and that's what we didn't see from the main player for Tyrant Esports in the head-to-head. But then again, a win is a win. And for C8 Stealth, yes, they will be taking the stand-off hardpoint. This is not going to be take-off hardpoint, but rather indeed a stand-off hardpoint where they win it when they swing that P4, that P1 reset, and that P2 rotation, and that P2 hardpoint. And then we're moving into a summit search and destroy. And this is going to be a mode where we haven't seen much success from C8 Stealth, but I guarantee you that they could actually give Tyrant Esports a run for their money, AJ.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, we are clearly seeing that, man. I mean, we are clearly seeing C8 Stealth really step up from their previous form, and they are a totally different team out there on the battlefield right now. This Summit SND is exactly what C8 Stealth has asked for. Let's see if or not they have got the plans to command their presence on this map. As they are the attacking side, Tyrant Esports have chosen to play on the defense first. Cookie, very early takedown onto Young Jay. That's most definitely going to hurt the approaches of Tyrant Esports.
And Cookie is going to be the main player here for C8 Stealth. He's going to be the player that will be relied on the most to get those initial kills, and he will not fail to deliver as he served the first blood in this round. But then again, first blood exchange, and now for Jello and FTX, they're gonna totally top and make sure they combine the kill there at the summit map, and of course in that snow. And now FTX gets to get the backstab. He turns, and it looks like it's going to be Tyrant Esports winning. I don't know what exactly happened there, AJ.
I know, man. I mean, you can't even call that a ninja defuse. They had two players there. I mean, one guy just clearly got taken out. He was the defender. The other two players who were inside of control room number 2 should have immediately moved towards the bomb to play defense. But it was just too easy of a defusal. And the throws don't fake, man. The guy went in there for the defuse, didn't stop, managed to get the first round for Tyrant Esports. Very weak in terms of approach from C8 Stealth. And now it's just panic time. But Kramers manages to bag a double for himself before getting traded out by the Thumper. And he is trying to keep C8 Stealth in front. But Zero and Iron Fist now have to finish this off. Zero manages to catch the back of a player. No trigger discipline. Doesn't get the shutdown. Wacky catches him off, but doesn't get the takedown as well. And Zero survives that little mishap.
And Zero is going to be waiting for his teammate as they will try to play as a body system. And this is going to be very huge when they would want to play for blitz. And they have the bomb in hand and they could dictate where that bomb will go. And the best take is in that B side. You can't just really afford to let Tyrant Esports play in a close range situation here at this nose. And obviously, speaking for them, they got the man advantage. And see, it's still, they're not buying for that plant just yet, and they will be punished for that. Wacky takes 0 down, and Wacky is going to find more information. He knows that the player is in the B bomb site, or the A bomb site itself. It's going to put the topo system. There you go. 2 players making their way to the top floor. This is not going to be friendly if you are C8 Stealth, and Wacky takes the final blow there. And I love the defense so far for Tyrant Esports. They take what the offense can give.
Oh, yeah, absolutely right. And in that round, you saw that they had the numbers advantage, but not getting cocky at all with their approaches. They double back down. They sit down in their own spawn, and they wait for the approach of C8 Stealth, and then they punish them for whatever mistakes they can find. C8 Stealth make it amazing approach by Tyrant Esports. Not second-guessing their opponents, and at the same time, not underestimating them. That most definitely is the right way if you want to take some of these battles. The moment you underestimate your opponents, you might just eat a defeat at your strongest game mode, man. FDX now backstab. Can he back the second? Iron Fist saves the day. But now Susano tries to secure one. CBR4 turns around. That's a good idea. But he runs away before he can secure a kill. Kuki, on the other hand, holding onto that scope, will get tagged up. And he backs away from his position as well. Both teams now eyeing for each other, but trying to make as little mistakes as possible. And they seem to be doing it quite well.
Yeah, they're keeping their strategies close to their hand. And obviously for them, they're waiting for wherever that wind will blow. But Chroma now able to create the play, dropping Young Jae. So now they got the man advantage, but a great man there by Susana dropping 0. So they will have equal numbers, but Kuki will respond once again to full C8 Stealth up front with numbers. But, you know, it's not going to be that easy. But Chroma at the back, this could be the play. The timing is impeccable. He takes 1, he takes the second as well. And now, finally, we see C8 taking their first round win, AJ.
The question is, was the MVP Chroma or was the MVP the MAC-10 Banana Blaster? Dude, that gun, man. That gun, I tell you. I've been having so much of fun with the MAC-10. It's just a hack right now out there on the battlefield, Cali.
Oh, goodness. That MAC-10 really shreds a lot, and that's been the meta so far at this current event that we have. But again, we still see that CBR4 shines, especially when it comes to those long-range engagements, and it proves to be worth here at this competitive end. But again, Chroma just shredding with that banana blasters, continuously putting some bananas into the enemy's mouth. AJ, and it's going to find more, but it's going to back away 4v3.
Okay, Cali. Ay, my lord. Chroma. 3v4 now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. My goodness me. Tyrant Esports, they've got the lead just by 1 round. I wonder what they can do here now, as they've got Chroma all cornered in this tiny little space. He doesn't have anywhere to run. Can go out for the Punisher. Susano manages to bag Kramus, downing the numbers of C8 Stealth a little bit more. Jello just playing game of patience. Chroma hasn't been caught out just yet. Has got the MAC-10 in hand. Wraps around and gets caught long range. No takedown just yet, but information gets sent back. And Young Jay and Jello, they go in for the takedown, but Chroma stands up a little too fast. Should have played a little bit more patiently there, but that, of course, doesn't matter as he manages to bag out Jello. But Young Jay trades it out, and Susano, the usual MVP, bags this round out. And no matter what C8 Stealth does, it just seems to be a little too slow pace, and they seem to be second-guessing themselves. Tyrant Esports, on the other hand here, Cali, super confident with each and every single one of their positions that they hold.
Yeah, I love the contrast, AJ, and that's what I've been thinking for that last round itself. Tyrant Esports, they had a pretty structured and organized strategy to just try and combat C8 Stealth, wherein C8 Stealth is trying to play by the ear and try to see what's going to be the best take from them. And again, they haven't learned from the past mistakes that they had. FDX continued to attack them at the back, and they continue to show no sort of adjustment at that strategy. And now they're going to get pinched here if does FTX decide to make a move. But that bomb, it's going to get crossed at that B bomb site. But I don't know if that's going to be the best take for them. They have to find a way to plant that bomb at the A, because that's where things are a little bit more inactive. But FDX is going to lose that gunfight, so we got the first blood exchange. We get a 4v4, but Susana's going to pull things further for Tyrant Esports as they got the man advantage once again. But looking at it this way, that A-bomb is pretty open, and that's where I think C8 could get that plant.
See exactly who manages to find the better of this round, as the numbers advantage now on the side of Tyrant Esports. C8 Stealth, on the other hand, bomb on the ground. They have got no vision on it, but very slowly Zero trying to approach the situation to pick it right back up. Can he get his hands on it? Yes, he does. And Susano looks away at the best moment possible for C8 Stealth to pick that bomb right back up. So now advantage to the side of C8 Stealth as they do manage to get that bomb planted off. But Young Jay now already holding that angle. Can he find a quick scope and shut down a player? Kramer speaks on it, punishes Young Jay. And that's exactly what C8 Stealth needed.
Oh, that play from Kramers, that could be a spark plug for them to win this game. Now they got the numbers equally tied and they got the bomb that they need, but Jello's gonna lose that gunfight, so it made a ripple effect, and C8 Stealth now finding their groove. Kramers making that work. They got the numbers, but the player left is going to be Wacky, who is going to be very liable in the scope, but the timing is not perfect for him. Zero gets the best out of it, and they make this game really, really close. 3-2 now on the scoreboard, and we're moving it up. We're switching the sides, and Tyrant Esports, they're going to attack her this time. C8 Stealth, they're going to be defending, but right now for C8 Stealth, yes, they make it close, but we need to see more actions from Cookie, especially when he is that sniper, AJ.
Yeah, let's see if he will be able to continue pulling off those plays. And, you know, Tyrant Esports is getting a little annoyed here as they are trying to shut down C8 Stealth a little quicker, but the boys seem to have found a way to make their way right back into this matchup. But now one player traded out. Jello is super lucky as he sees Cookie running straight in front of him, but Chroma manages the trade-off as he spots both of them battling in front of him. Kramer shuts down Wacky. Susano trades out Kramer. It's just trades back-to-back. Susano now tags up a player, backs away, but positioning has been given away. Chroma now has to play this smartly. A 2v1 would be good, but Susano manages to find him instead. And now it's a 2v1. The advantage to the side of Tyrant Esports. Zero catches out one player, but Susano yet again strikes.
And after really struggling at that hard point, Susano is now making himself involved, even getting the most kills here for Tyrant Esports with 9. The second closest is FDX with 5. And again, you see it here clearly. Tyrant Esports, when Susano is on the positive end, they look like a completely different team. And it's showing, and C8 Stealth is feeling it definitely. Now, we're moving in. An aggressive push here made by Tyrant Esports. FDX will try to get this kill. He's not going to get it just yet. And now, FDX just puts another player on the boxes and he's going to get this kill, but he slides, get the wrong direction. He's going to get eliminated. But the flank here by C8 Stealth is going to be huge. 2 players double challenging down the second floor, and they get to turn things around. We got a 2v2 situation, AJ. I think that bomb is going to get planted here anytime soon at that B-bomb side.
Yep, and it should be right now, that moment, 2v2. Tyrant Esports still second guessing. They want to catch out one player first, and they will be able to, but Jello turns the wrong side, and he gets caught out by Kramers, but that gives a little bit of leeway to the MVP Susano to back away now. Spots his back, grenade comes flying on in, will not hit him. That was a flash. Kramers not taking advantage of it. Susano backs away, trades out Kramers, amazing stuff, and now it's a 1v1. Can Susano clutch this round out for the side of Tyrant Esports to give them that match point? Iron Fist now. Susano, bomb on the ground. Has to go in there for the slide. Play it. Iron Fist totally misses the guy. And now he has to go in and chase him down. Iron Fist totally misses this. Susano already at the other bomb side, Cali. And this will be his moment.
Okay, now we get to continue. The bomb is going to get planted here by Susano. So that's going to throw out C8 Stealth Iron Fist. Attention here at this A-bomb state itself. It's going to be a hefty, pretty prickly 1v1. And Iron Fist is going to be in the line of sight of Susano. And he wins that 1v2, clutching it up, making sure Tyrant Esports is going to pass cruise against C8 Stealth on this search and destroy. They already got that match point advantage. And again, Susano continues to prove why he is a game changer for Tyrant Esports when he is that playmaker. So now we get to continue. C8 Stealth now needs to play perfectly or with little to no errors for them to win the rounds. And now for Tyrant Esports, FDX is going to get involved, this time with a 2-piece, and they're looking to close this game out, but too aggressive. They get themselves taken out, but Zero. Perfect timing right here on that crates. But it's not going to get any kills just yet. But there we go. Zero takes one. Kramers loses one gunfight against the boy Susano. And they will be having another 1v2 here, AJ Susano. Let's see what can he do.
Yeah, this time he shouldn't go in for the plant first. Good decision by Susano. Tries to go in for the fake. And now, can he catch out a player? Both of them trying to stalk that B site. He needs to turn the right corner here. Does exactly that. Now one player walks through, dead silence. Got the right first there, catches out Zero, no trigger discipline. On the right hand side, another player finishes him off. Chroma, right place, right time, good decision made. 3-5. They hold Tyrant Esports at that match point to make a potential comeback here.
Yeah, just the timing was really perfect here for Susano, but still he showed that he can clutch it up, but see, it's still able to make amends after dropping a lot of rounds now. They've been able to get that. Let's see if they could turn that round into a momentum switch and make this work. So now for Tyrant Esports, they're going to get attacked here, and they will not be responding that fast just yet. We got CH Stealth dealing that first blood with their aggressive push to the second floor, and of course, to the enemy line itself. But we got that bomb swinging at the A bomb site for Tyrant Esports, and FTX is in a prime position to get some kills here at that position, while Susano is going to try to remain at the catwalks for his team to try to get these kills. And AJ, 4B5, C8 Stealth, trying to really play it slow here, this time after attacking so aggressively. And now we're about to see another team exchange hands here. Kramer's going to back away. Again, 4B5, but notice how Tyrant Esports is moving as a team. They try to play for the trades, but Zero able to get one there with Jello. We got a 3B5 and C8 Stealth turning it up.
Yeah, I mean, the communication from C8 Stealth this time around, this team looks so different, man, in comparison to the first half of this double round robin setup. Because the last time we saw them, we did mention that, the chemistry didn't look like it was all too great on the side of C8 Stealth. But today, the communication most definitely is there. They are stepping back in here, backing each other up, taking down each and every single one of those players from the side of Tyrant. But Susano as well as FDX finding a way right back into the matchup by shutting down Zero as well as Kramers, who have been doing so much of damage down in there at the control room number 2. And now two players. One gets that clash. Oh! He misses! What a fluke! And now Susano, once again, final player left in here. It was a 2v1, shuts down the first one. Kramers, grenade, backs away Susano. Can he get this clutch out? Can he get the victory for the side of Tyrant Esports? I mean, he's already the MVP, but just for fun, can he get this all sorted out on his own now, Callie?
5 seconds left. He needs to get that bomb planted. Chroma could get this kill though. And it's Oh, Chroma whips it. Close, but no cigar for Susano. But again, really made a shout, AJ.
I mean, dude, this guy. Okay, anyway, never mind. One more round in here for C8 Stealth to push us into round 11. Tyrant Esports, they've been trying to close this out for a while now. But look at Susano, man, from a 6.0 KD now dropping to a 4.0 KD. Not too bad.
Yeah, not too bad at all. I mean, look at this guy. Susano's got 16 kills, and that's a stat you normally have in respawns. But this guy makes it completely easy in the game, and now Tyrant Esports completely reciprocating back after losing rounds, as they will now have the man advantage. Not only that, FDX gets this skill, jumping Chroma. Wacky gets the final blow, and they will be nailing C8 Stealth here at this Search and Destroy.
Yeah, I mean, great plays out of C8 Stealth to try their best to take the match away from Tyrant Esports. And at points there, man, I really thought they were capable of doing exactly that. But they also had to be mindful of one thing. They had to deal with Susano, and Susano was mad. Susano was pissed. Susano was absolutely livid that he underperformed at that hardpoint matchup, which ended up in a loss for the side of Tyrant Esports. And he did not want to allow that exact same performance to affect the team in the exact same way. And he makes that comeback in the most spectacular of fashion, getting 16 kills overall, 2 plants, manages the defusal as well. This guy, it was an absolute monster out there. Sorry, no defusal for him, but a monster nonetheless, Callie.
Just looking at his stats alone, 1,880 score, 16 kills, 2 plants. This guy has been the annoyance against C8 Stealth when they try to play in every round they faced Susano. And again, not only does Susano played great, he was a player that took a step back on that hard point, 11 and 20. So that puts him to a really, really bad KD, having a .55. But here this time makes up for it. Make sure that Tyrant Esports is going to be the ones up front. And he did not disappoint with the help of FDX. Here's the top two players with double-digit kills. This really shows that Tyrant Esports, they're not just messing around anymore. After losing one, they will make sure that they win every map that they will be playing here at the game in this best of 3 series. But talk about how C8 kept it close, AJ.
Yeah.
It was really, really close.
It was a little too close for comfort for the players as well as fans of Tyrant Esports, because it most definitely looked like C8 Stealth were on the way to make a strong comeback there. But I guess they left all of their stellar plays to a little bit too much towards the later part of the game. If at all they had picked up those initial rounds, maybe things would be different. But I like the fact that they took their time to adjust to the plays of Tyrant Esports. It's just that they could not adjust quick enough. It doesn't really matter because they've already found a little bit of redemption through that single map win over Tyrant Esports at that hard point, 150 to 109. But of course, they dropped this. They dropped the ball to Tyrant at the S&D match as they take the loss 6-4. But now, to take off the map where C8 Stealth has a 100% lose rate. They have lost takeoff at each and every single game mode. At Hardpoint, S&D, as well as Domination. That being the case, what do you think is their chances of now getting this victory away from Tyrant Esports? Might I throw in the point as well that the probability of taking away the Hardpoint looked quite low as well, Callie?
Obviously, our boys from C8 Stealth made sure that we get to eat our words with them winning that Hardpoint standoff against Tyrant Esports earlier. So I'm going to take a step back and make sure that they have a 50-50 chance of taking down Tyrant Esports. Now, they've seen this map 3 times already, and I'm sure they're sick of it, and they would want to get some rounds. And let's see if they're going to do that here, as FTX will get 1 kill there. Susano gets 2 players on that kill feed, and they will be canceling out the early defense and the aggression from C8 Stealth and the B flag. But for the meantime, C8 Stealth, no player exactly near the power positions. They only have Iron Fist on the mid-map, and that's going to hurt gradually if they don't make a move, AJ.
Yeah, and now Tyrant Esports already undoing all of the markers placed by C8 Stealth on the B flag and going in for the overextension now towards the home flag of C8 Stealth as well, just to play a little bit of distraction. And the distraction will go ahead to continue because the one and only Kuki has worn out all of his gunfights and now just on the way to taking that C flag away. But of course, Tyrant Esports will do the exact same thing to those other players. With the players of C8 Stealth now very slowly moving on towards that B flag. They have got the advantage here, but they have to deal with one final player in the name of Young Jay, holding on to the power position at control room. He very easily manages the players at the B flag.
And, you know, for Tyrant Esports, their reputation as a team is more of a controller. And they make sure that before they try to take in a very strategic attack at the B flag site, they make sure that they get to stand in those good angles. But for them this time, they waited too long, and C8 Stealth managed to recover back, but now they have made an opening once again. That B flag is open for grabs, and Gel is going to be in a pretty good spot to take this player down, but he loses the gunfight, and now Kramers has open eyes on that B flag, and he takes the players that's going to contest. Beautiful amendment there by C8 Stealth, but the damage has been done. Tyrant Esports, they're able to put their influence at that B flag, but it's more than not enough for them to get these 2 flags in play just yet. Beautiful defense from C8, but they need to clean it up, AJ.
Yeah, that's exactly what the power positions will be able to give you, right? The advantage in this matchup. And the moment C8 Stealth started playing all of those power positions, getting the players of Tyrant Esports off of the B flag just got so much more easier. And now they move on to the opposite side, taking over control room, and Iron Fist just bagging out those players. Wacky, most definitely not really happy with that engagement there. Should have been able to shut down the player. But in either way, Tyrant Esports now close off the B flag for C8 Stealth. On the other hand, they're trying to go for the overextension to play the T's onto the home flag of Tyrant Esports. 2 players already there. One loses his life, and they have to wait a little bit longer now for the respawn all the way back at loading area.
The Charlie flag spawn here right now for See, it's Stout's not really giving them works of wonders as FDX now will try to light up the shots. Oh, missing all those Annihilator. That's going to hurt the team. That will not delay any player. But here comes the Pred coming through. Will he take one? He's not going to get any volume off of that. But here comes another Predator missile for C8 Stout. No, that's going to be Tyrant FDX. With that Predator missile, everybody's just building up their score streak here. Crazy for Tyrant Esports. And FDX 6 in a row opening up this Charlie flag for capture. And he's going to got 7. Already have that cluster strike available for use, and we got a triple capture here, AJ.
Yeah, triple cap now by Tyrant Esports to that 75-point mark, and no one's going to be able to pull a flag back. But I highly doubt the cluster strike will be used this time around, because it would most definitely be the second half is exactly where Tyrant Esports will be pulling out all of those score streaks. And if they are already holding on to a triple cap to that 75-point mark, then C8 Stealth better step up the pace, because this just looks to be a dominant side of Tyrant Esports on this domination takeoff.
And that's going to be expected. I mean, Tyrant Esports, they have been able to dominate C8 Stealth already before we get into this game itself. I mean, they have won against C8 Stealth at takeoff domination, 150 to 66, and there's a reason why they like to pick this map. This could be a kryptonite for C8 Stealth, as they've been really underperforming. Looking at the first half that they did, but now they're looking to make amends. But Wack is going to get taken down. Chroma with the Annihilator is going to pop through 3 players, so that's going to be pretty huge as they try to delay. And of course, spawn Tyrant Esports away at the B flag itself. So now, huge big place for Chroma. He needs to get more, get any involved in that gunfight. It's going to help his team. After all, it's going to be the player head-to-head for C8 Stealth itself, but the battle for that mid-map is still up for grabs, but Tyrant Esports working clearly a lot better and more efficiently as they have all the power positions in control, and now they're topping all the players. At one point, 3 players down with the Pred for Jello, and this is just perfection, AJ.
That combo was from the Annihilator to the Predator missile. Jello now is most definitely on a great streak for himself. Needs to find a few more of those kills just purely with his gun alone so that he can streak himself right back up. It will be the game of domination to its truest for the side of Tyrant Esports, as C8 Stealth find a difficult part of moving in for the B flag play. They are not being spawn capped, but they pretty much might as well be, right? Because they haven't really been able to aggress up to the halfway point of the map. But look at the discipline out of Tyrant Esports. Not overextending, not moving towards that A flag just yet, not looking for the triple cap, but mainly just protecting their 2 flag hole to victory to that final line. But this is C8 Stealth with the overextension now towards the home flag of Tyrant Esports, but cluster strike will make sure they say bye-bye and get off of the site.
I think this is an intentional play for Tyrant Esports. They let that A or the Charlie flag very open for C8 Stealth to use and to try to possibly open up that A flag, but it seems like they will not try to do that, and they're really keeping their priorities straight here, AJ. Just defend 2 flags that you need for you to win the game. That Bravo and Charlie is more than enough for them to score the rounds and of course the points in this domination itself. After all, they only need 15 more points to win in this game. C8 Stealth, the only way for them to win now is get a triple capture, which is going to be impossible. Just looking at how Tyrant Esports is delivering inside this game. Everyone is getting involved, and the way that they have handled every situation and the way they have controlled the map is just perfect. And C8 Stealth, as they look down the barrels of defeat, needs to find a way to at least make a one big push, but the damage has been done. They crumble and they shiver as Tyrant Esports takes domination.
And yes, Tyrant Esports did get this victory here, but for me, this is most definitely a victory for C8 Stealth as well. Not overall in the series, but in terms of performance, they have managed to show that if you can give them a second chance around, they will show you instant improvement. They got taken down 3-0 easily by Tyrant Esports the first time they met, but second time, it was not as easy for Tyrant Esports, and that was most definitely shown through the hardpoint matchup at standoff, which was a true rematch where C8 Stealth managed to find that revenge. They grabbed that victory, and instead of getting beaten 6-1 again, they made a little bit more of an effort there. Yes, they got taken down, but they got taken down 6-4. There was improvement there, and even at this domination takeoff, the last time we only saw them be able to score about 66 points, a very slight margin of improvement, but overall, that's exactly what we expect to see out of a team like C8 Stealth, who's so new to the pro scene. who are quite young in comparison to all of the others when the experience comes into play here, Gally.
I mean, they were able to tap their potential at that eye-catching standoff hardpoint against Tyrant Esports earlier. And yes, I really have to agree with you. They progressively, over time, improve their standing and, of course, their score against Tyrant Esports. Though they have been defeated, they show that they have what it takes for them to continuously be able to outplay their opponents. And again, for Tyrant Esports and that hardpoint standoff, really, really questionable. They're going at it. Map that they've been really, really strong, but for some reason, CH just showed that they can fight. They were able to show their might, and they will be, of course, having one map win here at this best of 3 series. But the game will continue for C8. I mean, the reason that they are fighting here is to not just try to get some wins, but to also get some experience. And they've been accumulating a lot of experience in this major competition, facing against the best out of the best. That's going to give you more chance of trying to see what you need to improve on and try to gauge out where are you at exactly as a team itself. Though Sid is really far from being a great team compared to Tyrant Esports, they will truly make up for it by trying to study, trying to get it on with their scrims overall as a team, and of course, just accumulating a lot of experience rest throughout the competition that they have lined up for the next few events that we might have. But again, C8 Stealth is going to be that team to really watch and to look out for at the coming events that we might have. But the game is already said and done, AJ. 2 map wins for Tyrant Esports. They win the series.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. But failure is most definitely not the end of the road for the team of C8 Stealth. They have shown us that they have got what it takes to make a comeback against a team that pretty much took them down so easily the first time they did meet each other in this competition. And we still have hope for the C8 Stealth brand, because just with this one map victory, they are now equal with C8 Legacy in the 3rd spot. But they also have to make sure they catch up with Tyrant Esports, who have now put themselves right beside Smart Omega, a little bit closer than they were already when we started off the day, with 7 wins overall. Smart Omega haven't played just yet today, and they have 8 wins on their side. But if it stays that way, because all of these teams have found a way to wake up, if C8 Legacy can turn the table on Smart Omega, take a 3-0 on Smart Omega, things will get really crazy in Group A.
And yeah, the narrative will completely change if you look at it that way, because this group itself, it's called the Group of Death for a reason. They have the talent. You got a lot of individuals here that are extremely able to put in the work and get all the skills and, of course, the wins that they pretty much need. But I feel like for C8 Legacy, they've been really struggling on that first group stage, the first round robin of the group stage. But now that they have been able to play with mids, who's going to be that new addition with the exception of Dre, they have the chance to actually try to pull a sensational win against Smart Omega later on, right after this Tyrant Esports and C8 Stealth matchup that we have already finished. But AJ, I do love to hear your thoughts. Now, this is just the first game of the series. This is just the first series. But at the end of the day, who do you think is going to stand at the top one in the top 2 spot?
That's not a difficult question based on the performance of the team so far. It seems like Smart Omega as well as Tyrant Esports will be those 2 teams, right? Smart Omega, like you said, the trend here is any of the teams that are in that number 1 spot, they do most 100% make it through to the playoffs, right? It's all about who's going to go in for the tough fight of that 2nd placement. And when we looked at the other groups, the fight between the 2nd and 3rd place was quite close. And when we look at whoever was in the 4th place, they were a little bit too far from the competition. In Group A, it's not really that story. Tyrant Esports as well as Smart Omega, they've got a lot of points on their side, and the ones struggling are in the 3rd and 4th spot with C8 Legacy as well as C8 Stealth. And, you know, a lot of adjustments needs to come out here from these 2 teams, but they have to go through C8 Legacy as well as, Tyrant Esports as well as Smart Omega. So that is the challenge here. Even if they can improve, even if they can show us that they can make a comeback in here, it's going to be quite tough to take down Tyrant Esports after they have started off with such a big momentum and obviously touch Smart Omega, who started off the whole group stage with such a strong momentum. That being said, though, just like how CH Stealth pulled away one map, which we thought was impossible because for Tyrant Esports, Hardpoint was their strongest game mode, but that was where CH Stealth made that comeback. Shows us that anything can still happen in this competition, Gally.
Yeah, I mean, the adjustments that they made there was really impeccable. The way they handled their rotation, and of course, the utilities, the proper utilization of the scores check and the operator skills made it possible for them to outslay and outperform Tyrant Esports. And then when we look at the search and destroy, we expected Tyrant Esports to dominate, but C8 still again showed to us that they can be able to hang against the best of the best, making sure that the game is going to be pretty set and tied. And we almost had the chance to actually see C8 still try to make the game close, but Tyrant Esports cohesiveness at the end of the day made sure that they get the win, with Susano being that MVP for the team. I mean, winning and of course scoring 16 kills in a search and destroy is going to guarantee you really a win when you only have one player scoring at 16 and you got what, 4 more players actually tallying down a lot of points and a lot of kills in the search and destroy itself. But then again, we look at this domination takeoff where this is going to be a map pick by Tyrant Esports, and this continues to be a map that we really see C8 Stealth have trouble in, AJ. Now, they lost 3 maps already. Make that 4 here with Tyrant Esports dropping them at the domination takeoff.
Oh, yeah, man. And, you know, in takeoff, it was a case where CH Stealth wanted, to the core of the bone to do so much better than the previous time. But regardless of how much of improvement they wanted to bring in here, we have to acknowledge that this is the worst map on their record. Once again, they have lost every single takeoff match that they have taken on any game mode out there, truly showing that, this is exactly where they struggle. This is C8 Stealth's kryptonite. I mean, it might not be their only kryptonite, but it's most definitely one of those big kryptonites, right? And, at the end of the day, it was just too strong for them to make that comeback against. But FDX, nothing's too strong for him to take on. The soldier of the game, your MVP, finishing things off with a 1.50 KD average from the 22 average kills and the 14.67 average that's out there. You would think that Susano is going to be the guy to do it, but of course, on the day that Susano doesn't rise up to the occasion, FDX is always going to be there to have his back alongside the backs of his team members.
Yeah, FDX is one of the players of Tyrant Esports that can steadily score kills and of course support the team itself in that slaying department. And he is really renowned for being a sniper before, but him revolutioning to a Flexi player himself made it possible for him to outdo and of course help the team propel to a 2-1 series here against C8 Stealth. And he continuously be also one of the annoyance when it comes to taking down players, AJ.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And, it's not just him, right? We did see Susano really rise back up from his performance in that first game, in that SND. He was just popping off all over the place, ending the matchup with 16 kills. I believe that is one of the highest kills we have seen in an SND game from an MVP throughout the whole group stage. I don't know if that record is, or that statement is 100% correct, but I'm 99% sure that that was the highest kill rate so far by Susano.
Yeah, that's actually, I believe that's going to be the 16 kills. We've been able to see a lot of search and destroy gameplays, and this one with Susano scoring 16 kills, one of the best individual performance that we saw so far by an individual in a search and destroy. So you really can count on Susano to create plays for Tyrant Esports and of course show what he can do not only at the start of the game, but also with how he can end things with his unique spatial awareness and of course his overall playmaking skills. But we got more action coming up next year at day 7. We'll be right back. It's going to be Smart Omega and of course C8 Legacy. Hello and welcome to Garena Master Season 2, coming at you live at Garena Call of Duty Mobile. Looking back at the first match, AJ, it was Tyrant Esports that was able to outdo CH Stealth. Once again, I'm Cali Gaming down here with the one and only, the Mustachio AJ, to bring you match number 2. And obviously, this is one of the most awaited match, C8 Legacy versus Smart Omega.
Most definitely, man. I mean, most awaited match mainly because of their huge fan base in the Garena Call of Duty mobile scene, but also most definitely looked forward to because of the supreme performance that Smart Omega has been able to show us. A lot of questions have arisen ever since they did have a little bit of a roster swap. They have brought in Rage, they have let go of Crush, and it seems like it has been doing them a lot of good in terms of this composition. We have seen huge improvements from Whoopi, who in the past needed to separate himself, or I guess spread himself a little bit thin in terms of slaying as well as playing all of those objectives. But like, you know, we have discussed a few times already, him dropping into those objective plays just opens up that whole map to Whoopi to be the true slayer that he is. And the guy has been truly dominating out there on the battlefield for quite a while now, Callie.
And again, you give Rage the power to play the objective. You give the chance for Whoopi and, of course, Kebs to be one hell of a slayer.
Yeah.
And that's the formula of success so far for Smart Omega in this competition itself, in this group stage. But it's going to be a delight seeing them once again. I really miss this team, and I really want to cast it because of how different they are compared to the matches that they played in the majors in Garena Master Season 1 and in that CI 2022, AJ.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, I've seen this team from the time where Call of Duty Mobile just first started its esports scene all the way to the point where they became the kings, crowned them with multiple titles, to the point where they went all the way down. And this is the uprising once again. Can Smart Omega reach the heights that they have shown to everybody else? Can they once again achieve the type of achievement that they used to motivate so many other teams? Smart Omega is one of the biggest teams within the whole of the Philippine scene because they, through all of their performance and hard work, motivated so many brands to follow suit.
Yeah, I mean, if you compare Smart Omega to basketball, I mean, Smart Omega is like the Chicago Bulls of the 1996 with Michael Jordan in it. They are the source. They are the foundation of what teams that we have in here right now in Garena CODM Master Season 2. And they've been the layout, but they still have been in the scene for so long. As you said earlier, you saw them rise. You saw them take a downfall. And now they've been able to go back. And to go back, it means you had to make a move and you have to make some changes. And they did have a change, though it's a really questionable move here with them dropping Crush and adding Rage. Here this time at Garena CODM Master Season 2, it proves to be a very positive move for them so far. I mean, to say it again, Rage gives Whoopi and, of course, Kevs the chance to play more as a slayer, as he will be eyeing all the points in that hard point. And Whoopi, Kevs, they will not have to do two responsibilities at one time in hard points, and that's where things really gets messier for the opponents of Smart Omega. But then again, let's take a look at our schedule here. We've seen Tyrant Esports already done, and we got C8 Legacy and Smart Omega right up next. Now looking at the front of your screen, C8 Legacy, Freezy, HeatX, Justin, Mark, Mids, 7. This is the 6-man lineup for C8 Legacy, and AJ, they lost Dre, and it give C8 Legacy a rough start in this group stage. You can really see the team missing his playmaking abilities, but the addition of Mids is a great idea, but it's taking some time for them to really hit it up once again, AJ.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, they've got a 60% loss rate at the moment. They have only won 3 out of the 9 maps that they have hopped on into, and they have taken away a victory against C8 Stealth, who are the younger brothers, technically, overall in the clan. But against Tyrant Esports as well as Smart Omega, they really couldn't cut it, right? They lost to Tyrant Esports 1-2. They lost to Smart Omega 0-3. And this is that rematch from the final day of group stage for Group C the last time we saw them. Freezy, he will be looking to really deliver out there on those respawns alongside Seven as well as mids. But, HitX has slowly been rising up the ranks as a destroyer, as an annihilator out there on the battlefield as well. I'm looking to see him step it up. But of course, my eyes most definitely will be fixated on Freezy as well as Seven for a majority of the matchup. Rage, Idra, Jay-Z, Candy, Kevs, as well as Whoopi. The lineup of Smart Omega. Once again, a little bit of a change, a little bit of a difference in terms of the lineup, but all of those changes, all of that difference seems to be doing Smart Omega a lot of good in the competition, Gally.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there, AJ. The first move was when they removed Warren and placed Candy at the lineup. The next move was dropping Crush to get Rage. And this is the rejuvenation, the rebirth, the afterbirth of Smart Omega after suffering a lot of major losses at the competition. Now, they've been in and they are prime to make sure they stun the competition once again with the addition of Rage in this game. And obviously, it made a domino effect and it made the team better. So obviously for Smart Omega, they are going to be the front runner for this group to place top 1, AJ.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. And, the only thing that can stop Smart Omega from getting that number 1 placement is the team of C8 Legacy as well as C8 Stealth perhaps stepping it up and taking these matches away from them. Tyrant Esports will have an opportunity to do that as well. This is the very first game for Smart Omega in here today. They will be taking on Tyrant Esports next and finishing off the day as they face off C8 Stealth. If all of these teams can consistently pull away 1 or 2 maps from Smart Omega, then their hopes of making it through to the playoffs will immediately come crashing. But the question is, do they have the capability of getting that done? Let's take a look at the numbers here, the head-to-head between Smart Omega as well as Legacy. We've got 7 representing C8 Legacy and Kevs on the side of Smart Omega. And the KD average from these two players, 1.44 going up against 1.16. There is a little bit of a difference there in terms of the average, but when you look at the actual numbers in itself, Kevs is a little bit more efficient in terms of annihilating, slaying the players out there on the battlefield. Both of these players have similar death rates here, Callie.
Yeah, they have quite similar death rates. And of course, that kills is where things get separated. And obviously for Smart Omega, Kevs, this has been really great, holding the CBR4. And of course, the Mac 10 in the maps that he has played so far. But we also see him actually using that KRM to his advantage when they play Search and Destroy, especially that standoff map. When they played against C8 Legacy, if I'm not mistaken, at the recent game that they had. But take a look at the maps here, and of course the map bans and the operator skill bans. C8 Legacy, they are Team A, they ban Hacienda, and of course they ban Annihilator. Now for Smart Omega, they ban Summit and they ban Purifier. So we're going to see this Sparrow in action here at this best of 3 that's going to be lined up. And of course, the first at bat that's going to be firing range hardpoint. Map picked by C8 Legacy, but obviously this is one of the better maps for Smart Omega. So it's going to be a 50-50 for me. I might even give a slight edge to Smart Omega, but we'll have to see the performance of C8 Legacy before we try to take an assume on that. But right up next is going to be Stand Up SND, a map picked by Smart Omega. And this where they have been really, really successful, AJ.
Yeah.
I mean, they have 2 wins here. They have 1 win here, and they take down C8 Legacy in this map itself 6-1.
Yeah, exactly right. And all of the maps that you're seeing between these two teams are the exact same maps that were played the first time they went up against each other. The only difference here is firing range was at Domination the last time and Raid was played at Hardpoint. And that was the only difference. So in terms of map domination, we know Smart Omega has got the one-up against C8 Legacy, but it's all about how C8 Legacy plays those counterplays in here today. Whether or not those counterplays are going to be exactly similar to those maps, we don't really know, right? Because it's not a apple-to-apple comparison. Once again, the maps as well as the game modes have been flipped for those respawns. The only constant here is the SND at standoff, where we know Smart Omega took a commanding victory, 6-1 over C8 Legacy. But of course, as we open up this hardpoint match, Kevs is going to be your first blood, as all of those players rush straight on in there to play that hardpoint. Smart Omega will be the ones to open things up, but Seven as well as Mids playing the power position will be able to get those early takedowns and command the first hardpoint with all of that aggression.
And that should be enough for them to keep Smart Omega very busy to try and break those spawns, as Omega Candy is going to be the first player at the power position to try and get all the skills to favor Smart Omega. They have no power position lockdown exception of that auto repair shop. They need to at least secure and of course contest that hardpoint and also get that white warehouse. But for now, Omega, they will try to focus inside the hill, and they will have what, 20 seconds for them to play around in that hardpoint. And not only that, they're also trying to set up at the next hardpoint already. So this is going to be a wise play from them. Not a lot of time we can accumulate on that P1, so they invested early, setting up really dearly here to speed to Americans, and now they're about to strike.
The Slayer Indra on the side of Smart Omega also winning out the final few points for their first hard point there, whilst the rest of the players on the side of Smart Omega go in for the super early setup. Candy as well as Rage now holding on to the hard point, wins the first fight. Mids going to make his way through that window, very patiently moving on in as Seven drops the ready to take Candy out of the equation. Smart Omega still holding on to the hard point, but for how long more? Here comes the final break. Oh my lord! And Rage gets that double kill to continue holding on to the hard point.
And again, AJ, this is what is really scary for Smart Omega. Rage can play that objective, but it can also pop off and create big plays for the team itself. And that's what makes Smart Omega really different compared to they had it when they had played at that Arena Master Season 1. They're completely changed and they're completely new, and they will be trying to create havoc here inside this game. But for now, C8 Legacy is doing a good job hanging against Smart Omega, going up their plays after plays, trying to counter the pushes that Smart Omega tried to do on that P2 rotation, and they were able to really take a play and of course pinch. But now we're starting to see Smart Omega try to take a pull away, but C8 Legacy, they will be the first team to be here early at this white warehouse. If they can control this, they have an opportunity for them to get those lead decrease. And now Hitax is going down. Candy gets one kill, dropping mids, and they open up this hard point, AJ.
I mean, I wish we can have a highlight clip of that move. The breakthrough from Smart Omega was just absolutely perfect. You could see the patience there. Candy was already at spot. He got tagged all up, and he waited patiently for a little bit of backup. He does not take the takedown through the entrance of that white warehouse, but instead overextends towards the shower front to take down the other players. And Smart Omega, with 3 players all at the same time, managed to find the break of the hill. But of course, C8 Legacy winning it back now with 20 seconds to go. Breezy brings on the Sparrow for the play. Will be able to take down the players of Smart Omega a little efficiently. By the time Whoopi steps on in alongside Kevs on the opposite end, he gets out of the action a little too fast. C8 Legacy now really have to find that comeback before it's too late, as Smart Omega slowly starts separating themselves from the C8 Legacy side.
Yeah, this is going to be the turning point of the game. And C8 Legacy, they need to find a way now to get themselves involved more in that gunfight and sustain and maintain themselves alive in the hard point. It's Seven going to get that kill. This time, Whoopi is going to be in the mid-map, but for C8 Legacy, they lost 3 players and they will be spawning all across the back end of the map. And this is going to give Smart Omega a chance to buy themselves and make sure they get the contest in the hard point. But it seems like C8 Legacy is doing a great job this time to holding off Smart Omega. And Hitax, we really talked about this guy earlier being one of the playmakers, but so far in this one, it's been really struggling. He's only got 6 kills, and we need to see more from him if they want to win in this game. 100-point mark now already reached by Smart Omega, and they will continuously put in the pressure to Speed 4.
Yeah, you gotta love the ideation from Rage, man. Constantly overextending, making sure he cuts the course of the C8 Legacy players far beyond before they can reach that hard point to play the positioning, to play that objective. 118 to 65 now. Smart Omega truly dominant showing in this hard point at firing range. And now as we move on for the reset of the hard point, you can see that the players of Smart Omega are already ready to open that up, and they do exactly that. 123 to 65 now. This might just be the final run.
Yeah, and C8 Legacy, this is the end. They have to find someone that can pop off and create big plays. 15 more points for Smart Omega, and they will be winning this game. They will be trapping C8 Legacy to the top side of the minimap, and this is just easy farm kills for them. 10 more points. Can we see C8 Legacy come back, or will Smart Omega end this game here? Right now, Whoopi going to be fully strict up already, and he's going to invest. That Predator missile is going to get none. But at this point, the damage has been done. Smart Omega putting only 3 more wins and 3 more seconds, but it seems like C8 Legacy will be able to stop that bleeding, but not for long, as we are going to see Idra gets dropped there, and the hard point is still open for contestation. 7 seconds left. And it's going to be C8 Legacy in that kill, but we are going to see Smart Omega having that early control to the next hard point. And if we don't see a play for C8 Legacy, this is going to be the end. 4 seconds and C8 will make a big push, and they will make it work. Here we go, C8 Legacy starting this hard point with them inside.
Yep, Sentry brought out at the B1 on that reset. Not really the best position to throw it on in, but the Sentry still manages to find a kill as it just turns around 180. Kendi unable to step into the hard point. Now a stronghold by the players of C8 Legacy. A 2-second break is all Smart Omega needs, but they do not get, as Freezy bags that double through that CBR4. And yes, the Sparrow comes out for the play as well, but Kevs is not able to deliver the best out of their Sparrow plays. Hit X with the CBR4 flies right out of the objective, and the players of Smart Omega now finally stepping right back on in. 4 players very patiently approaching the situation. Final break option, and they won't get it through, but ready! Predator missile on their heads protects C8 Legacy and the hard point.
Oh, the game is not over, but Kendi will try to contest. He's gonna drop, and Kevs gets the kill, enough for them to win the game. Valiant effort for C8 Legacy. But Smart Omega, only needing 2 more points to win that game, gets the best out of C8 Legacy. And you really have to highlight the lineup of kills, the lineup of score streak that was invested by C8 Legacy. It was perfect. But Smart Omega just only need 2 more points to win their AJ. If only Smart Omega had 10 more points for them to win, it could have been favored C8 from that P2 to P3, but breaks up the game. Favored Smart Omega because they were able to start early. And looking at the stats here, crazy numbers for Omega, Whoopi, Idra, and Kaz. But take a look at the player on the right side, Mids, with 34 kills, carrying the load of offense for C8, AJ.
Yeah, not just with the kills, man. He also played the objectives like a monster out there. Mids was doing everything for the team, and the rest of them just needed to back him up. The biggest problem here was that Justin just really wasn't hitting his mark, right? Alongside Hit X, both of them bagging quite a severe negative in terms of KD average. Freezy and Seven, they really did try to hang with the best, and they were able to help Mids out. And the biggest problem that I have with the approach that C8 Legacy has taken in this matchup is we saw them wake up, but only towards the end of that matchup, where it was a little bit too late already. Because I tell you, Callie, and I think you will agree with me as well, the fight that they put up towards the end of that match, both for the reset of the hard point at that P1 as well as P2, was absolutely phenomenal. And if at all that was the pace of matchup that they had taken from the start of the game, this win would have 100% been in the hands of C8 Legacy.
Oh, yeah, definitely, AJ. When we look at that P2 where the majority take a lot of the time, we saw them win those gunfights. We saw them be one step ahead against Smart Omega. And they were continuously dropping all the efforts when it comes to standing their ground and securing the perimeter. And Smart Omega, they looked like a little bit worried, and they were playing a little bit individually at the end of the game. And C8 Legacy, the way they handled the situation caused Smart Omega to play into fractions. But then again, the individual play from Kevs ended, and it was able to be a possible winner for Smart Omega at that P2. But still, a remarkable play for C8 Legacy. And we can actually see them swing that momentum here at this stand-up search and destroy. I mean, they got the capabilities, but they're going up against Smart Omega with Whoopi in it, AJ.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, yeah, yes, they got a little close in that hard. Okay, not close, but they did show us signs of life in that hardpoint matchup. But history does tell us that Smart Omega is very dominant when it comes to the SNDH standoff, and Whoopi is most definitely going to pop off once again as usual. But if we can see the rise up of C8 Legacy, if we can see Hit X as well as 7 alongside Freezy deliver out there on the battlefield slays, then maybe they will stand a chance in here. It's all about the early game, as we have seen. They always find a little bit of that heavy momentum towards the end game, which really doesn't manage to bag them much of these wins. Just a few rounds is not going to be cutting it enough for the side of C8 Legacy.
Yeah, they need every round, and they have to make sure that every round is going to be efficient. If they do so lose, it's more than enough for them to try to wear and tear Smart Omega in this game. But looking at the first round, it seems like Kevs is going to take down the first blood here, chopping Freezy, one of the key players for C8 Legacy overall. And not only that, for Smart Omega, they have made their way at the A-bomb site already, and now they're going to have 45 seconds to try to get that post-plant defense set up and, of course, win this game. But now they're going in for the Assault AJ 2v4, and it seems like C8 Legacy is low in numbers, and Kev is going to try to overturn. He gets one slide, and he's going to get taken down there by mid. So Xylee being active for that hard point, and is trying to wield his team here once again, dropping Rage with that Tomper, but they have to deal with 3 players here. And it's now Easy Taz, Whoopi with the flick. And now all down to a 1v2. Kendi trying to get this kill, but Edra gets to pick it up. But amazing exchanges. Could have gone both ways, but Smart Omega's really got the numbers for them to win that game.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. And, you know, some people are asking for the Thumpers to be banned. Some people are asking for the Thumpers to be nerfed. Do I agree? I think I agree, man. I mean, I think I've seen enough of things, you know, to really change things around, right? Because the Thumper is just a one-hit kill. You fail at your gunfight, you pull it right out. But of course, there is the reaction time. You need a lot of mechanical capability to be able to switch out the Thumper quick and then, you know, accurately take that hit. It's not as easy, but it is quite frankly, you know, a cop-out way to win some of these engagements, especially in S&D, right? I wouldn't really mind it if the Thumpers drop the HP by 90% or so. And now, beautiful play by Rage as he catches all 3 players, but 7 manages to bag out Rage as well as Kendi. Kev trades out double for himself as Mark shuts down his approach. Smart Omega, they struggle with the numbers, and now they only have 1 left to deal with here. Idra, Thumper comes out for the play once again, and the killer will be able to find the one and only Freezy, but needs to deal with mids as well as Mark in a little bit, Cali.
I mean, they tried to push that A-bomb side, and they did so overextend to the point where C8 Legacy 7 was able to cut them down. And that's not going to be a good side if you're Smart Omega. Just stick to the strategy, plant that bomb, and make sure you initiate the attack and C8 Legacy make their move, and of course reciprocate back the attention that you put into that A-bomb set. But then again, Idra still going to be up for a 1v2 here. Mark is going to be the tank. He's going to spot him, but he needs to win 1. He needs to win 1 more. He's chasing him, and he takes him down. Idra with the 1v2, unfazed and cold.
I mean, we are talking about the King Idra himself, man. There's just no flex player better than Idra out there on the battlefield. We have seen some other players on the side of Smart Omega, you know, mainly Whoopi, rise up to the ranks to slay a little bit better than Idra out there on the battlefield. But it does not mean that Idra has lost his style or his face in these matches. It just means that Whoopi has just risen up to the occasion. And now, speaking of Idra, he manages to find one, but gets traded out. A 4v4 now, still in the balance here, as we do have the one and only Rage finding that backstab, shuts down mid. Thumper will tag up Mark and the CBR4 for the spray. Can he get the kill? Rage, yes he does, and now needs to turn around. Hit X will trade him out, but enough damage has been brought on by the one and only Rage, only leaving Hit X for the play now. C8 Legacy struggle against Smart Omega.
I mean, not so sure with the way that C8 Legacy played this round number 3. They tried to take a hit at the back of the map, and they were taken down by Rage in a perfect position. And Cavs What he had to do is just only deliver one kill for them to take another round. And Smart Omega continues to prove they are the best of the best when it comes to playing standoff, search, and destroy. I mean, this team coming into this game at 100% win percentage when it comes to playing S&D. And they're continuously showing that here when they play up against C8 Legacy. As we move into this round number 4, C8 this time will try to take the battle up front. And they will be playing aggressive once again, AJ. Let's see if this will work. As Freezy will take one down, gonna go back in reposition, and that's going to be a one chick up loud. It's going to be one more. He's gonna spot a close range engagement against Candy, but it's going to get taken down. But C8 Legacy, their choice of attack, it's going to work against Smart, AJ.
Yeah, nice plays this time around, but Rage, he now has to impress all of us by taking this 1v3 situation and closing it down. CBR4 in hand. Cannot perhaps engage with that sniper just yet, but most definitely has the ability to take down the other two players. But now, as he moves on to meet Mids down here at the second floor of Bakery, turns around the corner, but Mids' thumper catches Rage. And that's about it for C8 Legacy as they pull one round right back in here. They have one final round of defense before we switch sides, so it is all in the balance. They desperately need this victory before they take the bomb, Cali.
I'm not so sure if they could try to take another really aggressive defense against Smart Omega. For sure, Smart Omega will try to counter that because this team is ever tactical brilliant. So, moving it along, Mark is going to take down Candy. So, AJ, C8 Legacy seems like they have managed to wake up once again. Let's see if they're going to accumulate more kills here. And, of course, try to outsmart Smart Omega in this round number 5.
Let the A side well open. Is trying to play the aggressive push down towards the gas station, but not overextending, waiting patiently for Smart Omega to show up. And the one that might show up will be the one and only Kevs. Let's see if he makes that mistake of stepping up out the gas station. But no, he's very patient now, holding side by side. Kev, engagement, bags Freezy, and manages to reposition himself, which means Hit X is not going to be able to go in there for the rush and take him down. And that's the equalizer coming through for Smart Omega, all thanks to the patience displayed by Kev.
Yeah, little things like that is going to win you games, but Mid's now able to extend all across the mid strategy, but is going to take one. But will also get traded in. Kevs looking to invade the way behind the enemy lines is going to get eradicated by Mark as that bomb is going to get initiated. This should be a solitude fortified defense for Smart Omega as they face number disadvantage. 2v3, 38 seconds. Let's come and find out what are they going to do.
2v2, make that a 2v1 as King Idra bags 2, make that 3 as he secures the round for Smart Omega. And that's exactly what Idra will go out there and continue doing as he wants his team to rise up to the top. C8 Legacy, they continue to struggle against Smart Omega. Is this going to be the exact same scoreline? Once again, the last time they met at Standoff S&D, it was a 6-1 to the side of Smart Omega. That victory was strong in their hands. C8 Legacy, if they pull away one more round, they stand a chance to pull so much more.
And let's see if they could have a chance to make it a personal best for them to score more rounds here. If you're C8 Legacy, you need to get some rounds, and they're doing so. Smart Omega down to their final 2 players, but 7 is going to lose that gunfight, and Cav's still very much alive and is up against 2 players with the help of Idra. Idra has 10 kills so far and is looking to get the best out of these 2 players from C8 Legacy, but let's see if they will have the opportunity to score another round here and of course get that match point. And I'm talking about Smart Omega as we push through this round number 6. Remember, we have switched the sides, so C8 Legacy, they will be the ones putting that bomb, and they have to dictate and be decisive where they will try to put that bomb in. And the best case is for them to get that bomb at this A site, wherein it's really open for C8 Legacy to plant to. But number 4 in Kevs, he's got the opportunity for him to intercept plays at that mid-map, and he's going to spot 1. Mids now needs to reciprocate back and get the straights, and beautiful 2-man play there for C8 Legacy. Mids now taking down Kevs. Idra, he showed us that he can clutch it up. Can we see more? 1v2, the bomb is going to get planted.
Kilo now has got that red dot. Most definitely the meta of Garena. And 2 players immediately backing away. That's an open plant here at that A-bomb site. If we do have a smoke from the side of Idra, that's a GG as Idra bags the headshot. And it's going to be him going up against mids. It is the CBR4 in both hands, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Idra, can he now outplay mids as he tries to go in for the open defusal? Manages to get the fake first, but time is running out. 15 seconds. Idra needs to make that decision. None of the tacticals to play with. No flashes, no smokes, and Idra now finally spots out mids, but it runs out of time, and this round belongs to C8 Legacy.
Oh, Idra getting that 2-piece, he knows, and he really blows it up, making sure that he gets to win the gunfights mechanically, but the smart play there for C8 Legacy. They know that they have the element of surprise. They know that Smart Omega doesn't know that they don't have the opportunity, no, not really in a way, but Idra doesn't have the information for him to get his acts together, so he's limited on time, and of course he has to make a play, and he did so, but the clock really run out. So we're gonna move into this round number 7. C8 going to attack at very aggressive here. They got that number 2 X going to plant that bomb at the A-bomb site, so they're good to go. 4v5 retake. Smart Omega hasn't made the move just yet, but when they do, they will try to create those kills as we have number 3 Rage already in the bomb site. C8 Legacy, this is going to be a pretty risky take from them. Number 2 Candy already around the back, but is going to get taken down. C8 Freezy, the bomb is getting defused, he's distracted, and Omega will be taking the round with a defuse, AJ.
How do you allow that to happen, man? I mean, the information just did not flow well, did not flow fast enough, and none of those players were able to even go and challenge the guy who's defusing the bomb. Smart Omega, they managed to very cheekily get the match point, and Whoopi, as they take a very aggressive stance this time round. Look at Smart Omega. Defensive push into the gas station. Whoopi gets 1. He manages to go through, but 7 as well as Hit X. They rage on, bagging out those players. Candy shuts down mids, and now one final player. Whoopi will meet the Banana Blaster in the hands of 7 and gets blasted away right back to the starting point as Smart Omega gets held onto this match point. C8 Legacy once again trying to find that comeback last minute.
Yeah, but I mean, for Smart Omega, that attack is so aggressive. They tried to bash their heads, and what C8 Legacy only had to do was pick up all these kills. But now Whoopi gets 7, Mark gets the trade, Freezy gets Idra. So now we're seeing some light for C8 Legacy. Freezy going to be way behind the enemy lines. Players yet to spot him, but Freezy is gonna get turned down. So the bomb has been planted, the smoke has been allocated, and there's no way that Smart Omega will get this defused for the second time. AJ, C8 Legacy repeating the same mistake twice.
How do you expect me to react to that, man? You know what they say about people who do the exact same thing over and over again but expect a different result. They call them insane. Yep. And just insane plays from both sides, insane in different ways. Insane from C8 Legacy to think that you're gonna somehow find a win out of that strategy, and of course insane from Smart Omega for never faking the defusal, man, very confidently. And always those defusals, you've got that 2-man setup. One guy going in for the objective of getting the defuse, and the other guy standing by to make sure he's got the cover. And Rage, obviously the player who manages to clutch out the final 2 rounds. Amazing stuff out of Smart Omega, but questionable decisions from the side of C8 Legacy here as they eat yet another defeat at S&D standoff.
Well, here's the thing, AJ. Those 2 plants were open plants, but for some odd reason, they can't seem to prioritize the bomb over the defense that they've been wandering around the back. And if you're C8 Legacy, the first priority is getting that post-plant defense to center around the bomb and not around the back. And for Smart Omega, they completely fiend on those mistakes. And what they had to do was just take the cake and defuse it. I mean, Omega Idra really did a great job scoring those 12 kills. He's looking like a different man out there on the battlefield. But what really stands out the most is how well this team effectively communicates. And of course, just make sure that they will be having enough players to outdo and outperform C8 Legacy whenever they try to play in every round here at this Search and Destroy.
Yeah, it was just a very silly strategy to play because they had so many guys on the battlefield still alive, right? I mean, if you're in a 1v1 setup or a 1v2 setup and you want to go in for the open plant and then double back towards bakery second floor, take the snipes from there, I understand. But with so many players still alive on the opposite side and you go in for an open plant, you don't know exactly what sort of tacticals they have, right? And there was that one point where Idra was going on a 1v2 setup. It was an open plant from the side of C8 Legacy, but he had no smokes. He had no tacticals on him to go in for the defusal. This time round, they kept their smokes out with them. They smoke out that mid segment of that map. And with that open plant, all of the C8 Legacy players, they had their vision obscured. There was no way to shut down those players. But if you were already aware of the position that you had planted the bomb, the players of C8 Legacy, they could have just taken those blind shots. They could have just fired wildly at the spot to get a kill. But it clearly seems to be the case where they did not practice that maneuver. They did not practice that play well enough and enough number of times. It just wasn't neat. It wasn't a clean execution, and they got punished for that. But the question is, can they at least now pull away this domination from Smart Omega, Cali?
Yeah, I mean, one map is going to be pretty important, but taking a look at it this way, realistically, Smart Omega, they've been winning the maps. C8 Legacy has been struggling, kick-starting their game. Right now, they need a spark plug to outmaneuver Smart Omega in this early stage, and that play from Justin is going to be much needed as they cancel out the early 2 flags in play for Smart Omega, but the damage has been done. C8 Legacy is trying to make amends by making sure they stack their numbers in this circle, but they need to do more than that, and HitX is going to be that player to try to create that nuisance and that contest at B, but he's going to fail. But here's the thing. Now that the laundries has been smoked out, Smart Omega is going to try and overextend and take control of the power position with Whoopi swinging, and he will be winging it as well. And now, total control for Smart Omega, AJ.
Yeah, amazing plays from Whoopi once again, just being the Slayer, allowing Rage and the rest of the crew to just play the objectives to the D. And with Whoopi just going out there, stepping up, taking the fight up to the other players, they just don't seem to be able to hang with him. Rage just turns 180 after taking down mids. He shuts down Justin on the play and hops on through. But this time around against 7, he does not get the best that hit a 141. But enough of the markers from the side of Smart Omega on the side of the B flag to capture it already. But now C8 Legacy recovery. Thumper manages to bag one, but they do pull away the B flag towards that final second. C8 Legacy, if there is one map, if there is one game that they can take away from Smart Omega, it is this domination match, and they have to give it their all. And looking at the points, they seem to be doing exactly that, Cali.
Yeah, I love to take their LC for that B flag. Take their AJ. Remember, there was a Predator missile that Smart Omega used on that B flag, and they were able to cancel it out with the defense because of that throw position that they put in that flag itself. And they continuously is able to get all these skills because of the positions that they've been holding in the game, and it continuously punishes Smart Omega when they try to break this B flag area. And of course, it's going to be a total team effort for C8 Legacy, and they've been working so good so far. And to feel like it this way, when they got that control at that laundries, they're really, really successful.
Oh yeah, man. And look at this, 49 to 41. C8 Legacy having this lead towards that 75-point mark. But now here comes the cavalry from the side of Smart Omega. 2 players hopping on straight in, but 7 manages both the players at the same time. Make that all 3 players as Kendi loses his life as well. And 7 now just holding on to that laundry side of this map, on this B flag, has been able to defend it to the core. 61 to 47. Smart Omega, it doesn't seem like they will be making that comeback in this half just yet.
Yes, they're not going to really make up for it, but it took them some time to think that the B flag is so crowded, so why not try to take A? And they did so do it at the late stage of this round, but it is going to be very successful. That's something that they have to take note of in that second half. C8 Legacy, they focus too much on that B flag. It leaves their home flag pretty open, and Smart Omega, they were able to feed on it, so they could take a total advantage of that on that second half. It's just a matter of conversion, but for the meantime, C8 Legacy love the showcase so far when they are controlling the game. I mean, taking one half against Smart Omega is going to be really huge here. Let's see if they will be able to continue. But Duso managed to get this win at this domination. And again, Legacy, they have to continue to play consistently because Smart Omega, they found the formula, AJ. They were able to get those 2 home flags, and I will not be really no doubtful that they will also take it here at the second half.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, they managed to stop the bleeding, at the very least, recover just a little bit. 7 fully streaked up already to deal with the second half that Smart Omega will be able to Rage in. That Cluster Strike is not going to be brought on just yet, and Rage does have the sentry to go in here for the play. Turns around, 90 degrees, will not be able to get the slay just yet, and Freezy catches him off guard. And Smart Omega finally nailing that B flag, but this is just the start. C8 Legacy, in the exact same fashion earlier on, managed to find a way to come back into this match, and I think they will be trying for the exact same thing. Kevs now with the beautiful takedown up to 7. That's a good revenge at its best. 78 to 84, and C8 Legacy, they struggle initially just like they did in the previous half.
Yeah, but for HitX, dropping Kevs on that galleries is going to be a one major play to cut down the player that will be intercepting their rotation here at this B flag. So for now, there's only going to be a 1v1 at this inner circle while 2 of the players of Smart Omega is trying to get control of that mid-map. And what does that mid-map get you? An access point to that B flag, and of course the spawn at the swimming pool. And that's been the winning formula so far for Smart Omega when they are controlling C8 Legacy. But at some point, when you got a pretty distributed players all throughout the map, that leaves one of the sides pretty open. And C8 Legacy, one thing they do, they try to take a hit on that A flag side, and now for them, they're gonna spawn right beside the B flag. But now, triple capture is on the line. Smart Omega, they will be in for a treat. Triple capture, C8 Legacy, they need to make a move.
Oh yeah, baby. And now the Freddy dropped onto that B flag as well. Will prevent that B flag from being taken away. But C8 Legacy make a quick way down towards Garden, pull away that A home flag, and they drop the XS1 Goliath down as well. But here comes Kevs. Kevs for the steal. Can he win this fight against HitX? If Kevs manages to get this done, he will be able to punish. But unfortunately, he doesn't. And he gets away with his life, though. So that's a big play out of Kevs. But can he now cut off the access of that XS1 Goliath and stop the one and only HitX off in this way, halfway there?
And the fight is not over yet for C8 Legacy, but they need to make the move. This Access 1 Goliath that's going to be available in the game is going to be one of the conditions. One more is that cluster strike that will be happening in for 7. But for Caps, he also has his own Access 1 Goliath, and not only that Access 1 Goliath, but that cluster strike for him to try and remove that Access 1 Goliath off. Of course, truly HitX, but the game now still favoring Smart Omega. Only 15 more points that is needed for them to win this game as they looks to be in the winning favorable side. I mean, they only have 12 more points for the win, AJ, and they're looking to get this 3-0 serve.
Oh, that's a GG, man. What is this XS1 Goliath doing? He was supposed to first defend that garden, and then he decides to go over to Bravo, and then he meets a cluster strike halfway there to Bravo, and this XS1 Goliath is just confused out there on the battlefield, not playing any effect whatsoever, finally getting taken down. That was the most useless XS1 Goliath we have seen in play so far, and unfortunately, the players of C8 Legacy dropped the ball against Smart Omega. I kind of feel like they really had a good fight. They were so capable of pulling away this domination matchup, and they just gave it away at those very final moments here, Callie. Truly disappointing for a team that should have desperately looked for the win here.
That XS1 Goliath was the winning condition, but they let it go because of their indecisiveness, AJ. As you pointed it out, he wanted to take a hit on the galleries. He wanted to control the mid-map. He wanted to control everything except that B flag. And that is the undoing for C8 Legacy themselves as Smart Omega beamed on those mistakes by C8 Legacy. Take a look at the stats here right now. Everybody from Smart Omega is going to have a negative KD, except for Caps, who's going to have 26 and 12, AJ.
I saw where you're going there with that. And I looked at the screen at the same time as well. I was like, oh, wow. All negative except for Caps. And how impressive is that, right? The players on the side of C8 Legacy actually forcing the players of Smart Omega to such a engagement where they weren't really able to dominate at their very best out there in the battlefield, which is why I was truly disappointed to see C8 Legacy lose this matchup, because that was the biggest effort, man. I mean, Hardpoint, the comeback was a little bit too late. We saw a little bit of life in the SND as well, but then Idra, the demon, woke up and then shut them all down. Domination was where they truly stood toe to toe with the players of Smart Omega, catching them off guard, forcing Smart Omega to go in there for the overextensions, winning all of those gunfights in the most spectacular of fashion, and then came out the XS1 Goliath. And the XS1 Goliath could have been so powerful in terms of winning this game out if one of two things had happened. Number one, XS Goliath stood at their A flag and just protected Garden, whereas the 4 other players attacked B all at the same time. They could have captured the B flag, no doubt whatsoever. But I don't know whether it was a miscommunication or hit X, hit his head somewhere and got confused in that very one moment. But that was truly a moment where they could have won things, but just gave the win away.
Yeah, it's the late game decision that gives C8 Legacy a blow to the stomach here. This straight domination, they had it. They won the first half. And they only had to fight back a little more on that second half, but then they weren't able to do so because of how Smart Omega was able to close out that second half. I mean, as soon as they get the B flag capture, AJ, one thing that they did is extend 2 players at the spawn of C8 Legacy and initiate the trap. And not only that, they had 2 players at the mid map as well to intercept players coming not only at the galleries but also in the swimming pool. So pretty much they had the game locked down to just come back against C8 Legacy and take the lead. And when they were able to pull up front, that's where C8 Legacy started to stagger. That's where the indecisiveness was shown. And we did see that with that XS1 Goliath. And that could have been a game changer for C8 Legacy. But, in a game of respawns, the games just happen so fast. So you really have to think really, really fast. And for C8 Legacy, not just really on point with that play and, of course, with that investment. But now, let's take a look at the highlights. We did see C8 Legacy and Smart Omega duke it out on this hardpoint, AJ. The first set of hardpoints, it was great. But that C8 Legacy second half of hardpoints was just crazy because of how they are able to put Smart Omega on their heels.
I mean, yeah, I'm still disappointed, as you can hear from my voice. Just putting Smart Omega on their heels was not enough, right? Because this was not just a play to make a comeback. This was not just a play to show that they can pull away 1 or 2 maps. It was a play to survive the competition. It was a play to make sure they can secure a position in the playoffs. And I feel like C8 Legacy could have done so much better. And it's just truly not like the team to make these mistakes end game. In fact, C8 Legacy usually steps it up towards the end parts of the matchup to find those victories either way, right? But against Smart Omega, it was truly a different story because as the more pressure C8 Legacy brought into the game, Smart Omega stepped up the pace as well, showing that they have got a lot in the tank and they have got a lot still prepared for the playoffs. And, we discussed this point already, and I feel like it needs to be emphasized. This is truly a different side of Smart Omega, one that we have been missing for a long, long time here.
And if you are a Smart Omega fan, this is time for you to rejoice because of how completely this team is compared to the first quarter of 2022. And not only that, this team, I believe, is much better than the Prime team itself because of how well they've been able to stay cohesively with their strategies, AJ. But then again, your soldier of the game, Smart Omega, will be with an average kill of 16 kills and a 1.52 KD. This man was really great intercepting plays, and I kind of expected Kevs to be that MVP, but with the way Smart Omega has in their lineup, with the lineup that they have, you obviously know that everyone can be that playmaker, and here for this series, it's going to be Whoopi.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And Whoopi truly did have some, momentous occasions out there where he truly stepped it up for the rest of his team members. We saw him go out, we saw him slay, and we saw him get those clutch moments. But I do agree with you, man. Each and every single player out of the Smart Omega team, constantly showing up on the MVP title, constantly showing up on all of the battlefield to prove that not only can they get it served up on the battlefield, but they are doing this together as one squad, right? And as they go out there together as one squad, to get these dominant victories, I kind of felt like C8 Legacy might have been able to make some sort of a difference here. That has been, a true no-go. And if C8 Legacy themselves cannot pull a single match from the side of Smart Omega, who else can? We still do have Tyrant Esports, perhaps, to count on here.
I mean, Tyrant Esports is going to be one of the contenders to actually beat Smart Omega. And that's going to be an action that we will have to see later on today. And I can't wait for that game to start because, I mean, Smart Omega, they played Tyrant Esports already. And that's the only team that they played that they took a map loss. And again, that was on that domination slums. And AJ, I feel like Tyrant Esports, they have an odd. They have the odd to win against Smart Omega.
Yes, sir, but my true apologies. I don't mean to correct you, but the loss for Smart Omega was against C8 Stealth, which was the true shocker. Tyrant Esports, on the other hand, got bagged out 3-0 by Smart Omega. And one would expect that to repeat again, but we did see the awakening of Tyrant Esports today, man. I mean, as they started things off against C8 Stealth, they went out there with a lot of vengeance in their hearts, and they've managed to find that victory. Today, is that going to be a similar situation? We will still have to wait and see, because series number 3 will be up in a little bit. That's C8 Stealth going up against C8 Legacy. This is the battle of the brothers once again. Callie and I are going to take a quick short break. When we come back, it's going to be me and Fasha Bunny for the next 2 series. Don't worry, Callie will still be back to close off the day. Welcome back to the Call of Duty Mobile Garena Master Season 2, the road to redemption. Day number 7 of the group stages focuses in on Group C, and so far we have seen the true dominance shown out there by Smart Omega as well as Tyrant Esports as they continue to conquer out this group. The brothers C8 Stealth as well as C8 Legacy, they are struggling at the bottom, 3 wins apiece for both of them, and now they take each other on. For this particular series, you've got me, the Mustachio AJ, alongside the one and only Fasha Bunny here as your shoutcasters.
Thank you, thank you. Amazing intro. And for those of you guys who are probably wondering where are the rest of the teams, we have to actually give a little bit of, how do I say, reminders or maybe a little bit of recap. Group C as well as Group B is done. So we're continuing with the leftovers groups that are not done yet to actually qualify themselves to the playoff, which is Group A, right here with Smart Omega, Tyrant Esports, C8 Legacy, as well as CA Stealth. And there's one more team haven't yet done yet for their depths to actually go to the playoff, which is on Sunday. So that's still too soon. Not yet. We're gonna focus on Group A first. Let's take a look how it will be done for the C8 Stealth, who is going to fight off with their big brother C8 Legacy, who guys have to check out. The first match was Tyrant Esports, who bags out 2 points from CXTEL, who we didn't even thought that CXTEL would actually able to take out one map from their hands. But then moving towards to the second match, C8 Legacy with Omega, Smart Omega. Wow. Who I mean, I guess we couldn't be saying that we're surprised already because we know how they are. Their performance are very well known, they are amazing. But C8 Legacy, that was their only chance, and unfortunately a lot of mistakes has been done, and for the next one they cannot do any more damage on their reputation. AJ.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. So the situation here is C8 Stealth might have an opportunity. Okay, the bigger probability here lies with C8 Legacy. And let me explain why. Because C8 Stealth has already taken up the fight against Tyrant Esports and they pulled away one single victory. The next 2 series here for C8 Stealth is against their big brothers, who they clearly have not been able to do all that too greatly against. They took a loss the last time around as well, only managing to pull away a single map. And they also have Smart Omega to go up against. And we've seen the trend of Smart Omega. They love those donuts. They love the 3-0. They love to serve it up hot. They love to serve it up absolutely cold sometimes. But either way, it always ends up as a dominant victory for them. So the probability of C8 Stealth beating Smart Omega is quite low, and the probability of them turning things around against C8 Legacy is low as well, looking at how C8 Legacy is I guess the A squad, if you want to compare them head to head. But them taking on the players of C8 Stealth, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, might just be on their side, because if they can 3-0 C8 Stealth here and then later on take the victory against Tyrant Esports as well, C8 Legacy stands a chance to make it through to the playoffs. Freezy, Hit X, Justin, Mark, Mids, as well as Seven step up to the plate once again to represent the C8 clan.
I'm loving it. I mean, there is still hope. You're giving a lot of that motion to say, if if that C8 Legacy pull up their own weight, they gotta double down their game again, because the fact is losing those maps against the side of Smart Omega, it's not smart choice definitely, but C8 Legacy still have the chance if they actually maintain a great composure and especially learn from those mistakes. Because every single time, not only from the past of Search and Destroy, I gotta say, when I saw you and Callie was casting, I even asked myself, like, why would you leave it so open? And that diffuser was just, you can see from the faces of Smart Omega, they didn't even thought it was going to be that easy. And C8 Legacy, they really got to learn from those mistakes, and they got to pull it through, fighting off with their little brothers right here, C8 Stealth, even though they're not doing so well. And we keep on telling, or even to those who are watching, they keep on saying C8 Stealth could be the weakest team here in the group. But despite whatever, the right game on the first round, fighting off with Tyrant Esports really surprised us to actually steal that one map from Tyrant Esports hands. And we got Chroma, Gramus, Hardzy, Iron Feast, Cookie, and Zero pulling through that first map. But then again, two maps is done by Tyrant Esports. So right now, fighting off with their big brothers, this is their halfway through to actually pull through. If they are able to pass it out, it's gonna be a great fight between these two brother civil war. AJ.
With the single victory that they have managed to acquire for themselves against Tyrant Esports earlier on, put them straight up against the players of C8 Legacy. Now C8 Stealth and C8 Legacy are both equal. They are standing toe-to-toe in the number of wins as well as number of losses at the very bottom of the bracket. And C8 Legacy, I mean, basically either C8 Legacy or C8 Stealth, it can be either one of them, but they have to win all 6 matches that they take in the 2 series, right? They have to win all 6 maps, which is why I say the probability of C8 Legacy making it through is slightly higher in comparison to C8 Stealth, because C8 Legacy has already done and dusted with a Smarter Mega, but C8 Stealth, on the other hand, they still need to move through against C8 Omega later on. 7 goes up against 7 in this.
I mean, is this the? I'm not sure if this is the right name. I think this is not. It's probably a mix up from the names from the graphic itself. But yeah, I mean, it's amazing from the side of C8 Stealth and C8 Legacy. Despite whatever it is, the points really goes out to C8 Legacy. Not so much. Not to say that there's like a gap between these two players or from the team of C8 Stealth and C8 Legacy, but the W still stands just like how it is. It's still balanced between these two teams. They are still tied up, and it can happen to anything. It can anything can happen at this point. But returning back to the maps and modes right here, the coin toss really goes out to C8 Stealth. Hopefully they don't make the same mistake that C8 Legacy have done. They actually ban the raid, as well as from C8 Legacy they have actually banned Hacienda. Sparrow is out, Analyzer is out, so it's gonna be Purifier. I'm liking the C8 Stealth that decided to actually play a little bit safe for this fight. And on the other hand, they pick on Firing Rage for Hardpoint, as well as Raid Domination. The map that, it's a 50-50 kind of ish situation, AJ.
I am surprised here because this is the coin toss win of C8 Stealth, and C8 Legacy lost the SND at standoff to C8 Stealth. So I don't know what C8 Legacy is playing at here. Maybe they are confident that they can make this comeback in here. I mean, they have been defeated at standoff SND not once, but twice now by both C8 Stealth as well as Smarter Mega. And Smarter Mega has defeated them at standoff SND twice back to back. So that's 3 times they have taken this L. And yet they still choose to drop by this map for an SND match. I don't know what they're trying to prove, but whatever it is, I hope C8 Stealth takes advantage of this pick and manages to steal a win away. Because if C8 Legacy gets caught out and C8 Stealth manages to catch their big brothers off guard here and somehow find 3 maps of victories and then later on go on to perform against Smarter Mega as well, my mind will be blown.
I definitely agree. I definitely agree on that, because the fact that C8 Stealth has the coin toss, they are actually the one who controls the game for the first round, especially on that hard point. I'm living it, because the fact is they're already prepared to actually conquer the Firing Rage, and they actually have a great potential there. Despite there's a lot of mistakes fighting off with Tyrant Esports, but I think they know what they're going down with. But back to the C8 Legacy that you're talking about, I guess they don't know anymore. They don't have any choice anymore, AJ. That's the reason why.
They do have choices. I mean, there are 7 maps in rotation. 2 get banned. You still get to pick out of 5 maps, and
they're not confident with any other map. That's the problem. They know they don't have any potential with any other maps, and if despite whatever it is, they're already accustomed to stand off, and they say like, might as well just go down here again and again.
and this is going to be the 5th standoff SND that C8 Legacy is going to be playing through the group stages, which is a little crazy, okay? The probability of that happening is so low, and they have managed to just throw themselves into that equation. But they now hold a 25% win rate at SND standoff. And literally at the exact same game mode and exact same, map, they have a 75% lose rate. I mean, obviously, like, you get 25% win rate, right? Which is not really the great stat. So I really do not know exactly what's going on through their minds. I wish them all the best. And at the very same time, I really want to see C8 Stealth show us that the road to redemption is a theme that they want to hold true to and show us exactly how far their hearts can take them. Because once again, if they manage to do this, I'm going to have my mind blown. But of course, against C8 Legacy, it might be possible. But, against Smart Omega later on, it's still going to be a challenge nonetheless, Fasha.
AJ,
We got, man. Come on, production.
Scam dulu. That's what we always say in Malaysia. Scam dulu. And a little bit of scamming to our side. We thought it was actually the right map, but a slight mistake or mishap from the graphics. But this is slight. I mean, don't put on too much pressure on the production. They're trying their best, AJ. They're trying their best. But on the other hand, this is the right map that C8 Stealth as well as C8 Legacy has actually chosen. Take Off Hardpoint. Okay, I'm loving this. I know for the fact that C8 Legacy won there, and it's actually surprising that C8 Stealth actually going to, contest it. They're actually challenging C8 Legacy at their own map. And on the other hand, C8 Legacy decided to actually put out at the firing range, and this is actually the only map that C8 Legacy haven't fight off for the Search and Destroy, AJ.
So, yeah. What is going on here? I mean, okay, initially, I was calling out C8 Legacy for pulling a losing map, and now it's C8 Stealth that brings in a map that they had already lost to C8 Legacy on. They got taken down 150 to 131. That being said, 7 was a monster on that, sorry, not 7. On the side of C8 Stealth, it was Iron Fist. Iron Fist was a monster in that matchup, but still he couldn't really best 7 overall, who was quite the dominating killer on that field, right? But now going in for the pick on to take off Hardpoint, I'm truly confused with the chances that C8 Stealth has in here. But Slums Domination, this was the map. This was the game mode that the players of C8 Stealth managed to steal away from Smart Omega. So the probability of them doing it once again to C8 Legacy might just be there, Fasha. Even if they flunk out at the takeoff Hardpoint, they still do have a chance at Slums Domination.
Agreed. I agree on that. And the fact that I think C8 Legacy also haven't actually played off at Slum Domination is going to be a surprise for them. They will not... there are one map, they're actually already accustomed. They already know what the C8 Stealth is about to do. On the side of Slums Domination, they're going to be surprised, and they're probably figuring out what is C8 still trying to do now? Oh my God, we got to figure out this motion and every single movement to actually fight off with the C8 Stealth. Again, this is 50-50. I gotta say, C8 Stealth is probably actually pulling out a little bit of statement out there as well. And on the side for C8 Legacy, they got to figure out here to know whether or not C8 Stealth is actually giving a win for them or actually making them even more embarrassed around this Garena group stage of Call of Duty Mobile Masters Season number 2. And right now we're taking off to the take-off match right this instant. Hardpoint match. Let's take a look who will get that points. Is going to be the C8 Legacy first, but it's a little bit slow response from the side of C8 Stealth, but they're coming through with the Crazy. But no, not even a chance, because the fact is Legacy is actually punishing C8 Stealth for the mistakes.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, step after step they take, but they get taken down halfway through the play. Haven't even been able to contest for the Hardpoint. But as I say, Gramus just slides on in, holding it on for C8 Stealth, while the rest of their players take on the players of C8 Legacy and shut them down. And now this is the opportunity for C8 Stealth to make that comeback, but they have to keep an eye on that second floor of Aurora Launch. But as I say that, that's exactly what happens. And the players of C8 Legacy now very quickly hopping on right back into the hill. But this time around, the engagements are not as one-sided as we started this game on with. C8 Stealth slowly recovering their pace.
With right now at the moment, with points goes out to C8 Legacy. A few more points. They are already at the non-points, and this is going to be tough. With 3 players coming through, Hit X. Oh, is the only one left. That's going to be hard on the side of Legacy, but it's okay. Miss coming through right now, but no, not even a chance to the side of C8 Legacy, because Stealth is coming back for the respawn. They're actually going to go in for the rush and going to actually control the P2 very well.
It's pretty cool. Now as C8 Legacy finds the dominating play on this P2, it is C8 that holds on to the spawns, and using those spawns, they are able to throw in the numbers, and they might be able to make a comeback in here, but it's all going to be in the hands of Gramus. Can he hold on to the spawn? He gets challenged by HitX, and HitX very quickly and easily takes him away from that anchor position, and now the spawns are given over to C8 Legacy. Freezy with a double, gets traded out by Gramus' Thumper, but the next gen will be the MVP at that P2 as C8 Legacy finds their way right back into this match. Hunter Killer Drone comes out for the play. Is it going to bag anyone? The answer is no, as it hits the wall. Smack dab, 37-38. C8 Stealth not wanting to give this match away all that too easily. Goes in for that final second challenge, and an early setup at P3 alongside that sentry. They've gotten hold of that anchor position as well, which means the favorable spawns to C8 Stealth.
Definitely, the orientation really goes out to them. Let's see if they can actually defend it out. So far, it's a back and forth fight with Iron Fist already with the Purifier, making sure that the second floor of the Aurora Lord will be not taken down. Alright, spray it out with that barbecue right this into the side of Legacy. Not even a chance. 3 players tucking down already. Amazing job from Iron Fist right now. He's doing well with the Predator Missile as well. Hey, he's gonna clear out 3 players straight away. That is amazing from Iron Fist. Not even a chance for the C8 Stealth to actually make sure the Legacy breaks it out.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. C8 Stealth now, amazing run through this hardpoint matchup, reaching that halfway point of 75, and C8 Legacy finds the break at the very exact moment. Hunter Killer Drone out for the play, will not find anyone this time around for the side of C8 Stealth, and as C8 Legacy makes their way back in here, they have to take control of that spawn as well. And yes, they do that exactly at that very moment. They have got the spawns, they've got the P3, and they also have the early rotations into P4. C8 Stealth, on the other hand, they need to make up for lost time as they spawn out of Aurora launch. They are a little too far away for the engagements of those P4 plays.
With the P4 right now, already going for the early rotation for the side of C8 Legacy. They're actually the side of Aurora launch to a point that left out control center right here, and C8 Legacy is just going to punish them on this side because they know early rotation is going to actually build themselves up, and at this moment points are coming in, but they finally break it out. Iron Fist is doing well. He is undestructible. This is going to be the MVP for tonight. I'm impressed with the side of C8 Stealth. Iron Fist is doing a great game changer for the side of Stealth, but unfortunately still goes out to the C8 Legacy right now. They break through, but still Cookie coming in. He clears it out. He's going to make sure the rest of the C8 Legacy will be clear as well, and unfortunately 7 comes in and making sure that the point still goes out to Legacy.
Amazing plays comes through here for C8 Legacy as they find their way right back into this matchup, not allowing C8 Stealth to run away with it just yet. And it was all about the break of that P3 and the early setup of the spawns for P4 that has brought so much of the momentous push right back into the game for the side of C8 Legacy. And now they head back in here for the reset of the hard spawns and reset of the hard point, and they will be in front. But as I say that, C8 Stealth now tries to play catch-up gameplay. None of the players at the hard point as C8 Legacy manages to go out there, severing their die, severing their approach towards this hard point, and will be able to pick up a couple for themselves. Cookie right back in here for the play. It's just swinging back and forth like a pendulum between these two.
Exactly. It's literally saying whoever actually gets the first point and controls it very well, and it actually goes back when it comes to P4, it goes back to another team, and then when it comes to P2, it goes back to another team. This is actually a way how teams actually not consistent in how their movement is. They gotta control. They gotta be a really, really constructive motion when it comes to controlling. And right here, C8 Legacy backs again. This P1, the reset, it still goes out the points to side of C8 Legacy. And nevertheless, right here, they're trying to contest. Nope, not even a chance.
Wow.
Freezy will not allow it. And right here, going back to the launch tester, this is not gonna be easy for the side of C8 Stealth.
Yeah, but once again, C8 Stealth, they are holding on to the spawns here, and as long as they do not get removed from that anchor position once again, they should be able to send in reinforcement after reinforcement, and for the time being, it seems to serve them well. Yes, they win the gunfight through Iron Fist as well. Can he get another? Yes, he does, and this is that comeback from C8 Stealth instead. Chroma, Cookie for the backup as well, but C8 Stealth hold on to all of these points, and the break attempt coming through from C8 Legacy as they hop on through from scaffolding. 7 gets the break, and the hard point is now in the hands of C8 Legacy.
Yep, it's amazing, even though with a great defense coming from the side of C8 Stealth, but it's still back and forth. And right now, at the moment, with Legacy really doing well, P2 will be controlled, and A great job with Miz right here. One more play to go. He figures it out. Amazing. Not even a chance for the CXL to break through. P2 might be able to take down by C Legacy, but it's still not done yet because we are going to see the game changer. The all determinating will be at the P3 at that state.
Oh, amazing plays by Freezy, even to those final seconds as they tick down. They want to win those gunfights. They want to win the hard point. Such a close match between the two brothers. And Freezy turns around 180, but Mids helps him out halfway through to shut down the approach from Iron Fist as well as Kramus. And now as CH Stealth struggles to get to the next hard point, they secure the spawns first. And yes, the anchor position held on once again by Cookie and then gets the spawns out to the other players. But Mids and Hit X, they step on away from their position, shut down the approaches of C8 Stealth, and this might just be the game-winning maneuver for C8 Legacy.
Despite whatever it is, C8 Stealth has done so well at the beginning rounds. They did a great, well-done job to control it, especially with Iron Fist right there, doing such a wonderful job controlling that P3. But nevertheless, this P3 will not go down to the C8 Stealth. It will go down to C8 Legacy instead. The reset has been done. They will win this map for their hands.
I once again do not agree with the takeoff being picked, because they have already been defeated, So I really don't understand exactly what CH Stealth was thinking when they picked the takeoff map. They won the coin toss. Lady Luck smiled at them, but they looked at Lady Luck and they told her, we do not need your luck. We will take the same map and we will try to beat them. And try they did. They tried very well. They got the 125-point mark. They were toe-to-toe with their big brothers. But towards the end, the story just changed so much because Freezy 7, they all found their momentum towards the end of the game. And it was just the breaking of the anchor positions of C8 Stealth that they were taking on so early on that C8 Legacy found their momentum from. And towards the end, it just got into such an easy motion for them to wrap things up.
Exactly. I feel like there are certain motion, or should I say certain heals, they are able to actually hold the ground, they're able to defend it and actually break it out. But there are certain heals they have difficulty, and that is something they have to learn and they have to practice more. They have to figure out why is it that for certain motion or certain heals or certain hard point they're able to actually control very well. But on the other hand, we can see that once the reset has been done, Seed progression decided to I guess the decreases, the momentum decided to decrease. CA Legacy took over that motion and they decided to say like, okay, we're seeing that CA Stealth has slowed down and right now this is the moment for them to be taken down. And this is so sad to see if we compare to the previous one. CA Legacy, who had done better on the first half of that double robin, and here on out it looks even worse than the first half. And again, it's the same how you said just now, EJ. Why do you decided to pick the same map that you have lost to your own brothers?
I don't know what they were trying to prove, but yeah, and you are right. They lost it slightly worse. The last time it was at least 131. This time they couldn't even reach 131. I guess the thought that crossed their mind was, oh goodness me, we got so close to taking them down. Maybe we can get there this time around.
Maybe. Who knows? I guess so, because the fact that they feel like there's something that they might actually be able to change around right here for this double robin. And this is what it's all about. When it comes to the second half double robin, you got to learn from your mistakes. And I think they wanted to learn from their mistake, but it's still the same thing. Just like you said that you have learned from your mistake, but your action does not prove it. It means that you're still making the same mistake over and over again and you're still losing. And this is something that you really need to learn when it comes to going to the playoff. I mean, we already give that hope because the fact that these two teams, they're already tied up, but again, with the map has already been won to the Legacy, they are now leading with 1 point left behind CX Stealth. But Search and Destroy here on out, this is the map that has been chosen by Legacy, and they are figuring out ways to actually, change out that stand-off mistake they have done with this Smart Omega.
Yeah, let's see exactly what they pull off in here as the firing range setup now comes through. Kramus manages to thump out Freezy, and C8 Stealth have got the advantage in terms of numbers. Cookie readjusts his crosshair as Mid shuts down two players back-to-back to put C8 Legacy right back into the play.
Nicely done by Miss right here, making sure that the A will not be taken down by the Stealth at the moment while they were trying to get in. But Legacy will not give that chance. And right here, Cookie, trying to figure out trying to figure out how to defend it out. He's trying to pick it up, but not seeing anyone from that trailing side. If he can only spot out, because 3 players is already there, they gotta maintain to defend that A side, AJ.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. But now C8 Legacy, they are already on the approach for the bomb to be able to pick it up in the next second now as 7 tries to hold on to an aggressive push, but Cookie punishes 7 with the backstab. Manages to nick the wall a little bit as well for a wallbang kill, but the bomb now, it should be planted out by Mark and Mids holding the defense here. It's a 3v2. And the potential of C8 Stealth picking this victory up is quite high. As they position themselves, and Cookie puts them in the 100% win position right now. It's a 3v1, and Cookie aggresses on and gets the quick flick against Mid.
That was so good, Cookie! The indestructible taking down one after another. He is a game changer. Definitely 1 point really goes out to him. He is all out on that field, making sure that CXL will take down C8 Legacy, even though the ball was going down. That was amazing. But let's see if they can actually control this again, because the fact is C8 Legacy will definitely respond it back.
Yeah, let's see if they pull this off right. 1-0 so far. C8 Stealth as they set themselves up for a 2-1-2 split on the defensive side. A very aggressive Cookie is hunting for those kills. Wallbang after wallbang, he takes those blind shots, hoping to get lucky. But luck is something he should not be depending on when he goes up against C8 Legacy. It is all of the strategy that's going to be important here as Mark takes out the trophy system, goes in for the shot against Kramus, and there was a little iron fist behind the corner of the bomb site, but gets shut down by Mark, and that quick flick. Amazing plays out of C8 Legacy now as they shut down the players of C8 Stealth one after the other. Bomb planted 5v2. This looks like an impossible retake for C8 Stealth.
We're 7 right now, gonna do a little bit of backstab. He's gonna see it through to the side. Cookie gotta be careful right here, and he shuts down Cookie. One more play to go, and hits takes down Chroma. A great run formation and rotation from the side of Legacy. This is the comeback. This is what we're talking about. C8 Legacy is learning every single progression that C8 Stealth is doing, and they will be punishing you for making the same mistake and using the same rotation and tactic over and over again.
Yeah, man. The last time C8 Legacy went up against C8 Stealth, the S&D was won by C8 Stealth. Let's see if they can pull that off once again. 6-3 was the score the last time round. Kramus bags out Freezy, but gets traded out by 7. 7 bags 2. 0 was the final takedown in that engagement as 7 looks for yet another. Chroma trades him out with the CDR4. And now that's a 2v2. And it's all left in the balance, but a quick slide by Mark, and he gets the snipe onto Chroma. Amazing plays of the sniper. And C8 Legacy once again pull in yet another round.
Nicely done, nicely done. The aggression to the side of the B was not even controlled by the Legacy from the side of Stealth at all. They know where to get it down, and despite whatever it is, that aggression really pulled through to the side of Legacy. But on the other hand, right here, they actually figured out to switch up the tactic to actually confuse the Stealth right now. But Stealth does not allow it. They say that, okay, there's a possibility they might go to the A side, but still, C8 Legacy still playing it safe, trying to keep it cool, and Mark shuts down Cookie. One more play to go. Okay, a little bit mistake there, a little bit of miscalculation, but it's okay. Iron Fist going to control it. He's trying to spot out from that toilet side. Can he actually see it? No, he missed it out as well. 2 plays right in front of him. He's still trying to get it. Again, luck is not going to be on your side, but no! Both of them shots up, but Frizzy with that grenade, AJ!
First, the hit mark by Mark first, and then, of course, that Sticky manages to finish things off. Kramus, immediate takedown, goes in for the slide, but Freezy with the reposition gets that headshot with the quick scope. And now, Mark as well as Freezy, the double snipe setup out of C8 Legacy just looks so formidable on this firing range S&D. And C8 Stealth doesn't seem to have a cure or a fix for this. And Freezy, what a final kill.
Yeah, what a beautiful kill with that Thumper. Great, well done job. Especially when the fact that C8 was actually trying to go in for the spot of that tower, but still, it really has a bad situation from the side of C8 still. I mean, C8 Legacy formation, perfection. Chef kiss to the side. And right now, they're going back to the B, and this is going to confuse again to the side of CSA. They shut down everyone, but right now, C8 Stealth has already been alert, and they're coming in for the push. 7 will be aware right here at the side of the tires, waiting for them to go in. Iron Fist hasn't spotted yet, but he spots one raise, but unfortunately runs away, but oh, shuts down by head ace instead.
Yeah, the C8 Legacy, they are ready for a victory here. They are pushing for exactly that. Once again, in order to be able to make it through to the playoffs, C8 Legacy needs to win every single match against C8 Stealth. And then later, when they take on Tyrant Esports, they need to win every single match there as well. And only then will they be able to make it through to the playoffs. And Tyrant Esports, on the other hand, they still have a opportunity to play survival as long as they can nick off a map or two from Smart Omega and, of course, maintain their pressure on C8 and pull their win off there as well. Still a lot left in the mix here. We do not know who's going to be making it through to the playoffs for sure, Fasha.
Agreed. C8 Legacy controlling the motion, especially remembering how Gaijin broke as well as at Group B. They did a wonderful job. We really thought that C8 Jukes will actually go in for the push, but coming back, this is like a repeat of what happened during the Group C. But oh, Cookie shuts down Max literally right here. Okay, C8 Stealth is coming back. Unfortunately, still losing their two players. The number still goes out to C8 Legacy. Right now, Frizzy been shuts down. Chroma right now trying to spray it out, but they able to defuse the bomb, AJ.
Yeah, amazing stuff now in C8 Legacy. Match point. To close this off 5-1. They have been able to keep this pressure up. And C8 Stealth, if they do not find... I mean, even if they do find a way to make their way back into this, it just seems to be a little bit too round for a wrap-up out of C8 Legacy because it's too tough. And as C8 Stealth takes the attacking round, they are met with multiple grenades as well as thumper shots, and they back away from the approach.
Yep, and at the moment right now, trying to actually hold the ground. They don't want to overextend themselves at the moment. They know for a fact that they don't want to make any more mistakes. With C8 Legacy just takes one more point to win it all, to win this map especially. It's going to be all down pressure to the neck at the moment. With Cookie trying to spot the enemy from the trailer side. There are some damage throughout to the side of Legacy, but it's not going to be enough. Legacy, on the other hand, they put on two players at the B side, two players at the A side. A great rotation. They don't know for sure which side will be taken out from Stealth. But then again, this is a great because anything can happen if they go to the A side. It's still going to be maintained. But two players at that mid side, okay, and gonna be mid out with hit right there. Oh, he shuts down one, but he's traded off by Iron Fit as well. Numbers still equalized, but on the other hand, Fiji shuts down Chroma as well, with three players still standing to the side of Stealth.
Let's see what they can do. My goodness, with Freezy bagging the double there, it all seems to be over for C8 Stealth. And Iron Fist, he has been having a terrible game day in here. Not only is he on a negative KD, I really do not know if he even managed to pick up more than 3 kills out there on the battlefield. C8 Legacy wraps up such a dominant S&D against C8 Stealth, who thought they had it played well against their big brothers.
When we saw how C8 Legacy was doing such a terrible mistake with the side of Smart Omega, fighting off with their little brother is not so hard. They're doing so well. They're actually redeeming themselves, just how the team of our Garena Mercedes redemption. So far, it's going smooth. Still, points goes out to them, and I feel like they're getting closer and closer to actually tied up with the side of Tyrant Esports. Just a little bit more, they might be able to pull it through to actually change the game and become that top 2 who qualifies to the playoff. But then again, this is going to be another game that will be waiting for them right here with the C8 Stealth. But going back to the post-game breakdown, the points really goes out to the C8 Legacy, seeing how Freezy with the 11 kills, and I mean, C8 Stealth, they don't know what was going on at that match, AJ.
I was confident Iron Fist didn't get more than 3 kills, but I did not expect to see just a single kill from the guy. And not only that, Chroma as well as Zero picking up 1 each. That's obviously unacceptable if they are looking for serious wins against C8 Legacy. It was an amazing takeoff match that they gave away to C8 Legacy, and this match, obviously, they didn't give it away, but there was just no try-hard moments out there from the side of C8 Stealth. It was just way too easy, a walkover victory for C8 Legacy, and now it all comes down to one final opportunity. Slums domination. This is the map. This is the game mode that C8 Stealth managed to steal away 1 game from Smart Omega. Can they now do that against C8 Legacy as well?
Yep, definitely. It was a surprise, especially on that day itself, because we saw how dominant was Smart Omega towards the side of CA Stealth, and seeing how CA Stealth was, we keep on saying they're the little brothers of C8 Legacy. Who would have thought with C8 Legacy couldn't even back any W from the hands of Smart Omega, the little brothers could do it. And I feel like to top it off all off, it's surprising that with Smart Omega they couldn't do it, but to Smart Omega they couldn't do it, but then to CX Stealth they could have done it. But still, now fighting with their big brothers, it's like CX Stealth is already giving up halfway, and I really hope they don't do it again, because the fact is they still have two more match to go. They're going to fight off with another team right after this, but here on out, Slumps domination, I think it really goes out to CX Stealth, back again to them.
Absolutely right. And C8 Legacy, if they can get this victory here, then they are right back in the race, and it will go down to the series number 5 of the day that we will witness. And that is going to be the match of Tyrant Esports versus C8 Legacy. Winner will probably make it through to the playoffs. And they are going to be hoping and praying that Smart Omega beats Tyrant Esports 3-0 so that it can still keep their hopes of in the competition alive here, Fasha.
Agreed. The fact that C8 Legacy is still on the run, there's no chance. There's no how do I say a permanent mark right here. There's no for sure yet who will actually go in for the playoffs there, because the fact is everybody's still on the run for the money. They
Yep.
still have the chance to actually go for the playoff, even though Tyrant is still at that top 2 with Smart Omega. There's no doubt about it, they're definitely at that top with already with more than 11 wins already in their hands. So
Yeah.
there's only one team left, only one team. These 3 teams still competing, and this is really surprising when it comes to the double Robin side. This is their only chance to pull it through, and we're able to take a look of how C8 Stealth as well as C8 Legacy goes in for those power positioning energy. Right here, everybody getting their own home base points, but C8 Iron Fist coming through from the mid lane from the sculptor. He takes down one, but no, he's been traded off. So unfortunately, the side of Legacy, they're gonna go in for the push.
Yep, the B flag takeover now coming through for the side of C8 Legacy. They've got the numbers, but look at this. C8 Stealth winning a majority of their battles in this B flag at statue, and they should be able to put their markers on there now, but not enough time to close things off, as they do not have an overextension of players in towards the dumpster as well as broken. And through that position, you see the appearance of C8 Legacy, and they shut down the approaches. They also take the memorial side as well to manage to pull off a solid flank. And now the B flag on the tees for the side of C8 Legacy.
With amazing positioning coming in from the system, I'm loving it. It's a little bit passive, but then again, good positioning, but it still goes out to C8 Legacy, who wins all of those gunfights. And despite with a great points and angles, they're able to cover it up. They couldn't actually fight off with the power that C8 Legacy has brought up into the battlefield, and still trying to actually goes in to the broken wall, and they're not actually contested. It's a little bit slow paced, if I must say so myself. Stealth gotta get in for those gunfights and actually contest it. And again, they're still actually being a little bit too passive, AJ.
Yep, 25-19. C8 Legacy will most definitely appreciate the passive approaches by C8 Stealth, as they are looking for that strong victory over them, and they'll take the passive approach anytime. Overextension, though, coming through from the one and only Chroma. He wins his gunfight, and he will manage to pressure the players of C8 Legacy just a little bit. Can he continue surviving? And now, Chroma, overextension. He's going to be able to play the distraction, whereas the rest of his team members will be able to go in for the play, but he just dies a little too early. But that is a success either way, as C8 Stealth pulls the B flag to their side.
Amazing. The confusion really goes out to Stealth at the moment, but let's see if they can control it very well at the moment with 2 players coming through. Even we can see at the side of Legacy right here. Oh, 7 coming in. Hadzi able to penetrate to the side of Memorial right now. Amazing job coming through. They're not going to give up that B flag very well at the moment side with Legacy. Having a difficulty to even get to the B side. Very well done defense coming through from the side of Stealth right this instant. Coming in. Hadzi just a little bit too picky right here, but he shuts down from the side of Hut. Hit X as well. And right now, Broken Wall will be taken down from the side of Legacy right here. They're going in for the push. They're trying to get in. They're trying to figure out how to actually get in. 49 points to the side of Stealth at the moment right now. Not even a chance for the Legacy to go in. But Justin pulls it through. Finally clears out one player, but Krem is right here, clears out with double Garena. This is an amazing defense coming out from the C8. Krem is right this instant. AJ, are you seeing this, AJ? This is amazing from the side of C8 Stealth. Not only that, and we can figure it out right now at the moment with 61 points. Finally, they're able to actually pull through with that double pack. So C8 Stealth had do a little bit of that damage, and they're right now trying to chase up to the point. It's still a back and forth fight between C8 Legacy and C8 Stealth.
And that's something that you just did not expect to see. C8 Stealth making the stellar comeback, but with C8 Legacy holding the triple cap now for just a few seconds, that will push them towards that halfway point a little bit faster in comparison to their brothers who only have that A flag. Freezy trying to steal that away as well, goes in for the overextension. But I love this because C8 Stealth, before the half is over, they managed to steal the better side. They managed to flip the spawns at least for a little bit, but that's something that they should have gone in for much earlier. And I just don't know why teams do not focus in on that play a little bit sooner rather than so much later in these matches. But this time around, C8 Stealth, they start from the favorable side. Let's see what they can do with it.
Exactly. This is exactly that we saw the mistakes that have been done by the side of C8 Legacy. They keep on focusing the wrong flag. But right now, fighting off with the C8 Stealth, they learned their lesson and they're able to actually pull it through. B right now trying to get in. Let's see if C8 Stealth can actually do a great capture as well as defense, with Hazu right here maintaining to actually make sure all of those who are right in the mid lane can clear out. Great job Hazu, one play, but he also gets shut down. But nevertheless, Cookie will actually be there right here to control it all, but he also gets shut down, and it's gonna be an opening for the side of Legacy to go into the side of E.
Let's see exactly what they can now grab from this at C8 Legacy. It goes in for a very aggressive push for the B flag, and manages to grab it before Kramers could do anything about that with his little purifier in hand. If only the purifier was there a little bit earlier, it might have been a different story. What a smoke by C8 Stealth, just to obscure the vision of C8 Legacy as they make their appearance through the graves out of church. And when they make their way through that little corner, C8 Stealth already has everything covered up already. And you can see the overextension from Hit X now as they go out there for the battle. But look at this sentry gun set up to look towards Memorial side. And the backstab from the one and only Cookie will be able to give C8 Stealth a little bit more of the pressure. Double sentry set up now for the side of C8 Stealth to make sure C8 Legacy does not step on board to that B-flag anymore.
Amazing gameplay coming through to the side of C8 Stealth, but right here we can see Seven trying to get in, trying to make sure that he can be shut down, but no, not even a chance. Cookie is maintaining. He's making sure that no one goes through to the side of B. He's clearing out everyone from the broken house right here. One more crazy one. Kennedy shuts down one more. Oh, unfortunately he's been shut down by Seven, but it's okay. Damage has been done right this instant. C8 Stealth will be able to chase out, but Seven coming in for the push, trying to actually chase up, trying to clear out from that spawn side, and they're also trying to actually maintain and defense on that Memorial.
But C8 Legacy, they're trying for two things at the same time. They're trying to win the B flag and they're also trying to flip the spawn. They have to choose one objective, and now finally they change the objective to flipping the spawn. Cluster Strike will hold on to the pressure that C8 Stealth has at the B flag, and the rest of them can just focus in on taking the fight up to C8 Legacy. This is that comeback. This is the play out of C8 Stealth that we've been waiting to see for so long now. Chroma, Purifier in hand, can take the backstab, gets the double kill. Can he get the triple one right after this? Yes, he spots mids out. Purifier ain't able to reach up just yet. Mids turns around but still gets eaten up by the Purifier. C8 Stealth, they have this game in hand. And yes, Chroma brings out another sentry as well. Predator Missile will come in for the pop in a little bit. And C8 Stealth, what we have been missing all this while, we finally get to spot Pasha.
Yup, definitely. This is the fight that we're looking for from the side of C8 Stealth. The damage has been done. C8 Stealth is doing well, even though that C8 Legacy trying to spawn, to flip the spawn as well and trying to get to the A side. It's not going to be able to be doing so. But nevertheless, one player coming through, two players, nope, shuts down straight away. C8 Stealth does not allow it. The point still goes out to them. They will be able to win it out and finally equalize the numbers. The wins is still on the loose right now. We are not sure who's going to actually qualify themselves to the playoff, AJ.
Oh, C8 Stealth. What a play. And with this victory, C8 Stealth have only gone ahead to help out Tyrant Esports. Now, Tyrant Esports just needs to hope, just needs to pray that they can beat C8 Legacy 3-0. Worst case scenario, 2-1 to still be able to stand a chance to make it through to the playoffs. What a play here from C8 Stealth. Never say die attitude, even down to the very end. Amazing stuff. What we expected we could not find in the first or second match, but they finally delivered. Good on them, Vasha.
Really, really good on them, and something that we also expected out because we saw how they were during the first half of the double robin. Who would have thought they'd be able to beat Smart Omega, which a team that none of the groups inside the group B or group A could actually fight off again. Smart Omega has done a wonderful job to steal much of the maps from the hands of the Tyrant Esports, especially to the C8 Legacy as well. But here on out, this is the map for the C8 style. This is their home base. Definitely no one can compete with them when it comes to domination, especially at the slum side. But you gotta actually not only control one map, you gotta make sure to control each other maps as well. The only one map is not gonna pull it through for the other playoff, because when it comes to playoff, you gotta be all rounded, not just for the domination. You gotta be pulling through for the search and destroy and the hardpoint. Unfortunately, for these two maps, C8 style still having a little bit of struggleness, AJ.
Oh, yeah, absolutely right. And C8 Legacy, a lot of questions will be posed here, but, I want to highlight how C8 Stealth has proven that the win that they took over Smart Omega was not a fluke, it was not by luck, but it was purely through mastery of Slum's domination. And they have proven themselves once again against a team that has taken them on and beaten them quite easily, against C8 Legacy themselves. Good on you, C8 Stealth. This is exactly what we needed. And once again, C8 Stealth, a team that is just so young, so new to the competition, to the pro scene. They do need their time in here together to make sure they build up on that chemistry, to make sure they build up on those team plays. And if they continue on in this way, we most definitely can rest assured that they will be one of the stars of the future. Even now, they are your rising stars.
They are. They are definitely is fighting off with their big brothers right here. Is such a different momentum we saw when it comes to when we see how the team of C8 Jukes fighting off. Oh, sorry, not C8 Jukes. My bad. Mamba Low Kings with Mamba Corinthians. When Mamba Corinthians pretty much really held their head down and say like, Mamba Low Kings, you are our big brothers. We're just gonna head like give a little bit of nod and say like you deserve that winning. But on this side of C8 State, they say no, you might be our big brothers, but we still dominate at that slum point, and saying that we might be able to tackle a little bit of pressure to your side and making sure that we get a little bit of win for ourselves as well. But nevertheless, the game is still on, guys. The game is still on. We still don't know what is going to happen, but at this moment, let's do a little bit of recap with 125.150 to the side of C8 Legacy. It's a really bad map to be choose by the side of C8 Stealth. They really wanted to do a comeback, but unfortunately, it does not go that way. It was backfired, and then going back to the firing range, C8 Legacy had it going down. They know what to do. They really chose the right map to take down C8 Stealth, but going back to the slums, C8 Stealth really proven themselves. This is their home base, AJ.
Absolutely right. And one needs to think what could have happened if C8 Stealth was a little bit more careful with their map pick at that hardpoint match. Because if at all they had picked a map that they were truly proficient on, where they have not taken an L against C8 Legacy in the past, perhaps that might have been the difference maker in the series. Perhaps that might have kept the hopes alive for not C8 Legacy, but for C8 Stealth instead. But that was not the case, as C8 Stealth made that huge mistake of moving in for the takeoff hardpoint map, a game mode where they had already been proven to not be able to pull anything away from, especially against their big brother C8 Legacy. But to prove themselves on that slums domination, I think that was what they desperately needed after that initial mistake at hardpoint, and they have redeemed themselves, Vasha.
Yep, definitely. With both teams right now, with 4 maps has been win by them. It's a tie again between these brothers as well as little brothers. And going back to the highlights again, takeoff. It could have been I gotta say it's a back and forth. Just like how you said, it was a pendulum swing between both of these two teams. The fact that during
Mm.
the beginning round, C8 stuff was doing so well, and I gotta give a highlight to Iron Fist. He was doing all the killings. He was making sure that the P3 for that first round was doing so well at that
Yeah.
takeoff. But then the moment the reset has been done, C8 stuff suddenly just lost all the momentums. AJ.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I don't know how that Freddy got the 3 kills, by the way, because I actually thought Hit X was a little bit too far. But it doesn't matter. Freddy got that 3 kills. And like you said, Iron Fist was the biggest game changer at the takeoff. But things were to change once again as the hard point went into reset. And we saw the comeback of C8 Legacy in those very final moments. And the SND was truly a one-sided match favoring C8 Legacy, Vasha.
Yep, yep. Even though with Cookie was doing a great numbers, especially a lot of kills for himself, not only him who's had to pull through the weight, man, because the fact is they gotta be everyone else. And unfortunately, with that number of kills that we saw, how Iron Fist was actually not actually performing to their perfection. Cookie was the only one who's trying his best. It still goes out to the side of the Legacy. And coming to the domination round, it was a slow pace. I gotta say, it was a little bit too passive, and I was already scared to the side of CXL. But then on that second half, suddenly Freezy was just freezing out everyone from the side of Legacy, not giving any chance, especially as well as Cookie. That was a great job with that SVD. He's making sure that the B flight will not be taken over by the C8 Legacy.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And of course, towards the end of this match, just like how we saw the final seconds comeback of C8 Legacy at Hardpoint, we saw that same exact quality out of C8 Stealth. They plucked this one out of nowhere, man. And the strategy of bringing out the cluster strike when they knew that C8 Legacy was aiming for the spawns was just chef's kiss. And I'll tell you why, right? Because they needed to double back down. They needed the numbers to win out all of those fights. And the moment they start winning out those fights, they then start pushing the line up, and they extended it all the way in towards the half of C8 Legacy. And instead of moving all the way through for a triple cap, they double took. They went in for the backstab through Graves, through Broken, and that is exactly what gave them the win towards the end. Of course, the little bit of an icing on the cake as well from Chroma Sentry here, just as a double backup towards the end to make sure they do not lose out that flag no matter what. And it was perfect. Freezy on the side of C8 Legacy picks up the title of Soldier of the Game with his impressive KD average of 1.79 through the average kills of 22.67 as well as the average deaths of 12.67.
Yep. Definitely really goes out to the C8 Legacy for this round. They pulled through 2 wins from the hands of C8 Stealth. It could, just like how you said, it could have been either way. It could have been to the side of C8 Stealth if they actually choose the right map. But then again, here on out, when it comes to raw maps, Legacy takes advantage of it and punishes it and making sure they come on top. But still, the question is, who will qualify themselves to the playoff? That is the question that really need to answer right now, AJ.
Absolutely right. Who makes it through to the playoffs? Which one of these teams, right? Is it going to be Tyrant Esports, who are already holding on to that second position, or will it be one of the C8 brands, C8 Legacy as well as C8 Stealth? But here's the thing. The condition that I mentioned was whether it be C8 Stealth or C8 Legacy, they need to get 6 back-to-back wins. And C8 Legacy, yes, they did get the victory, but they did not meet the condition of those 6 back-to-back wins. They have already dropped this one single map to the side of C8 Stealth, and that just makes the competition so much more difficult for them, Fasha. I don't know if or not they're going to be able to make it all the way through, especially when we have still got the matchup of Tyrant against C8 Legacy still on standby. And the last time they went up against each other, Tyrant took them down 2-1.
Yep, I totally agree. And the fact that Tyrant Esports, they also do a wonderful job previously, and they got, even though it was stolen by CA Stealth, they still maintain a great positioning. And I really remember you say Tyrant Esports got my Fasha buff, and I wonder if they still have it all. I don't know, because I am looking forward to cast their game as well after this. But who knows? So far right now, Tyrant Esports is doing well, but not so well as I was expecting. I really wanted a 3-0 for them. But let's see if they can pull it off next off for the next match that we are waiting off. You will be seeing the Tyrant Esports versus the Smart Omega, who we know for a fact that first half was really a struggle when it comes to Smart Omega. But let's see if this second half double robin will be a game changer for the Tyrant Esports. Right after this, we'll be back, guys. Don't go anywhere. And welcome back to Garena Call of Duty Mobile Masters Season number 2. You are watching with the caster himself, the AJ Mustache, the one and only. He's amazing. And partner up with me, Fasha Bunny, as well as the entire team who is actually doing such a wonderful job for the production side. I know there's a lot of missteps, so sorry, but nevertheless, we are pulling through for the day
Yes.
number 7, guys. Day number 7, and this is the biggest series ever because it is Tyrant Esports versus Smart Omega. 3 series is done. Right now, we're going on for the last 3 series for the Group A, AJ.
This is just on the side of C8 Legacy now, right? Because they had a big duty, and the duty was to make sure they put themselves on par at the very least, or just 1 point behind Tyrant Esports. And that did not happen. They only managed to get 2 victories, and therefore that ends up with C8 Legacy now having 5 points overall. Still, they are below Tyrant Esports, who have 7 wins so far. And if Tyrant Esports can continue their winning ways against Smart Omega now, they will be able to seal the deal. If they take the win against Smart Omega, it is guaranteed that they are going to be moving on to the playoffs. But Smart Omega, they have been on a true blitzfire run in the competition so far. Apart from the one slums domination that they have lost to CH Stealth, they have not dropped a single game, and they have just been all so amazing throughout the competition. Let's take a quick recap of the schedule of the day, just so we know once again exactly how the action has gone down. When we started off things, Fasha, it was a 2-1 victory of Tyrant Esports over C8 Stealth. And then we saw, as usual, the 3-0 served up by Smart Omega. And of course, the third series that we just witnessed, where C8 Legacy took on their brother C8 Stealth, but could not deliver that donut, as C8 Stealth managed to once again perform at Slums domination, just in the exact same way that they stole the map away from Smart Omega.
Yep. Slums is definitely their home base, their favorite place to actually hold out. No one can argue the fact that if CA Stealth actually put you at that right map, or should it be the right spot to actually fight off for the domination, you cannot take that W from their hands. CA Stealth knows how to get it down, despite whatever it is. I feel like it could have go either other way, because the fact is, if CA Stealth made a mistake fighting off with the CA Legacy, it could have been a 3-0 AJ. But then again, it didn't happen. That was only an if. But coming towards to the next match, we got Tyrant Esports versus Omega, and just how AJ has actually stated out, no win has been taken from the hands of Omega by the TYR Tyrant Esports. And we got our lineup right here: FDX, JLo, Papi, Susan, Wacky, and Young J got to pull it through to fight off for this double robin. Hopefully, they learn from their mistake for that first half to fight off with a team that is so powerful, Smart Omega, AJ.
Oh, yeah, absolutely right. And of course, Tyrant Esports, they'll be looking for a win. Worst case scenario, a single map is going to do them absolutely fine, because they need as many points as possible. And we have to remember, guys, that even if we do end up with a tie between Tyrant Esports as well as C8 Legacy, it's not going to affect Tyrant Esports at all. Even if C8 Stealth were to equalize by the end of today's group stage against Tyrant Esports, it will not matter, because the head-to-head of the initial series will be taken as the tiebreaker, and Tyrant Esports has already won both of those matches against the C8 brands. So it has to be a do or die. They need to make sure they get more wins, more points overall. But against Rage, Idra, Jay-Z, Candy, Kevs, as well as Whoopi in this group, every single team, every single squad has struggled to pull away a victory.
Yep, they have done such a wonderful job, and just how Callie has said, to actually get Rage inside the Smart Omega lineup is just a blessing, because the fact is, him going in there, he really destroyed every single enemy in front of him. I feel like Smart Omega is doing a wonderful and smart decision to pull Rage inside this team. He really brings out the colors, especially the performance from the Smart Omega, and I feel like, again, just how the team of Garena Master Season number 2 is a redemption, and Smart Omega could actually pull them that title of that 4th place to maybe, who knows, champions of Garena Season number 2 with Rage on their side, AJ.
Oh, yeah, absolutely right. And I am looking at Smart Omega thinking whether or not they will be able to rise up to the top. But, the true measure of how ready they are to get back into their old ways can only be seen at the playoffs. At the moment, yes, they are the dominant ones in this group, but they are only matching it up against three other teams. And out of these three teams, only Tyrant Esports can truly match up against them in terms of seniority, in terms of tenureship as a pro team within the esports ecosystem for Garena Call of Duty Mobile. But speaking of them being the seniors, let's take a look at what their stats measure up against each other. Susano going up against Kevs from Smart Omega to Tyrant Esports. 1.36 KD average to 1.44 KD average. Kevs just slightly outperforms Susano, but the department where he outperforms mostly is in those skills. It's going to help them out. But Susano can sustain himself longer out there on the battlefield. He falls lesser. He dies a little bit lesser. And that is going to be what makes Susano the dangerous player out there. Because on those SNDs, if he's the last player, the probability of the clutch is most definitely there with him.
Agreed, I agree. Susano should actually have the King Clutch title already because everyone, even on the comment section, every time Susano is left all alone, he gets it down. He gets the jobs done, even though he's all alone. The pressure was already on his side, and despite pressure, really push him into becoming the best of himself. And that's what Susano differentiate on the game side. But on the other hand, Caps also has done a wonderful job to actually assist their teammates. He really goes down to actually make sure that the team will do their best. And I feel again, just how you say it is it's all about OBJ and skills, depending on between these two players of Susano and Kevs. And I'm hoping to see what will be happening between these two teams. Who will actually win the coin toss, and who will actually dictate the maps and mode? It's actually turning out to be Smart Omega who will dictate the two maps: Raid for Hardpoint and Standoff Domination. AJ.
Oh, yeah, absolutely right. And let's take a look at their maps and modes here because the last time Smart Omega took on Tyrant Esports, they played Hardpoint at Takeoff, and that map is just not going to be in the mix today. Hacienda is not here because Tyrant Esports wants no part of that. They got 6-0 at Hacienda SND, but we did have Standoff. Standoff domination was most definitely there. And of course, the players of Smart Omega, they drag that map in for the play once again. There might be a little bit of a counterplay from the side of Tyrant Esports. So I will be willing to say, yes, they might be able to pull that domination match off there because they know what to expect this time around. But Raid Hardpoint as well as Firing Range SND, that's pretty much up to all of them to see exactly what will be for the taking there.
I'm loving it. I'm happy that Tyrant Esports is not actually playing it, how do I say, to their enemies' weakness. They're more to actually figuring out their own weakness first. They put the priorities on themselves, and they know for a fact that Hacienda is not going to be good if it's already open to be taken out, and a great positioning. But then again, with Raid right there to be given out, I feel scared as well to the side of Tyrant Esports. Is my Fasha buff is actually already, how do I say, lost their touch, AJ?
Fasha, I tell you. Here's the problem, okay? I think Tyrant Esports still has the Fasha buff. But I think from the inception of Smart Omega and their appearance in the esports scene, they've always had the Fasha buff. Let's see exactly what happens here. But I think the Fasha buff will outperform the Mustache buff in here today. I think that's going to happen.
I don't know, man, but right here with that P1 will be open at the moment right now. Omega is already doing a wonderful damage. Just like Wacky, gonna do a little bit of backstab right here. He takes on one, but unfortunately, he will be slayed down by Idol right there, AJ.
Yeah, amazing plays now as Smart Omega just maintains their control as well as composure over the square center, winning out a majority of their gunfights, finally falling to FDX as well as his Rage. Kevs now tries to command his hold on to Laundry first, takes that backstab and removes that anchor player, and now Smart Omega can execute their revenge as FDX gets taken out by Kevs. That is the perfect revenge for him as he hops right back in there to shut that player down. Susano cannot make it through to the hard point, and Kevs is just getting those kills back to back to back and slides on out, and FDX trades out Kevs, and these two players have got it out for each other now.
Definitely, but early rotation has come in towards the side of the Smart Omega. Right here, Wacky is waiting for the opportunity to clear out from that money room, but no, not even a chance. Rage's Hydra is just doing well to control this kitchen side and not giving any chance. But right now, 50X will be the game changer right here. He takes down one, but unfortunately he's been traded off as well. Whoopi will be able to actually clear out this P2 and making sure that Omega still maintain with the lead of 37 points.
Yep, 39 to 21 now, and Smart Omega just trying to run away with this matchup. They're only in P2, and they've already raked up so much. They've got 50% more points here in comparison to Tyrant Esports, and Tyrant still haven't found the breakthrough kitchen. They are trying for the access both through the locker, both through the money room as well as Central Garden, but they have been shut down. And 20 seconds to go, but Tyrant Esports chooses to go in for the early rotation, early setup into the Money Hill Garage. Garage super duper difficult to break, but if Smart Omega can find this break through a proper setup here, we might just see them exceed the 100-point mark at this next hard point. And now a very slow setup coming through just from this duo. Cavs makes that play, manages to grab Susano, but the follow-up is just not there from Kendi as he loses his life before he gets to the hard point. Hard point opened up by Tyrant Esports now, but not a lot of time picked up, and 3 players for the playing come through for the side of Smart Omega. Here's the break that they are going to try for.
Kendi trying to get in, but no, not even a chance. But finally, with Young Jae maintaining very well, he is doing well. He is really defending it, even though he's all alone. He shuts him down. Wacky been taken down, but don't worry, right here. Young Jae is still here. Idol coming in right here. Will he beat it? No, not even a chance. Wacky shuts it down. So Young Jae is doing well to defense. He shuts down one more player. He will be contested, but no, he clears it out. Tyrant Esports is doing well with his P3. It is the most hardest field to be break, and it is the most easiest to defend, and that's what Tyrant Esports is actually proving it right here at this match.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. And Young Jae just streaking himself out fully through the performance of holding down the hard point. Getting the kills on the hard point gives you more points for your score streak. And that's exactly how Young Jae got that through the 5 back-to-back kills that he picked up for himself. And just like that, Tyrant Esports are right back in the game. And that is exactly why you cannot count out your opponent in a game of hard point, especially when they have got the Money Hill lined up for themselves. But Smart Omega now trying to line up the basketball court for themselves. This hill is not as unbreakable as Garage is, but it's most definitely a solid hold if you can find your positions. But under the cluster strike, when it rains down on you, Smart Omega will go ahead to lose the hold either way.
Oh wow, Tyrant Esports were able to break it through with a few amazing points. I thought it was going to be to the side of Smart Omega to get enough of that majority side of the P4, but no, that basketball is going to be to the side of Tyrant Esports. Omega kept trying to get in, but not even a chance. Susano maintaining right here, clear out every single stairs right here. He will actually get 1, he gets 2, he gets 3. Amazing job from the Susano, and that safety guard will not give any chance to the side of Smart Omega to even get into the basketball, AJ.
Yep, and 186 Tyrant Esports, they have got the lead here, and they need to take 1, 2, maybe even all 3 maps away from Smart Omega if they want to stay alive in this competition. The question is, can they do it? Do they have what it takes? All throughout the competition, Tyrant Esports have proven themselves. They have the fast above, and look at Candyman pulling out those boxing gloves, going to fisticuffs with the sentry gun right at the back. Manny Pacquiao in this matchup as well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Smart Omega now 93 to 103. Pick up the hard point once again at this open Central Garden to play catch up.
A great read. That was really a desperate measure from the side of Candy, and that really opened up to the side of Smart Omega to control that central gun. But then again, Garden is still open. Right decision being taken out by Omega, and Tyrant Esports, I feel like they're gonna do that orientation again to the side of the sculpture, and I feel like even though they want to do that orientation, it's actually losing them a lot of their points. You don't want to sacrifice too much point, even though for that orientation can do you well. But against Sculpture, right here, Tyrant is making sure, and Wacky coming in, trying to contest it, but not even a chance. Even though getting that leftover points for the side of Tyrant Esports, he's still going to do well with Tyrant. Susano with this. That's Goliath right here, AJ.
Oh, way too close. XS1 Goliath Susano. Can he now sustain? The toughest need to come out. Maybe even a Predator missile. Earlier on, we did see one being used by the side of Smart Omega, and I don't know if or not it could have been saved. 117 to 125 now. Tyrant Esports. Can they run away with this matchup? The backstab at Laundry comes through. Rage gets a double, and he will be able to take the backstab on Susano's XS1 Goliath. But is that going to be enough? They come through for the challenge. Purifier dropped in by Whoopi. He gets taken out of the mix, and Tyrant Esports still at the hard point. Rage hops on right back in. CBR4 in hand. He contests for the hard point for the time being first, and he stops the bleeding, getting the points for the time being. Rage loses out, and the contest comes right back through. Tyrant Esports, they do not want to back off, and Smart Omega, they need to fight tooth and nail if they want to get back into this.
And right now, with everyone being clear out, amazing job with Kevin. FDX doing well, clearing out every from the side of Tyrant Esports. Point still goes up to them, and they can actually clear it out here. They can close off straight away, but then again, a few more points left, and then, oh, amazing, well done job. B2 will be for the take, and orientation is already out from the side of Tyrant Esports, but they can maintain for the kitchen side. They're already going in for the side as well. Candy right here, making sure to see where is the enemy from the side of Tyrant Esports. He doesn't see from the backstab. Oh, unfortunately, he's been shut down as well.
But Smart Omega, they finish things off 150 to 138. Valiant effort, amazing stuff out of Tyrant Esports, fighting for every single point left out there in this hardpoint matchup at Raid. But of course, at the very end, the kings of old are coming right back in here to be once again the kings that you need to fear. Rage picking up the MVP title 21 to 22, ends up with a negative KD, but who cares? Who's counting? Because this guy managed to clock in 1 minute 30 seconds, 90 seconds overall at that hard point, picking up those very, very important points for the teammates. But as you can see, it wasn't just him. Each and every single player on the side of Smart Omega jumping on in there, playing those hard points aggressively, picking up those objectives.
Agreed with Cavs as well. As even though Candy is at that bottom 5, he still maintains a great 1.09 points, and meaning for a fact that they're doing a great teamwork effort. Despite whatever it is, Tyrant Esports, we cannot count out their efforts to actually maintain a great, wonderful job. It was a pressure to the side of Omega if they didn't pull through for that P1. That reset really pulls through to the side of Smart Omega, but Tyrant Esports, P3, you might be able to tackle out. P4 might be in your hands, but then that central gun with that, again, like you said, Manny Pacquiao, great, well done job from Kenny. That was a desperate measure to make sure that Centrica will be able to contest, and going back to the reset, Tyrant Esports couldn't even control it. Even though they have that Goliath in their hands, Omega was just on a strike.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, Smart Omega, what a play towards the end. I mean, at one point, it just seemed like, they were about to lose it because of what Tyrant Esports did. And that XS1 Goliath was just a phenomenal machine out there on the battlefield that was just slaying one after the other, the Smart Omega players. But it was Kevs that got the break at the laundry, got a double kill for himself, hopped on right into the hard point to play it, Rage with the backup as well. And Smart Omega, I mean, I don't know how they pulled it off, but my, oh my, did they pull it off perfectly. And we did see, I believe it was Kendi, who had the purifier in hand, flying into that very final hard point at Kitchen, but he got taken down before he could even get there. And I thought that, oh goodness me, that was the biggest skill for Tyrant Esports. Maybe by preventing the purifier, they might be able to still win this. But of course, the rest of the players of Smart Omega, they were there, and they were just winning out each and every single one of their gunfights. Amazing plays by both teams in here, Fasha, not just Smart Omega.
Agreed. And the fact that I was really surprised. I really thought they already got down most of the team from the Smart Omega, but still most of the teams from the Smart Omega also who's still alive at that point, who goes in for the fight for that P2 was just amazing. But Search and Destroy, firing range, this is the map that has been chosen from the Tyrant Esports. Can they do well fighting off with Smart Omega after the loss at that hot point, AJ?
I'm actually surprised that one of the players out of the Smart Omega side is playing with a wireless earphone. I mean, does the guy have absolutely no lag whatsoever? I'm pretty sure there is a little bit of a latency which will affect his performance on the battlefield. But the way Smart Omega is performing out there just doesn't seem like they're affected at all.
I guess so. I guess maybe for the latency, the connection is doing well for them. So do they have any trouble for that? But then again, I mean, is it sound clear? Is it the sound much more clear? It really depends on the earphone. That's why you always gotta actually pull through and making sure that you have enough money to get a great gadget to actually assist you when it comes to becoming a pro player. But right here, they're still maintaining. They're not actually trying to overextend themselves. Shots coming through, but only a hit marker from the side of Whoopi as well as Tyrant Susano. But right now, they're going to actually change their positioning to the side of that wooden. A side is still being maintained. They don't know whether or not they want to go to A, but 3 players at the wooden side. Whoopi is just waiting for the mistakes coming through from the side of Tyrant.
And great flash. And as you can see, it will be the players of Tyrant moving on straight in, but Whoopi recovers in the nick of time to reposition himself to see if or not he can strike one with the sniper. Removes the trophy system from the play first so that those grenades can be played. Susano bags, Kev takes that backstab. Amazing as he equalizes the numbers, and Rage catches him off guard with that stab as well as he gets the information. Jello trades him out. FDX as well as Jello get that back-to-back, leaving it all in the hands of Kendi now. Kendi gets the quick scope, gets the second one as well. No, FDX and the Mac 10 performs well for round number 1.
Nicely done, nicely done. There are certain things that probably Tyrant Esports a little bit too slow paced with, especially with that flash. They couldn't actually go in for the rush, but that was giving an opportunity for Whoopi to retrace himself again. But the aggressiveness from Tyrant Esports finally pulls through, and they actually go in for the white warehouse and gets all of the side of the spot. But right here, FDX going straight to the white warehouse, not even once being skipped right this instant. They're going in for the rush, and they're and Yonji shows the Whoopi right that instant. Gonna be an opening for A to be planted, and bot is already done.
That's a good trade, and with Whoopi out of the mix, maybe Smart Omega will continue to struggle. FDX hops on out, and together with Jello, they shut down Rage as well as Kevs. Kendi taken out of the equation. Idra, the final man. No clutch for you, sir. Tyrant Esports takes round 2 as well.
Oh my lord, this is just how they did it when they were fighting with CX Stealth for the firing range. They got it going down, and despite this is not the CX Stealth, this is Smart Omega. They lost to Smart Omega and thinking how they're amazing doing it, but they got it consistent. They got to be consistent right this season. It's gonna be taken out from the side of Smart Omega. They're gonna learn from the steps, and they're gonna learn, but they are actually switching to the side of B right now. 4 plays straight away, 1 player at the mid side. Kendi will be giving information right now. Kevi shuts down straight away, and on the other hand, information has been stalled. Smart Omega will be actually clearing out each and every one of them and able to take down Jello. On the other hand, looking for another one and shuts down as well. Young J with Rage, amazing job. One more play to go. Whoopi, can he makes a difference, AJ?
Can get that snipe, does not spot the player tagged up, and Susano finishes things off, and Whoopi not able to get that kill, not able to get that round. Tyrant Esports, on the other hand, very happily, they sit down in front. 3-0 now. Nobody has dominated Smart Omega in this fashion for S&D just yet in the competition.
Exactly. Great, well done job so far for the attacker. They're doing so well. On the other hand, Smart Omega, they have to retrace themselves as the defender because the fact is they're not doing so well with the gunfights especially. And right now, going for the A again, FDX and Jano will be maintaining here. Whoopi still hasn't spot that one player yet. Young J, as the sniper, he's looking for Whoopi. Bomb has been planted. This is going to be an early push from the side of Tyrant Esports.
Blunt backs away, looking blind shots will find absolutely no one. But that head there beacon out. Young J, can he get caught out here? Whoopi, if he shuts it down, that'll be a huge kill coming through. Rage and backs up Kevs inside of the white warehouse. They both catch out the player at the same time, but Rage is going to be able to shut down FDX's play. Gets the double. Kev's taken out. Susano on for the strike, but Wacky now doubles back down. And he gets taken out by Rage as well. 1v1. Susano versus Rage. And Rage goes in for the defusal, and he won't be able to bag out Susano, but runs out of time either way. Tyrant Esports, 4 rounds in a row now. They've outsmarted Smart Omega.
I'm loving it. I'm loving it. I was feeling a little bit of jitters right
almost
there.
said you were feeling Susano, and I tell you, the Fasha Bunny buff for Tyrant Esports is working now.
I guess so, but this is only the 4 rounds. Right now, they're going to actually switch side sooner or later, and this is going to be tough on the side of Tyrant Esports because we know for a fact when it comes to defender, Omega is not doing well, but attacker, they might be repositioning themselves. They might actually figuring out the tactics. But right here, oh, Whoopi, just a little bit of fake, but oh, just a little too close with that jumper, so decided to back off again. And right now, B will be swarmed from the side of Smart Omega. They're gonna go in for 1v1 right. This is in Kev looking for that one player. Sees Tyrant Jello, he sprays out. Jello shuts down Rage, but there will be actually a trade-off where he maintaining right here, trying to spot out from that Tires, and he shuts down Kenny and getting one more point from the side of Tires. And look at that beautiful side of Tyrant Esports being so happy.
Match point, Tyrant Esports. Can they now do the absolute unthinkable? Can they do the impossible? Can they take a 6-0 victory over Smart Omega? They desperately need a map which they had already dropped against the players of C8 Stealth earlier on. And like we said, they need each and every single victory in here. Esports, one victory is what they will want to secure over the players of Smart Omega. And my apologies for saying that they dropped one against C8 Stealth in this round, because they haven't really gone up against them just yet. But 5-0 is super impressive from the side of Tyrant Esports.
Agreed. And Jello shutting down Rage as well as Susano shutting down Candy, but Draw actually traded out Susano as well. But don't worry, there's still numbers goes out to Tyrant Esports right this instant. Bomb has been dropped, but Draw will be actually taking back that bomb. And Omega right this instant in a desperate measure, trying to figure out Whoopi is actually in a desperate, trying to, they're actually in the suspense. They know that they only have 2 more players to go. 3 players still decided from the side of Tyrant Esports. 1 player at that auto repair will be not taking a great overextension, because Young G just gonna wait it out. Bomb is already dropped right this instant. It's gonna be timing for the essence of Tyrant Esports.
I think this one has just, lingered on long enough. Tyrant Esports should just wrap this up, but they don't want to take the aggressive approach. Whoopi might get caught out here now, as there is a player right in front of him in the name of Young J. Young J spotting out Whoopi. Idra on for the hole. A little slow in response against Jello. Young J takes Whoopi out. They've got 10 seconds for the defusal. Tyrant Esports 6-0. Smart Omega.
I love you. I'm sorry.
I know you do. I know you do. Fasha Bunny providing Tyrant Esports the very important Fasha buff.
Tyrant Esports doesn't really disappoint me very. I mean, I even though with that hard point was lost to the side of Smart Omega, it was amazing. It was amazing to see how they pulled it through. They actually tried to contest as much as point as possible. It's actually to compare to the previous rounds of Tyrant Esports with the side of Omega. It was so hard for them to even get as much as point for themselves. But then here on out for the side of Double Robin, that second half Robin, we can see the improvement, the way that they have actually make themselves even better for the Double Robin half. And I feel like Tyrant Esports, this is going to be even a stepping stone for them to pull through to even more higher state of the Garena Call of Duty Mobile Masters Season number 2.
And this was also the greatest revenge in one single competition, because in the first half of the double round robin group stage, Smart Omega 6-0'd Tyrant Esports at Hacienda. And now Tyrant Esports does the exact same thing. 6-0's Smart Omega, but this time at firing range. It doesn't matter where they meet, but as long as they have maintained that dominant comeback, that dominant revenge executed, I know that will propel them towards a victory nonetheless. Now, as we drop on into the final game between the two, it's going to be domination. Who's going to be able to dominate this particular series? The last time it was a one-sided Smart Omega domination. This time around, it might just fall into the trusted hands of Tyrant Esports. And if Tyrant Esports is able to achieve the unthinkable, if they are able to beat the unbeatable team within this group, then for sure, guaranteed, they're going to the playoffs.
Agreed. And it was a surprising, because we saw how it was when it comes to the first half. Tyrant Esports was underachieve, or should I say underperform, especially overwhelmed with the power of Smart Omega. I guess experience really beats out Tyrant Esports when it comes to the battlefield of with fighting off with Smart Omega. And when it comes through to this second half of Double Robin, Tyrant Esports doing a great, well done job learning each and every single progress. And I'm impressed. I mean, I didn't expect it that the firing range that they have chosen could be going to their side, because the fact is Smart Omega, it is also a map for themselves as well. And I fear that Smart Omega was just a little bit, how do I say, too passive, or maybe they were just too holding out their own potential. This is also a mind game for me. I was like wondering what's wrong with Smart Omega. They were doing so well each and every single map, AJ.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. But in this time round against Tyrant Esports, I guess you really cannot beat out true grit and determination sometimes, regardless of how dominant you are as a team in the competition. And Smart Omega, they are a dominant team. They are making their comeback. They are making a strong comeback in the competition for sure. But Tyrant Esports, they know that C8 Legacy is dangerous. They know that C8 Legacy might just stand a chance, and as they try to make their comeback in the competition to eat up, to make sure they earn that spot in the playoffs. And that's something that Tyrant Esports does not want to allow them to do, because C8 Legacy earning that spot at the playoffs can only equal Tyrant Esports not making it through. And as they take up this domination matchup, we can see a very cheeky overextension from the very early parts here.
Agreed. The fact that Smart Omega is already spreading out their wings already to the side of their own enemy home base.
Wow.
I'm not sure what is going on. Omega is just going on hell loose at the moment right now. With B already being taken out just a little bit right there, they can be able to complete it out. But Tyrant right now trying to go over to the hotel side. They're also going to overextend themselves. Jello trying to make it through, trying to clear out that hotel side. B will be taken out, but no, just a little bit too close right there, Jello. Just a little bit too close, AJ.
Yeah, Rage manages to close off that B flag takeover, but look at this overextension response from Tyrant Esports to pull away the home flag of Smart Omega. But why would they do that? Because Smart Omega was already trying to flip out the spawn. Smart Omega wants to have the side of the Special Forces base so they can dominate through grannies and hold on to that B flag. And Tyrant Esports just helped them do that.
Yep, definitely a little bit too slow, or should I say wrong positioning from the side of Tyrant Esports right here. But then again, this is going to be a back and forth. They have actually tried to do a backstep to the side of Blue House. Can they maintain it? Can actually one? No, not even a shuts down right there. Whoopi does not allow it. Susano even tries to get into that Blue House, but no, not even getting through, because the fact is Smart Omega is doing well with the defense, AG.
Now Smart Omega, as they manage to play the game of dominance. Once again, Kebs is going to overextend, looking for the tease and looking for the distraction at the C flag. He wins out the first gunfight, does not win out the second one, as Jello finally shuts him down. And that distraction buys more precious time for Smart Omega to hold on to that dominant hold for that A as well as B flag. Now, nothing in the place of Tyrant Esports is currently doing. It seems to be working as they hop onto that B flag. They get shut down through those granny house plays, but the smoke down middle might just be the play, might just be the opening that Tyrant Esports needs.
With Bracky already at the A side right here, can he actually maintain to make sure that he can actually open up a little bit of opening for the side of Tyrant Esports to get that B? Oh, I'm not sure, because right now we can see Smart Omega back again to the home base and able to get that C point again. And right now, the double catch is still maintained for Smart Omega with 56 points, 33 to the side of Tyrant Esports. Tyrant Esports gotta do something. They gotta recalculate again all of their steps, especially trying to fight off with the Smart Omega again.
And let's see what they can. Like do in here, 62 to 36, 63 now. Smart Omega, AC on the hold. They are holding onto the split hold for so long, and they haven't really made a move for the B flag just yet, as they lose out the Tyrant Esports home flag on that recovery. A little bit of a teaser now for the B flag, 68 to 42. Smart Omega have already had enough influence onto that B flag as well as this match overall in the first half to get to the 75-point mark first, but they tick on slowly as they only have one of those flags on their side now. They haven't really gone in for the finisher, and they don't have to go in for the push as well, but they do, and they get that securement on that B flag to end the first half.
First half goes out to the side of Smart Omega. Tyrant Esports got to do something to back things off, because especially for the fact that every single rotation they have done is not doing so good. And with Smart Omega is already here at the Special Forces, it's going to do even more given more power to the Spider Smart Omega and Tyrant Esports on the other hand. I feel like okay, they're trying to figure out to the side of back here, hotel shortcut, but being shut down straight. Not even a chance to break through, and they goes back. They actually not gonna overextend the 7. They're gonna recalculate and regroup again to figure out maybe they can go from the hotel side. AJ.
Yep, and let's see what they can pull off in here on the second half. Smart Omega, as they try to secure that B flag, they will be able to get one player on, but very carefully hops right off as Kendi does not want to get taken down in the open. Manages to win out a majority of the gunfights, overextending to the C flag, grabbing that B flag at the same time. What will be the decision from Tyrant Esports? And as quickly as they head on in for that C flag, as quick as that they run away, and that Predator missile will come through, but it's an absolute waste as Rage already brought out the Purifier and handled the situation. Communication just a little soft on the side of Smart Omega at that point, but it doesn't matter. Triple cap now for the win as Smart Omega reaches that 100-point mark finally.
With Tyrant Esports with nothing to be able to capture any points as so far right here. Tyrant also trying to actually maintain and control the A side. That's just only one flag. They gotta get through to the other flags at the moment right now, and it's gonna be tough because just like how AJ said, they already reached 100 points. It's gonna be a miracle if they're able to capture at least the 3 cap for themselves, and that might actually put a stop to the side of that bleeding that Smart Omega has pulled through. But right here, Omega clearing out each and every single side of Tyrant Esports at the A side right here. Rage is just raging on AJ.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And Smart Omega has already won this game because there's also a cluster strike on the side of Smart Omega, and they only need one flag from here on end. And worst case scenario, if they go ahead to lose the 2 flag, the cluster strike will be used, but they don't even need that. This is the cluster strike being used to protect the triple cap held on by Smart Omega here. Can they run all the way through to the end now with this triple? The answer is no, as that C flag will be lost at the very final moment unless Cavs now makes this play. Cavs makes the play, and he prevents the C flag on the capture, and a pretty drops by Dwayne. Jello taken out, C flag still in the hands, and Smart Omega, what a triple cap all the way down to the end. Tyrant Esports, they tried, valiant effort, but nothing on the Kings of All in this domination matchup.
What a great show. Smart Omega being so smart, taking down that trip cap, maintaining, and especially with Cav maintaining that solo clutch, clearing out every single one of those from the Tyrant Esports, letting them not even get a hold of their own C flag was just truly a chef kiss from the side of Smart Omega. But then again, Tyrant Esports, S&D might be your game. But when it comes to Hardpoint, especially domination, it really goes out to Smart Omega.
Oh, yeah, absolutely right. Amazing stuff from all these players here. And Tyrant Esports, valiant effort, most definitely. But, you know, they just got outplayed, outgunned, out-strategized by Smart Omega in this domination matchup. Those overextensions and the precision in terms of defense. And Kev's, the well-deserved MVP title, only fell 8 times overall in this matchup. It is close to be, it is just as good as Rage, who only went down 11 times. But the biggest difference here is Kevs was also out there dealing all of the damage, managing to get 23 kills overall and 8 deaths, puts him at a 2.88 KD average, and that is insane against Tyrant Esports, who are so good at the game.
Yep, definitely. With the fact that no matter how they try to pull it through, they try to actually take at least one flag for themselves. Smart Omega is just one step ahead of him. Not even one step ahead. I gotta say 3 steps ahead from the side of Tyrese. But no matter what they try to do, Smart Omega will back that off. And even though it's just so hard for Tyrese to actually do a rotation, the fights, the gunfight was just so hard. And Rage, Cavs, killing those every single one of those time when Tyrant tries to get in, Tyrant couldn't pull it through. So it really goes out to Smart Omega to win this map. It is really a map that Tyrant Esports could not hold down to. So getting these 2 W's really making it harder to all of the teams at the Group A to get to that top 2, AJ.
Oh, yeah, absolutely right. But now Tyrant Esports, they sit down at the second spot with 8 points overall. And C8 Legacy has got 5 on their side. And if C8 Legacy wants to play catch up, they need to win out each and every single game right after this. And even when they do win each and every single game, they will only go ahead to equalize with Tyrant Esports with the 8 points, and Tyrant Esports will still be able to win on the tiebreaker, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, which means GG, WP, we know exactly who's moving through to the playoffs already.
I mean, I always say this to Callie, like this is a goodbye game for everyone from the group stage. They have done so well from the first half of that double robin, and to see them improve from that first half to the second half is just a wonderful show. This is where we want to see players put their heart out, maintaining a great composure and a great information as well as performance to audience, and saying that I put my name on the line, I put my heart on the line to maintain a great success. And even though I might not win, I might not be able to go to the playoff, but I'm already here. I'm the 18 teams that qualifies to the group stage. And it's great, it's amazing. Despite whatever it is, CA Stealth, Seed Legacy, Tyrant Esports fighting off with the Kings of the Kings is
Yep.
truly a wonderful performance to see.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It does break my heart to see the C8 Legacy as well as C8 Stealth teams not make it through to the playoffs. But, at the end of the day, this was one heck of a group to be a part of. And Tyrant Esports most definitely made it very, very difficult for the other two teams. Smart Omega, they made it difficult for everyone in here, giving everyone a run for their money. But even then, they were not perfect through the group stages. They allowed the team of C8 Stealth to pull away the domination at Slums, and they have also allowed today Tyrant Esports to 6-0 them at that firing range S&D, which was truly phenomenal, Pasha.
Yep. That was probably a highlight for Tyrant Esports to actually, just how you said it, a revenge. A moment of revenge for Tyrant Esports because they couldn't get any points for that first half. Finally bags out not only a few points for themselves, a full on out 6-0 on that search and destroy is just to a great amazing performance of that Tyrant Esports to say like, hey, I might not win over much points, but at least on this second half, finally able to steal one map from the hands of Smart Omega, which they couldn't do it at that first half, AJ. And right here, I feel like this that hard point. Oh, it's so sad that Goliath couldn't use to the full potential, but the search and destroy is just wonderful. And coming towards to the side of domination, Smart Omega really dominated. That's it. That's
Oh,
pretty
yeah.
much how it is.
Oh, yeah, absolutely right. And, in the domination matchup, you would think that the players of Tyrant Esports had a little bit of a chance at the start, but, Smart Omega quickly snuffed out any hopes of that. And in the second half, that triple cap of perfection on Tyrant Esports truly shows exactly the level that the players of Smart Omega are at right now. And Kevs, he deserves the Soldier of the Game title so many times in this domination matchup. He was the distractor. He was the main element that was keeping the players of Tyrant Esports so occupied behind the lines whilst the rest of his team members were playing those objectives. This guy was truly the soldier of this matchup with the 1.55 KD average picked up here, Pasha.
Definitely a great composure coming in from the side of Smart Omega. Cabs doing such a wonderful job, despite it's a really struggle to see how Smart Omega was at the search and destroy for that hard point and domination round. Oh, that kills, that making sure that hard point clears out. Cabs guts down, man. They really do a really wonderful job to clear out every single Tyrant Esport to maintain a great points goes out to them when it comes to a heal defending mode. But then
Yeah.
again, search and destroy Tyrant Spot. We will remember you. We salute you for that revenge, man. We salute you. But
Yep.
here on out, Smart Omega bagging out that top place It's still a question to be answered right this instant. Who will maintain to go to the playoff? Right this instant, we will be having a little bit of break, but do not worry, we'll be continuing on with Tyrant Esports again. Maybe, who knows, they'll do a great comeback, an epic comeback that we needed to from the Tyrant Esports, fighting off with C8 Legacy, and much more to be talking about that first half right after this. But before that, we gotta say thank you to AJ, because this is the last series that he will be casting. But you don't have to say goodbye yet, because the
Yeah.
next group stage he will be casting as well on Sunday. So thank you so much for your hard work, AJ. Wonderful hype. You have always been amazing for what you do, and hopefully we will be definitely seeing you on this Sunday. And after this, it will be me and Kelly. AJ, take it away.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for your kind words. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, my name's AJ. I'm the Mustachio. You guys have been absolutely amazing in the comment section. Make sure you continue popping off in there. Once again, man, congratulations to Omega as well as Tyrant Esports for doing it, and C8 Legacy as well as C8 Stealth. Hopefully, we get to see more out of them in the competitions of the future, because they have shown us that they most definitely do have that fight and fire in them. On that note, I'm going to be signing off for the next matchup, for the next final two series of the day. It'll be Callie as well as Fasha guiding you guys all throughout. A quick short break. They'll be right back.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Oh no, Fasha Bunny. Oh, there you
Oh
go. Ladies and
yeah!
gentlemen, hello and welcome back to Garena CODM Masters Season 2. I'm Kali Gaming down here with the Fasha Bunny. A little bit of an interruption right there, but you did so. What type of brand I'm using with my phone application, but hey, it's great to be back here. Coming right up next, it's going to be C8 Legacy and Tyrant Esports. And Fasha Bunny, I love what I saw from Tyrant Esports a while ago against Smart Omega when they played that Search and Destroy.
Yep, definitely. And it was so funny. But we gotta give a little bit of shout out to Callie's new camera right now. He looks so extra beautiful right now. Looking hot, especially really clear right this moment. A great shout out to that. But then again, back to what you were saying. Tyrant Esport, their journey is not done yet. They still have one more match to go and they are fighting off with C8 Legacy. Previously, with the side of Smart Omega, who would have thought they able to steal one map from the hands of Smart Omega, a different whole new version of Tyrant Esport when they come in for today's match. But then again, is it going to be the same when it comes to C8 Legacy? Because we remember during the first half, Tyrant Esports struggled a little bit, but they still steal two maps from the hands of C8 Legacy. But C8 Legacy, on the other hand, today, they are not performing so well, Kelly.
And it's going to be the condition that's going to set Tyrant Esports apart from C8 Legacy while they are playing here in today's group stage. Well, we look at it this way. If Tyrant Esports could score 2 map wins here against C8 Legacy, they remove the competition for the top 2 spot, and C8 Legacy will continue to place third at this group stage, while Tyrant Esports is going to secure the top 2 spot to advance to the playoffs. And that's going to be the storyline so far here. So as much as possible, C8 Legacy, they gotta win 3 maps. And of course, they have to hope that Sage Stealth will take a map against Smart Omega later on in this day. But let's take a look at our schedule because Smart Omega, they showed their dominance, dropping C8 Legacy at match number 2. Then, right after that, it was C8 Legacy who is in their need of every map wins, but C8 Stealth stopped them up on that best of 3 series. C8 Stealth, they take one map, and C8 Legacy just made things a lot harder for them. So, obviously speaking, C8 Legacy, they need to win 3 times each just to try and hope that C8 Stealth will try to remove Smart Omega. And no, C8 Stealth to win against Smart Omega later on for them to have a chance to advance to that top 2. But it's easier said than done because you already know Tyrant Esports, they will be giving C8 Legacy a really tough time in this match number 5, just judging how they perform at match number 4 against Smart Omega, where they take one map against the Kings of Old. And now we're going to see the lineup, Fasha Bunny, and I'd like to ask you, the Fasha Bunny buff is really definitely real. And here is the team lineup of Tyrant Esports: FDX, Jello, Pappy, Sustano, Wacky, and Young J. I mean, every time this team plays and Fasha Bunny is really casting, it's gonna give them a real bit of a great edge. Am I right, Fasha Bunny?
I mean, I not to say that I don't agree with it, but I feel it. I do feel it when that Search and Destroy was dominated from the side of Tyrant Eastwood. I love that. It was amazing to see them able to pull through, not only to steal that W from the hands of Smart Omega, they not only steal it, they actually revenge it back, saying, no, we're not, we're taking all the wins for ourselves with 6-0 to the side of Smart Omega. Who would have thought Tyrant Esports could do that to Smart Omega? But then again, that only one map cannot determine whether or not Tyrant Esports will maintain to be the top 2, because at this moment right now, just how you said it, if Seed Legacy pull through to get 3-0 fighting off with the Tyrant Esports, they might be able to actually contest it out. But Freezy, Hit X, Justin, Mark, Mids, and 7, they gotta do something if they want to make a change for this moment, Callie.
I mean, this guy's been playing fantastic, but it's just that the total overall competition just got a lot better, especially here at the second round robin that we have. And obviously, speaking for State Legacy, they are top 8 in Garena Master Season 1, but they are looking bleak here at Garena Master Season 2. And that could be because of the removal of Dre here for this team and the addition of Mids, who is really playing great.
Mhm.
But it's taking some time for them to stick and, of course, adjust to his play style and, of course, be cohesive as a unit itself in this competition. But again, this team is still a threat in the competition, and no doubt that they'll be one of the best if they continue to play as a team itself. And it's already all going down to the map pick later on today. But for Saint Legacy, Mids is really that player to watch. Same goes for Freezy. Those two guys are going to be those playmakers. But here in this head to head, it's going to be C8 Legacy 7 who's going to have 15.75 and of course 15.75 kills, 13.63 average death, and of course a total KDA of 1.16. This guy going to be one of the playmakers, of course, in that search and destroy. He can control lots of lanes and is going to be a threat for State Legacy, but definitely looking an eye towards what mids and of course Seven can do, especially against Tyrant Esports. And of course, their key head-to-head player, Fashabon, as you said, Susana's going to be the best player. 17.56 kills, a 12.89 average stat, and of course a 1.36 KD. Just looking and comparing the two here, Fashabani, Tyrant Esports, Susana's far way better when it comes to stats.
Yep, yep. But I guess it's not really a big gap when it comes to Susano and Seven. There's still a slight motion if C8 Legacy pulls through when it comes to fighting off with Tyrant Esports. They have, if I must say so, it is a balanced power when it comes to them. There is a slight motion when going towards or heavier to the side of Tyrant Esports. But C8 Legacy, when we saw they were fighting with C8 Stealth, there were such power positioning or power dominance to the side of C8 Legacy. But if they not do the same thing they have done, and especially from the side of the maps, I gotta say, see it Legacy, they takes over the mistake that has been done by CA Stealth when it comes to the maps and mobs, and this is what we're waiting for to see who will win to dictate the maps itself. Is it going to be Tyrant Esports who able to actually control the motion and the movement for the fight of Tyrant Esports versus C8 Legacy, or will C8 Legacy who will control the maps and modes? But then again, it's not only to control it, you gotta make sure to pick the right map, and C8 Legacy win the coin toss, but they are taking the hardpoint match to the summit, and they ban Hasian. That this is something they have been avoiding for a long time. They haven't even played at that map, so I guess C8 Legacy never really wanted anyone to take them there. And on the side of Tyrant Esports, they banned slums. The fact that Tyrant Esports has actually played at slum, and despite whatever it is, they actually decided not to play at slum as well. I guess they want to take out most of the maps they don't really play off, and we're going to the OG map, Summit, Hardpoint, Firing Range, Search and Destroy, which is the one that Tyrant Eastwood has actually destroyed, which is a map they know for a fact they can fight off with Smart Omega. They definitely can pull it through with C8 Legacy. Cali.
Yeah, of course, definitely. But to touch up on the map bans here itself, for Saint Legacy and Tyrant Esports, it's kind of smart for them to ban that Hacienda and Slums because that map right there could still be a 50-50. Teams haven't really yet discovered what's going to be the most viable spots and what's going to be the weaker spots in that map itself. The total map mastery is definitely there, but obviously at some time soon in the future, we are going to see that Hacienda and Slums be used as one of the best picks for the individual teams that we have in this competition. But now, let's take a look at the maps. As you did say, State Legacy, they win the coin flip and they pick Summit Hardpoint, and they're bringing us to standoff domination at that match number 3. But look at it this way. I mean, that Summit Hardpoint gonna be really favoring State Legacy a lot, and I do hope that they can back it up with the gunfights. This is their map pick. This is where they're comfortable at, and this is one of their most successful hardpoint maps so far. When you play Search and Destroy, they're gonna be really, really scrappy as well. But it is hardpoint summit where things are going to be pretty close and compact at the first hardpoint and the second hardpoint, where everything is going to be all about the gunfights. That's where they shine the most. And not only that, they set their priorities straight when they played at hardpoint number 3 at warehouse and hardpoint number 4 at the other warehouse in this summit map, and then they played absolutely to perfection. But the team that they're going up against with Tyrant Esports is one of the teams that gave Smart Omega a hard time, Fashabani, and now we get to stand in this hardpoint standoff. Fashabani, take it away.
Yep, Summit right distance and points really goes out to Tyrant Esports. They have the upper hand. They have the control to the side of control room, easier to stay. But on the other hand, is it going to be easy to fight off with C8? Nope, not even a chance. 7 takes down Wacky. A great composure coming in, but then 7 being traded off by Young J, doing well to maintain a points, goes out to Tyrant Esports. But early rotation, they're going in from the P2 straight away. C8 Legacy is doing well. They're maintaining. They might actually lose some of those gunfights, but they still lose in for the Bloods, and they still may get those points for themselves for this P1.
This is going to be very huge for C8 Legacy. They need all the time that they can soak in every hardpoint that they play, and I love the control that they have so far. They've been very active when it comes to taking the power position and stepping inside the hardpoint. The balance is definitely in, and you can feel it as Tyrant Esports struggles to find a way to kind of remove C8 Legacy in the situation that they are put in. So now, at hardpoint number 1, going to belong a lot from C8 Legacy. I love the take that they did when they control the second floor, and that has to continue here as we move into these catwalks. They will start with the hardpoint in their hands, but they need to get that good spawn. And of course, for mids, is trying to work that way, although to the left side of the minimap, but it's going to get stopped there by Jello. It's going to get this anchor spawn for Tyrant Esports. That's going to be great, but Susano not really getting involved that much yet. He's only got 5 kills with Fasha Bunny, and so far, 8 Legacy remains to be in the lead as they pull up ahead, 39-23.
Agreed. Despite whatever devil coming through, Susano will be able to actually back it up, but they will be able to clear out C8 Legacy a little by a little, but still not going to be enough because this is just a half time for the side of that edge platform. But then again, that early rotation will be seen from the side of the Tyrant Esports as well. Right here, they know that the spawn has been done. The spawn goes out to the side of C8 Legacy, but nevertheless, one player comes through, and nope, not even a chance. The Tyrant Esports begs it up, clears on every single one of them, that they're going in for the early rotation, Callie.
Okay, this is going to be a really great priorities here for Tyrant Esports. Number 4, number 5, Jello and Youngjae just making sure that the team gets the spawn right this side. Is going to be a huge play. But again, Freezy is going to make things harder for them as he is stuck beside the silo, which is going to cause stir up here in this game. But Freezy, he gets knocked down, and C8 will only have the chance to attack in only one angle, and that's gonna hurt them a lot here at this hard point. And things are starting to go in the hands of Tyrant Esports once they got that hardpoint anchor. So now they're soaking all these points, and the only way for C8 Legacy to break this is get that spawn position first for them to get an edge, against Tyrant Esports. But it's easier said than done because the setup is just so good for Tyrant Esports. C8 Legacy, they're going to the next hardpoint already, and it's going to be in the last 20 seconds of this P3. Okay, now can we see them trade it off and make sure that they get most of the time here at this P4?
A little bit slow pace, if I must say so, coming from the Tyrant Esports, especially with that Sparrow gameplay. I guess they didn't want to ban the Sparrow because they know for the fact when it comes to Summit, this is the key to use it. The close and positioning, especially spaces out, will definitely be advantage when it comes to Sparrow. But I see all over the place is just Hunger Games, Katniss everything, everywhere on display. And right here, Freezy again with the Katniss spawn. Right this season, trying to figure out clearing out every single one of those Tyrant Esports. But Susano, can he make an opening right here? He takes down 1, he takes down 2, he takes down 3. Can he get another one? He takes down Zid as well, but he also been shut down. And C8 Justin coming just in time to make sure the point still goes out to the team of C8 Legacy. Woo!
That's what you want if you're C8 Legacy after drilling at that P3. It's time to make amends, and they're making sure that they get it through, but they now lose the gunfights at the back, and now Tyrant Esports, it's time for them to showcase what they can do this time. They get the favored spawn. Not only that, they will be soaking the final 20 seconds off this hard point. And C8 Legacy, all they can do is just set up for that next hard point, and that's going to be giving them a huge advantage. Do take a note of that because they're gonna have that chance to secure the power position at that first hard point. The second floor is going to be where you want to control the most, but for Tyrant Esports, do take a look at this. They got number 4 sent down to the left side of the minimap where he's gonna cause and make some havoc here at the back. But then again, C8 Legacy, though they got the early rotation, Tyrant Esports get the best out of them, and they're continuing to swing that momentum. 100-point mark now already reached by Tyrant Esports, and that's going to grow even more, judging from the numbers and judging from the situation that they put C8 Legacy into.
Definitely, with Tyrant Esports doing so well, the reset has been done, but C8 right here trying to get in. Susano as the game changer, he takes down 1, he takes down 2, can he get another one? He takes down another one as well. Coming in, and they clear out every single one from the C8 Legacy. P1 is controlled very well, but that's just enough points for the Tyrant Esports. Busy coming in, not even a chance. And FDX, the Sparrow again, Katniss everything over the place from the side of C8 Legacy. Not even a chance, but right here, P2 will be open soon enough for the side of Tyrant Esports, and C8 Legacy to contest. Early vision still hasn't been seen, but I can see from the side of Tyrant Esports, they're still chasing up that leftovers from the P1.
And not only that, Fasha Bunny, they get the final time in this P1, and they also set up this next hardpoint rotation as well. They got the favorite spawn at the green area, and that's going to be one of the most advantageous spot you can be in. And Tyrant Esports continues to show in Outcase. How do you play hardpoint at Summit, though? This is a map pick by C8 Legacy. Tyrant Esports is giving this team a run for their money, but the fight is not over yet. C8 Legacy, they're going to continue to fight, and they will be winning most of the gunfights here at this hardpoint, while Vince goes down at this second floor. This opens up the opportunity for Tyrant Esports to attack from the top, but is going to drop one more. FTX 23 kills already inside this game. The hardpoint is going to be contested. The game might now be over with Tyrant Esports inside his hardpoint. FTX going to swing, dropping in X, and the game is just getting in the hands of Tyrant Esports. Desperation attempt for C8 Legacy, and they get the break that they need. 10 seconds left. We're moving into the next hardpoint, but it's not going to be that easy. X1 Collide going to get used here by Tyrant Esports. Let's see if this will be the end for C8.
They have done a mistake before just now with the side of Smart Omega, but they have their S3 and Goliath coming through right this instant. Freezing with it straight up, but no, not even his chance. They break it through, they shuts down straight away to the side of C Legacy. The win has been done to the side of Tyrant Esports. This is what they wanted from the side of Smart Omega just now. They couldn't do it, but they redeemed themselves when it comes to C8 Legacy.
Yo, that was just utterly good performance there for Tyrant Esports. The way they handled that early rotation gave them the opportunity to finally end that game. And obviously, that early setup gave them the chance to buy some time for that hard point to be opened up. And of course, not only that, but that XS1 Goliath to go drop in the map and of course get activated. And that's more than enough for the boys of Tyrant Esports to get this victory. And talk about Susano, he's the player head-to-head, but here this time, it's going to be FDX that's going to shine the most. This guy's been giving a lot of consistent effort, even before this game started. They remember, at their first game today, where they went off against, if I'm not mistaken, they went up against C8 Stealth. He was the MVP, and he showed that here as well, as he's able to translate and, of course, helping this team propel to victory, dropping C8 Legacy in this map 1, but it was really, really close, Fasha Bunny.
Yep. It was very close. It could have been either way around. It's the same thing that we saw from the side of Tyrant Esports versus the team of Smart Omega. The flip of a table, it could have been go to out towards the side of Tyrant Esports. It could have been going towards the side of Smart Omega, but Smart Omega was outsmarting them when it comes to holding that sculpture. But then when it comes to Summit, I love it. I'm happy to see how Tyrant Esports actually redeemed themselves and taken down C8 Legacy at their path, who's trying to actually bag at least few wins to be contesting that top 2. But with losing this map, C8 Legacy, again, this is going to be the goodbye match that we're looking for. We might be seeing from C8 Legacy as well as CSL, but still, it's still too soon. We need to figure out whether or not Tyrant Esports still has that momentum to actually go all out for their last match of the night. But I mean, there was some points where C8 Legacy was able to break those heals, but Tyrant Esports comes back alive and making sure FDX make those gunfights win and, how do I say, with it for the team of Tyrant Esports.
Yeah, he's going to be the total playmaker overall for Tyrant Esports when they were trying to break the hard points at that map number 1. And of course, that Summit Hardpoint was the FTX game, but okay. Production, what did I just see there? Did they just guess that Tyrant Esports is going to win 6-0, Fasha Bunny?
Okay, Graphic. I know you want this to get done easy and early, but come on, man. Don't put too much pressure on C8 Legacy. We know how Tyrant Esports was doing well. I think they just took out the result from the side of Tyrant Esports versus the Smart Omega just now. So don't be alarmed. We haven't even done yet with the 5-aim range search and destroy. C8 Legacy, you still have a chance. Ignore those scams, especially those statistics. You might be able to actually, who knows, maybe prove everyone right here at the live right this instant wrong and telling them, no, we're not gonna give 6-0 to the side of Tyrant Esports, Cali.
Yeah, I feel like C8 Legacy is going to put up a great fight here, especially in the session this short. But FPX making himself involved early, dropping 3 players right off the get-go. And wow, what? Oh, hold on. How many seconds was that? It was 1 minute and 46 seconds. Minus that to 2 minutes. Goodness gracious. Wow.
20
oh my
seconds?
God. How many was that?
Less
I
than
believe
20
it's 14
seconds.
seconds? I don't know, Pasha Bunny.
Oh my god, what just happened? But I think that was just overextended. Look at that wacky shutting down with double capture right there. That was amazing. And Seven finally takes down Susano. But right here, Wacky coming in from the B side. But there's only one bomb right here. Still maintaining. FDX might be able to backstab. But Wacky is inside. And you can see Youngjae coming through right here. But Youngjae shutting down Seven. And another point goes out to Tyrant Esports. We got it down, man. I think graphics got it on the nose, man. They really got it on the nose.
Yeah, I feel like the graphics and of course the production is just puppeteering Tyrant Esports at this point. But you know, it's not going to be that way. But it's just that Tyrant Esports is just so good at predicting where the players might enter when it comes to those early rotations. As we move into this round number 3, Tyrant Esports, after attacking so aggressively in this first two rounds, here this time they're going to slow it down, play like a turtle, and wait for that bomb to get planted. And this is going to be a great significant play for them, because you just can't play aggressively. You have to slow it down and play that rhythm for you to get this game line up for you as well. But then we look at the kill feed. Tyrant Esports, they drop 2 players, and FDX will be letting up 1 more. Heatax able to get 1, needs to find 1 more. He hunts, but Youngjae will be staying alive for the meantime. And of course, the numbers in the hands of Tyrant Esports. Heatax has got the chance to elaborate 1, and he's going to get double contested, and he goes out mids. Last player standing, he's going to get eliminated, and Tyrant Esports able to get a successful break attempt, and that's going to add 1 more round in their bag.
I like what you say, they're playing like a turtle, but then again, it's not like a turtle. They look like they are already like a tiger taking down C Legacy one after another. Despite that bomb has been dropped, it still goes out to Tyrant Esports, and they were doing well. C Legacy, they gotta do something right here. They know that most of their rotation, most of their positioning is not doing so well, even though they really let push Tyrant Esports to run for their money right this instant. Tyrant Esports still maintain a great composure right this instant. Just how you say it, play a little bit too slow. Just want to make it a little bit of turtle right here, picking a little bit, and C8 Mark waiting to give that information. Hit X on the other hand, gonna put that trophy. They don't want to overextend themselves, but Bomb is already moving into the A side. A is already open, but they know that information, and right now Tyrant is gonna go for the run.
Yeah, they're going in this white warehouse, but Youngjae is going to get himself out of the picture, and C8. Now, this is the chance for them to get that bomb plant. So, you look at it this way. They got 3 players at that A bomb site with Freezy dropping Tyrant Jello. So, that makes things more easier for C8 Legacies. They only have to deal with 2 players left, but it's not going to be easy. Susano, the head-to-head player for Tyrant Esports, could truly create plays, but he's have to make it work now. He drops Mark. Now, waiting for the player in the white warehouse. He needs to get this control done. The timing is going to be perfect here right now for C8, but Susano's going to wait to slide. He gets the kill against mid. 2v1, and they would be able to get the man advantage, but Hope is still alive. Freezy to get his kills, but Wacky already in with the kill, and they will still be outperforming C8 Legacy. Fasha Bunny. It's just great defense.
Wow, is this gonna be a 6-0 just how the graphics predicted already? I guess maybe Tyrant Esports is on fire when it comes to Search and Destroy. Never let Tyrant Esports pull you here at the fiery range. They are dominating the Search and Destroy, but then again, Hardpoint match also, they have done so well when they fight off at that summit. And right here, Wacky shots on with a wallbang! That was amazing! And 3 players coming in, the whole squad of that C8 Legacy will be in the information. Jello shuts down, C8 Mar also being shut down by Yaji. 1 more player to go, Jello in, and shuts down Hit X as well. 1 more player to go, they're looking for it. Backstabbing, not gonna do anything, but right here, Jello trying to do a little bit of slave flank to the rapper. Ooh, miss, shutting down, double capture right there. And 1 more player to go, and that Thumper does the job by the FDX.
Tyrant Esports, they're on pace to get that 6-0, but take a look at this way. Judging from their performance, they're striking while the iron is hot, and they're making sure that when Saint Legacy is vulnerable, that's where they try to punish them the most. And that's going to be the story so far in this game. Waki Youngjae going great so far with this scope, but FDX has been phenomenal with the way he engages on his first line of attacks. And now Freezy needs to stay alive here. Fasha Bunny, he takes one, but Jello drops him. And now the bomb has been opened up. We got a 4v3.
We got a 4v3 right. This Tyrant has that most advantage right. This is his name. Mario shuts down Youngjae. That one is the opening that CA Legacy needed, but still, two players maintaining right this system. Can he make another one? Oh, he misses that shot. He positioned himself, but no! Wacky shuts him down instead. One more play to go. Susano is just looking for that one play right in front of him. He's gonna melee him. He's gonna go all up. Muhammad Ali right this system. Can he make it? He makes it with that. Muhammad Ali strikes and getting 6-0 for Tyrant Esports again and again.
Uh-oh, Fasha Bunny. Now you clearly see it. C8 Legacy down for the count. Somebody ring the bell. Ding, ding, ding. Tyrant Esports, they win it 6-0. C8 Legacy throw the white flag and it was just over in an instant. And that's another 6-0 here handed by Tyrant Esports. And do get this, Fasha Bunny. Winning 1-6-0 is great. But winning another 6-0 in today's match, it's phenomenal. Tyrant Esports, they truly embodied the S&D gameplay.
Yup, definitely. The S&D is literally in the blood. It was just amazing, especially for that closing that Susano gave us. That was amazing. I mean, I gotta say, one of the best closing that can be given as a highlight for the Garena Call of Duty Mobile Masters Season number 2. Susano, you got it in the bag to make a little bit of drama that time. And on the other hand, CA Legacy, another shot down the drain when it comes to fighting with Tyrant Esports. CA Legacy, is it goodbye yet for you? It could be, Kelly. It could be, but we don't want to actually put them down the line because the fact is, CA Legacy has done a wonderful job. They might be here to redeem themselves, even though they tried their best. It's just not enough. And we gotta give a little bit of highlights to them as well because CA Legacy during the Garena Masters Season number 1, they were the only one who could take down Almighty with 3-1. You know, for
Yeah.
them to have that title already is a good enough. But despite whatever it is, CA Legacy might not be able to go to the playoff on this group stage. They have done a superb, beautiful performance so far.
And honestly, for them, the legacy, it has been a nice group stage, Sean, but they have to exit with a victory. And I mean, yes, this is their final game today, and they should be exiting with their heads held high. And that so goes for C Legacy, but for sure, Tyrant Esports, as much as possible, they have secured the top 2 spot, and they need every win that they can get for them to get better, and of course, to swing that momentum at the playoffs, where it's going to be muchly needed when you go and pair up against the Kings of Kings in that Garena Masters Season 2 playoffs. But again, talk about on that search and destroy, Fasha Bunny, Wacky, he was the sniper. He was not taking players down up front. He was taking them down with the walls, and this guy is just, what, phenomenal, crazy, with those wall bangs and with those plays actually gave them the opportunity to open up and make sure that the defense, of course, and the attack of Saint Legacy gets loosened up. And it's going to be easier for them to just slay and continue. But now we're moving into that match number 3, and we're moving into domination. And Tyrant Esports, they got 2 map wins already, and I don't see any reason for them to swing that one even more here at this map number 3. But if you're CA Legacy, at least get 1 map win against Tyrant Esports, more than enough before they exit this group stage.
Agreed. You at least you want to go out with a bang. You know, if you want to go out from the game, you gotta go out with a bang. Just do your best. And I can see Frizzy is just giving all the support, saying that let's just go down. If you want to go down, let's go down with the fight. And going back to what you were saying, Wacky. Can we give a little bit of highlights to him? You know, we saw how he was when it comes to Garena Youth of Challenges, and he was wacky as wacky as he lives up to his name when it comes to wacky. He was whacking out every single motion, and I gotta give a heads up. It could be Young Jay and Susano with a great training to the side of wacky, making sure that he gets a great sniping mode beast when it's in the system. It's a wonderful job and domination right here. Let's see if Tyrant Esports will redeem themselves when they lose to the side of Smart Omega.
All right, here we go. Tyrant Esports C8 Legacy final game for today. And they will be taking it on here. This domination standoff where Tyrant Esports lost one against Smart Omega earlier. So this is going to be a really nice pick for C8 Legacy. They did their homework, and this is where they can strike the most. And of course, take down Tyrant Esports as they will be kickstarting their gameplay with an early 2 flags in play, as we will see mid be able to beat that annoyance at that B flag, at that mid streets for them to get this through. And now for Freezy, going to get one. And that should be more than enough. They're still keeping that Charlie and the Bravo flag in their hands, but Tyrant Esports, they're spawning at that gas station, which could be the indication of a spawn flip that we will have in this game, and that do so will be happening as CX will be hopping on that alpha flag. But then there we go. The Legacy still locked in. They got the A and B.
Ooh, 7, just a little bit too slow. That motion, he was at that right angle, but just few seconds too slow. And at this moment, he's able to actually get a little bit more points. Frizzy still trying to contest to the C side. He's maintaining to control that broken wall, making sure that Tyrant does not get through to the B side, but Wacky has already pulled through. He's gonna maintain, and here hits, trying to do a hit to the hotel side, but no F does not allow it. But coming back for the backup right here, Frizzy shuts down FTX, and Seven just gonna spray it out with that Holger. Not gonna do anything, he will be shut down as well, but double cap will continue to see it, and Mix, been shut down by Young Jay straight away, and Tyrant will be able to complete it and getting that double cap for themselves.
This is still a vulnerable situation here for both ends for Tyrant Esports. They haven't completely set up their B flag defense yet. And C8 Legacy will be trying to take a hit on the mid-map itself, as Jello will be swarm at the back, but is going to stay one before he gets taken out, and that's going to be more than enough for Tyrant Esports to delay the push that C8 Legacy did. And this huge play from Tyrant Esports Asano, that Sparrow play right there is going to be pretty devastating, as Tyrant Esports is looking to come back here at this B flag. C8 Legacy now looking to play individually. This is not something that we didn't see from them earlier, and now they're starting to do that, and that's going to hurt their odds of winning this game. They have to play as a team more cohesively, but Tyrant Esports, with the way they play, they're making sure C8 Legacy will be faction to fraction, and it's not going to be a great sight to see. 20 points before we end this first half. Tyrant Esports, they're about to take that lead, and they will do so before we end this first half.
Definitely, and a great back to forth from the side of Tyrant Esports. Like a little bit so plays Tyrant Esports. I think they're just playing it passive a little bit for the beginning because they don't want to overextend themselves. And I don't think they were expecting C8 Legacy to give so much power even from the first half itself. And I'm loving it. I'm loving how Mids is trying to get into the C side, and they're able to get that double cap back again to themselves. And it's a pendulum swing already from the side of Tyrant Esports and C8 Legacy. Jello trying to get in. Wacky pulls through from the hotel side, but still with a full squad right there at the middle lane, and Jello trying to get in, but he does not allow it. C87 does not allow it at all. Great, well done defense from the side of C8 Legacy, but this is just the first half. Let's take a look if C8 Legacy can maintain this momentum, and like we said, hopefully they will go out of this Garena Master Season number 2 with a bang.
Yeah, with a bang. They take the first half. Now they continue to get more here in the second half. That's going to be the story here. Once they get that win, they're going to exit with their heads held high. So we are currently seeing Tyrant Esports actually shambling control here so far at this bakeries, but Young Jay is going to get those 2 kills to enough to prevent that B flag from getting captured just yet. But then again, for Susano getting that kill at that factory is going to help them push even more, and that's going to be a very aggressive take here for both ends. But Susano winning that huge gunfight once again is starting to open up the map for Tyrant Susano, and of course Esports itself, as this guy continued to live top 4 kills already in this game, and they're trying to initiate a spawn trap in this game. C8 Legacy right now is stuck to the right side of the minimap, and of course it's going to be pretty hard for them to break, especially when Tyrant Esports got this very good control. But then again, You see this resilience from C8 Legacy. Slowly and surely, they're going in for the flood. And as a team, they're slowing it down to not just try to break the spawn, but to avoid getting killed as well. And there you go. Slowly and surely, they're making sure they slowly advance.
Yep. I'm loving it that Tyrant Esports is trying to compete a little bit from the side of CA. You see, they keep on trying to go to the hotel shortcut, but still they can't maintain it because the defense from CA Legacy is doing well. But somehow Tyrant right now finally trying to break it through, maybe with two players maintaining to the hotel shortcut, maybe they can actually steal away the E side from the eyes or from the hands of CA Legacy. Tyrant Wacky coming in from behind as well. He makes sure Savage will be shots done as well. No backstab will be done from CA Legacy. A great, well done job from Wacky. He is gonna maintain his mid side very well. And Susano with the Sparrow, unfortunately, shuts down straight away from 7. C will still be controlled by CA Legacy. They will be able to take it back again from their hands. But Susano coming in. He's gonna go in for the blood and he's trying to clear it out. He will actually contest it for a few more points. Now 105 points to CA Legacy. Chinese one, they are on the run right this instant because CA Legacy are doing well. The fight that we've been looking for from CA Legacy, Cali.
Yeah, they're finally showing their true capabilities, and this is something that we haven't seen from them so far in today's event. And obviously for CA Legacy, this is one way you try to exit, but they need to continuously do it more. The game is still 50-50, and Mints now making sure that the team will be having more advantage. 5 in a row already. Not only that, this guy will be a bane here. This is a flag, but it's going to get shot down. No value off of that Sparrow, but that play right there give the chance for CA Legacy to buy some time and delay the push that Tyrant Esports is trying to initiate, and C8 only needs to defend a little bit more, and they only need one flag for them to win in this game, and they will be bagging this domination. But now for Tyrant Esports, what they need is a one big push if they do want to end the day with a 3-0 in this series. But then again, it's easier said than done. C8 Legacy's are getting more momentum than them.
Yep, definitely been great, well done positioning with them and making sure every front prize will be taken down by the side of CA Legacy and Sparrow all over the place, and Wacky trying to do a little bit of game changer to the side of Tyrant Esports, but damage has been done from CA Legacy. There's nothing can be overturned from the Tyrant Esports because CA Legacy will take this W for themselves for their closure of grand final of, or should I say, the final day of Group A of group stage.
And honestly, this is now official. Tyrant Esports, they will be advancing as the top 2 in the competition. But C8 Legacy, they end their group stage strong with the win, and that's what you want. And obviously for these young bloods, they got the power, they got the potential. They are young, but they can draw blood. And they are the future of the Call of Duty Mobile Esports competition. And that's going to be it for them. This is the end of the road, but for Tyrant, they get to continue. With them winning this series, it's now official that they advance to the top 2 for that playoffs as they join the ranks against Smart Omega, Almighty, C8 United, and of course, yours truly, I forgot, but it's going to be Mumbalo Kings and Gaijin Rogue.
Yeah, our 2 groups is done from Group C and Group B, continuing to Group A today. It has been a great journey for every single one of this team. 18 teams from 256 teams who qualified themselves for this group stage has been a wonderful sight to see, especially from the teams that are already familiar in the Garena Masters Season number 1, for them to redeem themselves. There are certain teams who want to do redemption. They might be able to go for during the first season, they might be able to go to the playoff, but unfortunately for tonight, there are certain teams might not be able to redeem themselves. For another team, on the other hand, Tyrant Esports, who has been maintaining a great, well done performance from Garena Youth Challenger, and they are right now on a run to go in for the Garena Master Season number 2 playoff. It's gonna be interesting, definitely. 2 of this team is super duper wonderful, but the journey is not done, my friend. The fight is still not over. We still have CA Stealth, who will be fighting with Smart Omega for the closure of Group A, Cali.
Yeah, and that's going to be the show match. before we end today's live stream, and that's going to be delight because Smart Omega, they have 3-0 Tyrant Esports already. They 3-0 C8 Legacy, but they haven't 3-0 C8 Stealth just yet. And do remember and do get this, C8 Stealth took one domination against them. So obviously Omega will have a grudge against C8 Stealth, and they will try to do whatever it takes to get that 3-0, but we'll never know. That will be the match that will be coming right up again next. And obviously speaking, it's going to be a really delight to see how well Smart Omega again compare against C8 Stealth. Smart Omega, they're the top of the competition. C8 Stealth going to be at the dead last of this Group A, and it's going to be delight to see the contrast between the two. But do get this though, C8 Stealth is on the dead last. Pasha Bunny, they took one map against Smart Omega, and that's going to be a really big question mark here at that match number 6. But taking a look at this series overall between Tyrant Esports and C8 Legacy, we expected at least to see C8 get one map against Tyrant Esports, but it turns out the game came clean and they were able to get one. So they take this stand of domination 150 to 119, and that's more than enough for them to
Yep.
actually put their position secured at the top 3 here for this Group A.
Yep, definitely. And I was actually surprised because we already said that CA Legacy, they only have this last chance to pull it through to tie up the games with Tyrant Esport. And nevertheless, it could have been a tiebreaker between Tyrant Esport and CA Legacy if they could have won this 3-0 with Tyrant Esport. But this is not the case. Tyrant Esport bags 2 wins for themselves, making sure that they are at that top 2 with 10 wins already in their hands. On the other hand, right here, we want to see their little brother, how they do off when it comes to fighting with their own opponent, which is Smart Omega. So, besides the point that we already got our top 2, right? We want to see
Yeah, we
how our big brothers and little brothers fight off. We want to see they have that bragging right to say, "Hey, we're the little brothers. We got more wins than you." Or maybe the big brothers say, "That's why you are my little brother, my friend. That's why you are there down there. You still need to learn more. We're at the top 3. You are at the bottom." So who knows? Either one of them got that bragging rights. And coming back to the highlights of the C8 Legacy versus Tyrant Esport, not a chance whatsoever for CA Legacy during the beginning, but then CA Legacy comes through, and then there was a fight between that reset motion, and I was surprised that before the reset, actually, when we were going to that edge platform, there was just crazy from the CA Legacy. But then again, Tyrant what dominates it for the reset. They don't even allow for CA Legacy to come through, and then this wall bang was just crazy. C8 Mark was just doing well, and Susano got the highlight for the Muhammad Ali boxing glove, my friend.
Yeah, they were exchanging hands in a game that really requires guns for you to win gunfights. But at the end of that search and destroy, that's really how you end a search and destroy gameplay. And honestly, CA Legacy expected them to at least win one map, but Tiny Sports clearly a lot better in that search and destroy. They win it 6-0, clean, flawless rounds, round after round for Tyrant Sports. Then we take a look at this domination standoff where a map pick by Saint Legacy truly embodied their true spirit. The personality was shown. They were making much more decisive decision as a team, and not only that, they were engaging and having more initiative compared to Tyrant Esports. And now, though, you're going to see the soldier of the game, Tyrant Esports Young J, Fasha Bunny, your favorite player amongst Tyrant Esports.
Who would have thought? I mean, I really thought it was gonna be FDX or Susano, but then my hero is the soldier of the game for today. Amazing, well done job from Young J. Who, I mean, I'm not even actually surprised because he should have been there. He should have been there with the rest of his teammates. Susano has been getting a lot of those highlight, a lot of his spotlight on him. Come on, give a little bit some to the Young J, the IGL of Charities. What he has done a wonderful job to communicate, to actually lead the way for the Tyrant squad, despite they might have lost Rage. And I know when I saw them fighting with Rage at Smart Omega, there must be a feeling like, we're fighting with our own X team. But then again, Young J pulls it through, a great composure, a well done job with the KDA of a 1.4 24/7. He deserved that spotlight, Kelly.
Yeah, he deserved that spot. And again, to talk about the loss of rage, one way that Tyrant Esports counter that is actually play more as a team, cohesive enough for them to make up for the loss of rage. And not only that, they were divisive and they will claim the top two spot for this Group A. One more action coming right up next. Smart Omega and Sage Don't. Make sure you don't miss out. We'll be right back after this break.
And welcome back to the Garena Call of Duty Mobile Master Season number 2, day number 7. You are watching the whole 5 series has been done, and this is going to be the closing for the Group A. 5 rounds is done, and it's wonderful to see that the top 2 has been topped off by the team of Smart Omega as well as Tyrant Esports. But CH Stealth, they still have another job to do to get a great closure at the ending of day number 7. You are with Fasha Bunny streaming as well as beautiful, handsome, right on my probably on your screen is on my left side, which is Cali Gaming.
Yo, Flash Bonnie, can't wait for this game to start because, again, what we talked about earlier, C8 Stealth, they took one map against Smart Omega, and they are the only team who hasn't got served a donut by Smart Omega. And for sure, Smart will try to do whatever it takes to get the 3-0. But then again, when C8 Stealth gets lucky enough and they pick 2 maps, they might use that domination stomps once again to turn back time and, of course, try to defeat Smart Omega on that map itself. But then again, it's going to be a 50-50 here. We don't know yet who's going to get that maps and modes. But Fasher Bunny, this is going to be a show match. What do you think will be the outcome of this game?
It all really depends on whether or not CSL still have that lucky luck on their side, because the fact is whenever they have the picks, or should I say win the coin toss, they might be dragging Smart Omega again to the same map, the home base of themselves, which is again like you said, slums domination. But Omega on the other hand, they are also on the strike. They want to do a revenge, right? So there's definitely a motion where you say, oh, you take us down there, we want to take you down again. We definitely, if you bring us back at the same spot, we might able to learn back the mistake that we've done. Who knows? Because sometimes it might backfire, and we saw it already happen at the Garena Call of Duty Master Season number 2. But back to the schedule, we got Tyrant, who actually opening up the day 7 with winning 2 points, 2 maps for themselves against CA Stealth, and then Omega shuts CX Legacy right on the spot with 3 wins, and then continuing to CX Stealth, meeting with their big brothers. It was still a win to the side of CA Legacy, and then Tyrant Omega couldn't even go against, because the fact is Tyrant able to revenge with 1 point of themselves off that map search and destroy. And right here, the lineup of CX Stealth, who will be beating with the Smart Omega, who they actually break the record, like you said, the only team who was able to contest that 3-0 with the team of Smart Omega. Chroma, I so sorry we missed out. That graphic was too fast, but Chroma, Kravis, Iron Fist, Stealth, as Sage and Zero right this season. Hopefully they'll be able to pull through and make a great ending for tonight.
Yeah, it's a good thing that CH Stealth, they had their names locked down on this Discord, or else we might have confused these players against CH Chuk, CH Legacy, or CH United, because of how many CH teams has been exactly at this event, and they really showed the quality and of course the quantity here at this event. CH Stealth, arguably future teams that could shock us at the next few events, but they're going up against the top one here at this Group A in Smart Omega, the kings of old. Back and rejuvenated, they got Rage, Idra, Jay-Z, Candy, Cabs, and Whoopi. And we have talked about it again and again and again because it's the major difference. Having Rage at the team, make sure that Whoopi and Kevs gets to slay and Idra gets to support his team even more, and it unloads the shoulder of Candy, who's been the team's major score streak builder with Rage inside that hard point and especially in respawn. So this is going to be a pretty interesting one because Smart Omega, they face Tyrant Esports earlier, and they did get a run for their money. Now they're facing a team that's going to be dead last in their group, and I kind of want to expect that Smart Omega could get a 3-0, but we'll never know because CH Stealth, you already know that they took one map against Smart Omega on day 1 at Domination and Slums. But here is your head-to-head player matchup. Smart Omega Kebs gonna have that 19.33 kills in an average hit of 13.44, having a 1.44 KDA, and that's going to be a lot, especially in response SND and SND. Then you take a look at CH Stealth Chromos, going to have 13.50, 16.33 average that, and a 0.83 KDA. Not really great, but you can obviously feel and you can take a look at the stats that backs it up that CH Stealth has been continuously struggle here at this event itself. And now, will they be able to outdo and outsmart Smart Omega themselves?
Who knows? Who knows? And again, just how we said it, like when it comes to statics, sometimes we can say stat is just a stat, numbers is just a numbers. But when it comes to CA style, the numbers really portray them very well. So it really means that they really show out how struggle they are at the Garena Masters. And right now, the maps and modes, it goes down to CA Styles, who actually have the point, or should I say the control of map, but then they don't even want to go to the slums. They instead changes their whole path of that domination to the 5e range. And then for the Smart Omega, they decided to actually take down CH Stealth at Raid Search and Destroy, knowing for the fact that this is gonna be a different kind of map that CX Stealth will be fighting off, because they haven't even fight off at this map Search and Destroy, Kelly.
I, mm, I'm actually shocked that CH Stealth will be picking Summit Hardpoint. This is one of the maps that Smart Omega can easily dominate the most. This is one of their key maps, aside from Raid Hardpoint. And obviously, this map right here could lean to the hands of Smart Omega, but then we'll never know. Who knows? Maybe CH Stealth, they got something to say at this Summit Hardpoint, and they might be able to outplay the kings of all, but that's going to be easier said than done. They have to show it right from the start that they have what it takes. Smart Omega will have the power of friendship to back them up in this game. Here we go. It's going to be Hardpoint at Summit, a map that's so compact that you have to win your gunfights at that P1 and P2. Then you need to move to that P3 warehouse and that P4 at the radar station. That's going to be one-sided, so you got to get that early rotation to have a far better advantage and to spawn your team right beside when they get taken down. As we move in the game, this is the final match of Day 7. Smart Omega and C8 Stealth. Hardpoint Summit. Flash Giovanni, 3 seconds. Take it away.
I mean, I guess let's go back to the map points just now. I feel like Smart Omega doing a wonderful job banning the slump. They don't want to actually fight off or contest that slump. They know for a fact that CH Stealth has proven themselves. That is their map. And right now, Omega coming in for the first winner and clear out all of the C8. But nevertheless, C8 Chroma at that second floor of that control room will be able to clear out Omega. But nope, not even just. Whoopi shuts him down straight away. And Rage will actually make sure no one goes in from that control room door. Will give more points to the side of Omega, but then again, Cookie coming in here, trying to clear it out, trying to make sure that control room will be open to be taken. Points really goes out. The gunfight is on, but points is still contested. No one knows who is going to actually maintain a good lead right here, Cali.
Yeah, great lead for both ends as they are tied apiece. 20 seconds left. Hardpoint really scrappy. Both teams are doing whatever it takes to get this hardpoint contested and make sure no one gets the score over the other. But Smart Omega, they're going to pull away as they have a little bit of an ingress. As we move into this next hardpoint rotation, we go to the platforms, aka the catwalks, as we're going to see Smart Omega having to be on the late rotation. The CH will be there early, but Rage gonna take one and slide out, wait for his team to get back through, but he's going to go and eliminate one more player. Smart Omega showcasing their gunfights early. That's kind of alarming if you're CH Stealth. And now, Hardpoint opening up. Smart Omega in the hill.
Smart Omega already at the hill, and Rage clearing out every single one from the control, giving points to the side of Smart Omega. Even though they're just leftovers, so just a little bit of opening from the side of CSF who's trying to steal it, but nope, not even a chance. Omega still maintain. They maintain a great composure to make sure that edge platform will be holding up very well. But Zero coming in from the top floor. Nope, gonna cut it down straight away. Cookie coming in for the game changer, but I think Cabs will shut down. But no, finally coming in. Will actually break the heels, and right now trying to steal away from the hands of Smart Omega.
Yeah, 17 seconds left, more than enough for CH Stealth to accumulate, but the next move should be in for CH Stealth. It's going to be Smart Omega now on the next hardpoint rotation. They got the favorite spawns, and you obviously see, and you obviously know, this is going to be the fun hill. And if Smart Omega gets to persist, and if they get to stay a lot more than CH Stealth in this hardpoint number 3 itself, then you're guaranteed that Smart Omega will try and pull away. As we open up this hill, C8, they have to attack with multiple angles. Step 1, they got to break that spawn, or step 2, take at least a multiple entry to get Smart Omega off guard, and that's not going to work here just yet. C8 not attacking one by one, playing 2 individual, and that's knocking down the game. Oh my goodness! What did I just see? A grenade? Oh my god! Smart Omega, they still dominate with their score streak and their operator skills.
Yep, definitely, and not even a chance for the CA Stealth to get through. They're still maintaining to get into the city. If I were them, I would do an early rotation already, because the fact is the engagement, especially the effort it. Trying to go into the platform is not gonna be easy for the Omega. Has a great defense with Candy right here. Gonna clear it out, just gonna get as much as point. So they're not gonna leave those leftovers for the side of CA Stealth, because the fact is, if they go in with blood on their hands. And right here, Zero is just gonna clear them out. But the rotation has already been done. Smart Omega is already waiting. He's clearing out everyone from the CA Stealth. Not even a breakthrough, not even a slight change of pace from the side of Smart Omega. They are keeping it up. Momentum still high as a dove right here, Kelly.
Oh my goodness, CH Stealth just can't catch a break. Smart Omega's just been so relentless. They waste no time. Smart Omega just showcase what they can just do. Cluster strike just to keep themselves in the power position and of course in the favorite spawn. And now they're about to strike, but Iron Fist takes one. He's going to get dropped by that thumper. And this is the prime time for Smart Omega to get inside his hardpoint, and they will eventually do. They only need 25 points to win this game. CH Stealth is looking down the barrels of defeat. They got to turn the game around, and that should start with them contesting this hardpoint itself. But they're looking to set up for this next kill itself. And Smart Omega, they're also making their move, and they have far better view and a far better chance of taking the power positions for the next hardpoint, and that's going to be on the reset. Final 11 points for Smart Omega. Can they be able to extend and of course or end this game, or will CH Stealth extend? Here we go, hardpoint opening up.
Reset has been done, but points already been done from Smart Omega. Damage is already been clear, or should I say been cleared out by side of Smart Omega, for the fact that CA Stealth cannot even possess a point. But right now trying to do a gravity spike. Nope, not even a chance. Candy, second time was supposed to be a charm from the side of CA Stealth, but nope, Smart Omega doesn't allow it. 150 to 58 points. Not even a breakthrough from CA Stealth. Great, well done job, from the Smart Omega.
Yeah, wow. I mean, just a really great performance for Smart Omega. And that was just textbook offense and defense for the team itself. At P1 and P2, they win their gunfights. Then at P3, they set their priorities straight with their team anchor. That was Idra, or I believe that was Kendi, that was able to set up early and spawn the team right beside whenever they get taken down. And obviously, what that gives you is a chance to spawn right beside the hard point, and they were able to capitalize on that. And not only that, Fasha Bunny, they were scoring majority of the points in the hard point, where in return gave C8 Stealth a really hard time.
Yep, definitely. No, I mean, what can we say from this? Is just Smart Omega being smart. They really dominated the whole summit. It's not a good map that has been chosen by CA Stealth. They really, how do I say, put themselves into sabotaging their own team when it comes to putting out into the summits, especially when they know for a fact it's gonna be tough. And I feel Smart Omega is cornering out CA Stealth to the max, knowing for a fact they have banned the slums, not giving any opportunity for CA Stealth to steal any more points for themselves. They're just gonna go all out. They want to make sure for the group A, Omega will get as much as point as possible, Kelly.
I mean, for Smart Omega, that was just really, really played well. Not only did Rage had the chance to stay inside that hard point, Candy did also his time inside the hill, and they were teaming up, and they were so cohesive to just create all this plays for themselves. Then we take a look at C8, who had a really great start at that P1. They were toe-to-toe against Smart Omega. Then that P2 hits, that P3 hits, that P4 hits, the reset hits, and it was just Smart Omega right at that point. And they will be taking this map number 1. And we now move to a map pick by Smart. Raid S&D. Ali, favorite map by yours truly, Smart Omega. This is one of their best thing. And this is one of their prize asset. And of course, Swoopy is going to be that main player here at this Search and Destroy raid to create those opening picks.
Definitely. Snipers is out for the take, and Whoopi definitely gonna take that opportunity. She shuts down all of the CA Stealth defense, no matter what it is gonna be. If you're on attacker side or you're on the defense side, Smart Omega is gonna go all out, rushing towards the side of CA Style. But right here, let's take a look. Whoopi gonna throw a little bit of trophy right there, gonna spot it out, and look at that, just shut it down. Breakfast straight away with that snipe. Wade's got one more play to go. They go in for the blood, shuts down Cookie as well. Rage is just raging on, not even a breakthrough. Smart Omega just doesn't allow CA. Oh, but somehow Chroma able to do a little bit of backstab right there, a little bit defense coming in. Not to say that it's gonna be to the side of CA Style. It's still too soon, but then again, that's gonna give an information. I drop right in front of him. He falls back first, just a little bit to reload, but he waits it. And Chroma shuts down by the side of Kev. One more play to go. Hardzy is the only one left from CA Style.
Yo, can we see a 1v4 clutch? He's gonna to get the first one, but Kev shuts him down immediately. Kev's taking 2 players in this first round. Gonna be more than enough for him to help this team get this first round, of course. But then again, for C8 still, the attack was just so indecisive for my liking. I mean, if you're going to be the attacker, you have to find a way to decide where the bomb is going to get planted and where are you going to attack it now. This time, it's going to be Iron Fist striking first, dropping Whoopi, but Rage able to get the break. And of course, that first blood exchange, while Edra will follow up dropping Kramers. 3v4 numbers in the hands of Smart Omega, but Edra is gonna get shot down, and that's going to be C8 Stealth popping off. And that's going to be huge. And now they do have to take one more player, and that's going to be Stab. Can we see it? No, Kev shot him down, so we got a 1v2 Fasha Bunny.
Cookie, why are you being so cookie right there? Oh my god, with Cavs right here, numbers are already equalized. It might be goes out to the side of CA Style, but 2-on-1 right here behind him is gonna be taken down. Chroma shuts down. 1 point goes out to CA Style. That was so close. There could have been anything. Anything could have happened at a time. But then, thank God for Chroma and cornering out Cav right that instant. Woo! Cookie, you gotta be alert, Dad. You gotta be alarm on that spot, man.
Oh, Cookie. This guy, I remember this guy in Garena Youth Challengers for 360 for the win, but now Whoopi able to strike first. Gonna find one Nix to get one more on the mid stairs. He's not gonna find any. And CH Stealth, though, is going to be down in numbers. Chroma trying to exchange hands, but Indra shuts him down. Now, the numbers in favor for Smart Omega. They get the plan as well, so they get the high pressure against CH Stealth. So Whoopi taking down Kramers. Look at the quick flick of that wrist. Hardly trying to stick one, but Kev sucks him down as well. Take a look at that play from Smart Omega. Clear and decisive. They get the bomb plant, they get to execute, and they get the win.
C8. I know that it's a little bit struggling when it comes to a Smart Omega, trying to learn their patterns, trying to counter their own their very aggressive mode. But unfortunately, Cookie shuts down Rage. That's great. That's great. That's an opening that we needed from the side of CA Stealth. They haven't been responding very well to the side of Smart Omega. Chroma shuts down Candy. Oh, great. Another one player to go. Chroma clear it out just a little bit more. No! And then he goes down. Just a little bit more. Can he do it? Can he do it? No! Just unfortunately, Whoopi shuts him down instead. Chroma, such a big mistake right there. And there, Whoopi shuts down another one. Iron Fist. 2 more plays to go. 2v2 at this moment. Whoopi will be spotting another player from the right side. He real quick scope straight away to Cookie. 1 more play to go. 1v1 to the side. Hazi also has traded off Omega as well. So let's take a look. Whoopi trying to do a wall bang right there. Trying to give him information. On the other hand, Hazi throwing a little bit of grenade. Holger on the hand. Who will get it? Is it going to be Sniper or is it going to be the LMG in the hands right this instant? Bomb is gonna be planted at the A side, and that's gonna call out to the Hadzi saying, "Let's come here and fight me like a man, boy."
Hey, fight me like a man. If they don't reach a piece, then alright. That time to get some guns, and the doctor's on site. Whoopi, Hardzy, 1v1 close range engagements. Hardzy gonna try to reposition. He's running around. Noise been there now, and Whoopi only needs to convert, but Hardzy with the punch. Whoopi got a black eyes, sent to the next round, down for the count, and the time more than enough for Hardzy to defuse, and C8 Stealth gonna get that round number 4. Pretty back and forth right now. Last round before switch side's gonna happen. Right at this point, C8 Stealth doing a great job handling Smart Omega on the attacking side. A wise play for Whoopi, but better overall execution for C8 Stealth in that round number 4.
Exactly. Fight like a man, and Hardzy did it. They pull it to the through, but no! Whoopi shuts down Chroma again. That's gonna be an opening. Whoopi is just doing well, but IMP shuts down Cavs as well. And right here, Kramer's trying to do it also back up, but unfortunately, Rage is just raging on into the B side. It's gonna be open taken off, but Iron Fist trying to do another quiz call. Can he do it? Can he do it? Victory? No, the top protection's down, but Rage also has that backup, takes down Iron Fist. One more player to go. Stealth is left with 1-2v1 at this stage. Bomb will be planted right this instant. It's gonna call out Hazi. Gonna do a little bit of spraying with that hooker, but not gonna do it. That recall is actually making him such difficulty to accuracy to the side of fighting with the enemy. He repositioned himself back again to the other side. One player at the sculpture, he spotted out, but no, he goes in. He doesn't want to go. He goes for the rush, and unfortunately, this is gonna corner it out, and Whoopi shuts him down instead. Such a big mistake from the CA Stealth.
I mean, I have to question Heartsy there. He went to a battlefield with his fist, not gun. And how are you supposed to defend yourself on that long-range engagements against Smart Omega's cut the Mac 10 in your forehand accordingly? And now for Whoopi, he takes the first blood, dropping Cookie. 4v5. Continue to extend more. Heartsy is going to be on the same line. 1v1 close range engagement. Who's gonna win it? He's gonna take him down at the close range. Whoopi daring get this game in control. He's gonna find one more. He slides, he misses, and Kramer is with the punish, but he's not going to get a follow-up as he gets taken down by Kev's Chroma. Last man standing. He's going to get the face once again in the battle. I don't know if what's wrong with C8 Stealth with those punching gloves, Pastor Bunny, but they seem to wear it when they're about to get taken down.
Are they inspired by Susano? I think they're inspired by Tyrant Esports Susano. The fact that, if he can beat Muhammad Ali back with the Kia, maybe we can do the same thing, man. We just go in for the rush for the melee. But no, they've been shut down. Kramer shuts down a Whoopi, but also been traded off by Kev. And in the end, Kev's coming in from the gallery side. Gonna look for them to backstab. Iron Fist maintaining, but no, that backstab from, oh my god, Rage. Just doing great positioning. Hydra right here maintaining a great positioning. Even though CA still as the one who has to attack, it's still a great defense from the side. Hazi right in front of you, and he shuts down with that KRM. A great well done top, but 2v1 at this instant. He needs to pull it through. Can he make it? In front of him, there's two guns right in front of him. KRM. Bomb in the hands. Bomb has already been dropped, and he needs to figure out how to get the bomb without jeopardizing his own life to the hands of Smart Omega.
And this is a nice way for him to counter Smart Omega. He had that KRM earlier, so that's not gonna make him useful in that long range. So he picked up a DLQ just for him to try and pick one of the players of Smart here at this long range, and let's see if he's going to be very effective with it. He spots one, he misses, and he also gets the second follow-up, pulling the trigger. Hot Rage with that heady. And now, 1v1, KRM versus KRM, Kev's with 7, Heartsy with 5, a battle between KRM gods. Who's going to be in favor? Who's gonna get that timing? As we are about to see the 1v1, he spots him! Heartsy gets the first damage, but Kev's still very much alive. He's going to back down. Kev's low in HP, he's going to get hunted. Now he's going to use the punching glove just to get him an ingress. Max in hand, but Heartsy, he's gonna lose the gunfight. Kev's wins it, match point for Smart Omega.
Oh my god! Kevs! Oh, what is up with the CA? Still, you had that upper and keep on hit marker to the side of Kevs. It was just such a sad motion for the CA still. They could have actually get at least one more point, but this is the match point for the side of Smart Omega. CA still, look at that. Iron Freeze has been shut down by Candy. Whoopi trying to get another one player. He's shut down Cookie, and he's looking for another player. He's gonna go in for that one. He just down another one. Gonna go for the third one. He's gonna go for the third one. No, he misses that shot. C8 gonna overextend to the garage side. Kramer is running away. He sees one. He shuts down Kaz, but he's gonna go in for them to fall back. But no! Whoopi says you're not going anywhere. You will be taken down straight away right this instant. Another win goes out to Smart Omega.
And another win, and of course, another lose for C8 Stealth. And it did show a great fight on those first 4 rounds, but when Smart Omega decided to turn things around in their hands, that's where they're able to separate themselves against C8 Stealth. And obviously, when you got Whoopi hitting his shot, when you got Kevs making plays, when you get Rage, Idra, and Candy overall helping this team garner up openings just to create plays, it's going to be more than enough for you to take down C8 C8 Stealth. But again, valiant effort for C8 Stealth, but taking a map win against Smart Omega requires you to have far better mechanical skills, far better strategies, and of course, far better mid-game adjustments.
Agreed, agreed. The fact that CH Stealth, even during the beginning rounds, they were all over the place. They couldn't even figure out the motion or the movement from the side of Smart Omega. Really puts them, I guess, off their feet. They have been swept off the feet by the Smart Omega, and I feel really bad for them. And let's go back to the boxing glove again. Like, why? Why would you do that to yourself? You have to be alert. This is something when it comes to the battlefields, you don't want to make yourself too open, too easy to be taken down. And I even saw how Chroma was trying to actually, no, I think it was not Chroma, it was Kuramas who would keep on punching with that boxing glove despite not getting it. He doesn't even want to switch up, and I feel like, CA Stealth, this could have been a great opening, a good closing for you, but unfortunately, this is just gonna be a great opening to the side of Smart Omega going into the playoff. But then again, great, well done job from the Smart Omega with 14 kills by Whoopi. Whoopi is just Whoopi fighting off at this SND, Kelly.
Whoopi is just a different beast when he wields that scope, especially at Raid. Raid is where he's most effective up, and you clearly see it. Whoopi with 14 kills, and not only he deals the damage on that long-range engagements, we actually saw him take down players on the close-range engagements using this slide-out maneuver to get the most out of the enemy. And, Whoopi has been a great sniper, but what really astonished me the most is how well he was able to make himself a flexi player overall. Not only is good with that sniper in that Raid SND and of course in the search and destroy game mode itself, but he's so effective being a MAC-10 user, an SMG user, an AR user in every hardpoint and domination game. And that continues to be pretty extended gameplay itself, of course, for Whoopi. But now we're moving into the final game for the day. Pasha Bunny, Smart Omega versus C8 Stealth, the map picked by C8 Stealth themselves. Firing range, domination, 3 fixed points, 3 open flags. And the way to win is control the power positions. White Warehouse, Auto Repair Shop, the Wood House, the Scout Tower, you name it, all those 4 points is going to be crucial for you to dominate. And of course, spawn your enemy team right across that warehouse number 4 as we are about to continue and play the last game for the day. Can we see C8 Stealth exit the group stage with a victory, or will C8 Stealth hand them a donut? Let's come and find out.
Yep, definitely. We're looking for that, just how we're looking for C8 Legacy just now, when we know for a fact it's gonna be hard for them to top off Tyrant Esports, even though we're really rooting for them to actually make the changes, make that break to the side of Tyrant Esports, but it still doesn't work out. And in the end, even so, C8 Legacy still goes out with a bang, and we were hoping that C8 Stealth would do the same, just how to actually go, how do I say, lift the step of their own brothers as well. But here on out, right this instant, Omega is just indestructible, shutting down every single one of them, winning those gunfight. Not even a chance for C8 Stealth to break it through, and they're going to go in for the C straight away, going to take away that flag from the hands of C8 Stealth.
Yeah, they're already in the power positions that we mentioned earlier. Number 2, that's going to be Candy in that White Warehouse. Suki losing this gunfight means that he's going to leave that auto repair shop open for Smart Omega to use. But then again, the favorite spawn on this firing range is going to be that Charlie flag. So Smart Omega is doing whatever it takes to extend the pressure and make sure that they get the favored flag. And not only that, it's going to give them sort of a good entryway for that auto repair shop, and of course that White Warehouse. As we continue to go arduously in this battle, C8 Stealth doing great so far. They got that lead, but Smart Omega still looking to get this pressure, but they're having a rough time. And I love this constant aggression that we are seeing from C8 Stealth, but we gotta have to make that continue because Smart Omega already making their move, and they almost get the 2 flags in play, but that soon would be happening with your boy Rage making the play at this B flag. So there you go, Smart Omega, 2 flags to 1.
Great, great. I really expected that CXL was doing well for the B side, but then again, the B flag was already going to be completed. So Smart Morgan was just going to go in for that closer. But on the other hand, right here, triple cap, just a little bit too close to Smart Omega. CXL, if they were not on lit on that spot, they might have actually been taken out of the portion to get some points for themselves. But on the other hand, Iron Fist shuts down one player. And on the other hand, Omega coming in here, Cap's going to clear out that white grass. He doesn't spot one. And Iron Fist shuts him down. Instead, a great, well done job. Just a little bit too mistakes from the side of the team. Smart Omega, but CX now maintaining right here. Iron Fist was one. He tries to spray, but nope, not even a chance to break through. Hazi coming in for the backup. You will see Rage right in front of him, but can he spray it out? Can he does it? He does it because of the mistake that Omega has been doing. And Triple Cap goes out to Smart Omega yet again. CX Stealth, they might be actually going in for that power positioning, but still the OBJ is not pulling through, Cap.
It's just wonderful tactical brilliance for Smart Omega. They know when to attack, they know when to stand, and they mix and match those type of plays and those type of rhythms, and it gave CH Stealth a riddle that they haven't solved just yet. 61 to 36, haven't got any two flags in play just yet, and Omega Cavs already making the damage at the A flag itself. It seems like Smart Omega wants to end it fast. They want that 3-0. They want it more. They're hungry. And the CH Stealth, they're doing their best. It's just that Smart Omega is clearly a lot more ahead when it comes to the steps that they added in this game. As we see another triple capture in the game, Smart Omega ending the first half, 75 to 41, and we get to see more action. Second half is where we see the winner. C8 Stealth yet to find any map. Is this gonna continue to persist, or will they finally be able to break the curse that's been riddling them? As we move in the second half, can Smart Omega continue to get this 3-0, or will C8 Stealth take one map from them? Is going to find out.
Yep, Prem is coming in from the mid. He straight away clear out. He want to go for the spawn flip, but no, he's been shut down. Not even a chance to break through to the C side. Omega just doing well, just how you say. When it comes to tactic, when it comes to power positioning, Omega got it down. They're making sure, but no, Iron Face coming thin from the white warehouse. Can it be an opening for the side of CA Star? Still, this double capture goes out to Smart Omega. Again, you might be going in for the power positioning. You might be going in for those gunfights, but the OBJ still stands. You're not doing your job. You need to maintain those goals. You have to pick either one of those goals that you want to go in. And some, unfortunately, Smart Omega guts it down. They might able to get that point. They might be able to get that spawns. CA Stealth, nonetheless, they're losing each and every single gunfights. And look at that. Omega Candy doesn't have to do anything. Getting 3 kills for themselves. No one can do it. Iron Fist on the other hand right now trying to clear out for the winning side. Still unbreakable for the side of CH Stealth.
And this is the price you pay if you try to play Smart Omega on a very traditional map where they've seen it all over again and again and again, and not only in scrims but in the major competition. This is where they created memories. This is where they've been the most successful at when it comes to taking down teams that are juggernauts, and they showcase what they can do here right now. Whoopi's gonna find one with the annihilator swings. Will not find anybody. He's going to continue, but RT shuts him down. That A flag still going to get contested by Smart Omega. They got that 100-point mark reach already. And Framers, with the help of Iron Fist, they're going to team up to help and of course secure this A flag itself. But the task is so hard right now that they're trying their best to not get triple captured. And the game is supposed to be a play in a fight for double captures, and Smart Omega is really doing a great job to pressure and of course control the choke points and the entryways that C8 still is going to be entering. And they've been able to be the best of the best. Omega Rage with 22 kills. Cluster strike to get Charlie flag, and we got Smart Omega aiming for this A flag as they look to close things out.
Yep, definitely. It was a hard-fought game indeed for CX Stealth in the beginning round, but this is going to be all domination from the side of Smart Omega. CX Stealth could not break it through, even though they win some of those gunfights. It still goes out to the Omega. Smart Omega killing out Machine, every single one of them, and making it through. I mean, CX Stealth, I'm so sorry. Smart Omega is just outsmarting you right this instant, making sure that you will not take any more of the W from their hands and making them the top team from the Group A and qualifying themselves to the playoff. That is our king of the kings, my friend.
Yeah, Smart Mega, they have been able to redeem themselves, embracing the theme of this Garena CODM Masters Season 2. It's all about redemption, and Smart Omega, with their totally new revamped lineup with the addition of Rage, continues to prove that they're not here to mess around. They want to be back to their former glory, and they will do whatever it takes for them to be back. And now we could say that this day is officially set and done with a donut serve at the end of the day, with Smart Omega winning the Search and Destroy, the Hardpoint, and the Domination itself. And Whoopi going to be that MVP 28 and 15, and arguably he's been unleashed. That beast that is inside of him with the help of Rage that really helps him unload the responsibilities in every respawn game that they play. And do get this, if Whoopi plays great, the team reciprocates back and play great, and they get the victory. That we didn't see from them when they play against Tyrant Esports on the Search and Destroy. And I believe Smart Omega, they just got to be very resilient when they play the Kings of Kings, the best of the best on that playoffs, when they will be playing, of course, at a different stage, which is going to be the next stage of this group stage.
Agreed. Agreed. Playoff is another whole level, my friend. You might be able to back off at the group stage, not to undermine their success already, not to actually put it all already on the table for the side of Tyrant Esport with the Smart Omega, but we're talking about Smart Omega. They only get every single time when it comes to the first half or the second half of that double robin. The only else they'll be taking, only one L that they will be taking home. So that is something that Tyrant Esport gotta look out for, despite they might be able to get that top two. But then again, seeing how they were doing so well for the Search and Destroy, I feel like there's something they haven't tapped their potential yet. When it comes to Search and Destroy firing range, Tyrant Esport continues to improve, especially performing very, very well. And I feel like, remembering how Garena used to challenger, they've done so well for the slums. I'm hoping that maybe for the side of the playoff, they might actually pull the trigger and maybe open up the slums, and who knows, maybe they surprise us, surprise every one of us to actually see what can they do to damage the reputation of Kings of the Kings and everyone else inside the Garena Call of Duty Mobile Masters Season number 2 playoff. But going back to the highlights again, this is it. CA Styles versus Smart Omega. Unfortunately, not able to get any more points for themselves, not able to have a great ending, despite however it is. It has been a wonderful journey for the CA Stealth. 48 to 150 for the Summit Hardpoint, a raw map to be chosen. 2 to 6 to raid. Smart move from Smart Omega to down, bragging out. So I say down under to how do I say, maybe just shutting down straight CA Stealth at that map, and then 57 to 150 at that firing range domination. CA Stealth has lost all their momentums when it comes to fighting. It's not their map. I guess they just lost all their hopes, Kelly.
Yeah, it was just the momentum that swings so hard for Smart Omega right from the start of the game till the very end. But then again, for Seed Stealth, they're definitely one of the teams that needs to be on a lookout for, because they're going to be the future teams that will be representing the Garena Esports competition itself if they do find a way to improve and find what lack here at Garena Masters Season 2. There's still a second chance. We will see another Garena Masters Season 3 at the third quarter of 2022. So we might expect them to be there and, of course, try to create havoc in the group stage itself, or maybe at the playoffs. But then again, for Smart Omega, this is their time to shine, and they continuously prove in the 4 days of the group stage that they played that they are here to find their former glory, and they've been able to dominate their group. And now that they have been able to advance to the playoffs, now the question is, against Blacklist, against Mamba Low Kings, and against AMT, how are they going to be able to match up? Are they
Yeah.
going to strike fear, or are they going back to their former selves? It's either going to be the one or the two, but I feel like here for Smart Omega, they completely look different. So we might assume that they could give Blacklist AMT Mumble Kings a really tough time at playoffs. But then again, game's still not really over yet. We got one more group stage, and I just assumed that Blacklist International Ultimate from Group D, who hasn't played their final group stage yet, to advance. And just because they are the kings of Garena itself. But before we even talk about that, that's a topic that we have to talk about the following day. Let's take a look at the highlights. I mean, C8 Stealth and Smart Omega, they've been duking it out in the first hard point, but then the P2 hits, and when Smart Omega got the opportunity to take them down, that's where they fiend on the mistakes, and that's where they rack multiple kills after kills, and they were just able to outdo and outperform C8 Stealth. Not only here this P3 rotation, when we move into the P3 hard point at that warehouse, they set up for the early rotation. They put number 5, and that's going to be either as the anchor position, and with him helping his team spawn right beside, gave them a chance to extensionally put the pressure against C8 Stealth and score majority of the points. And we did have a desperation attempt for C8 Stealth to create a one big push at the end, but the damage has been done, and Smart Omega was able to snag in that victory. That then we take a look at the search and destroy, where things are really back and forth in the first 4 rounds, but then Whoopi just happened, Fasha Bunny, and he was able to take majority of the rounds.
Agreed, agreed. Whoopi was just whooping all over the place for the side of Raid. It's just their map, and just how you said it, flick of the wrist, shutting down every one of them from the CA. Look at that. This is just a highlight for Whoopi. Whoopi's gonna get all the highlights for the search and destroy, because it was all for him when it comes to fighting off, especially when it comes to fighting that sniper for the close range. Who would have thought that was amazing shots coming through from Whoopi's side, and seeing Stealth, despite whatever it is, they surprises us to get some points for themselves for the search and destroy. But then again, it their effort is futile when it comes to the end, because Smart Omega was just too powerful for that power and gunfights of the search and destroy. Moving towards to the side of domination, there was no effort. I gotta say, there was none. So I mean, there were effort, but the effort was just I guess useless to a point that Smart Omega was just too smart to fight off with the side of CX Stealth. They tried to get in, they tried to pull through, they tried to make an opening. There was a back and forth as well, but the 3 cap from the side of Smart Omega, even from the beginning rounds of that first half, it was just too hurtful, and it was just too painful for CA Stealth to come through and even do a comeback for this domination. So it goes all out to the Smart Omega. Great, well done job for the positioning. An easy win, if I must say so, when it comes to fighting off with the CA Stealth. Smart Omega really prepared them very well, making sure that no one can catch a break when it comes to fighting at domination firing range. If it was at Slum, it could have been a whole another story, because we know how CA Stealth does a wonderful job when it comes to Slum. But here we are, our soldier of the game for the last round goes out to Smart Omega, the Rage, the one and only, the new addition to the Smart Omega. Wonderful job, Rage.
Yeah, and Rage, this is the first time we actually see him be the soldier of the game. He's been doing most of the objective time, but I think his teammates actually gave him the opportunity to slay, and he was able to deliver. And this is the thing, Fasha Bunny, Whoopi and Cavs, they are the main slayers, but if Rage needs to step up, he will do so in Puff Off. And he's that third scoring threat, that killing threat for Soldier, or for Smart Omega itself. And obviously for Rage, gonna be that player to watch at the playoffs, because he's the difference maker for this Smart Omega team itself. Yes, Whoopi, Cabs, Idra, Candy, Cavs, Ether, Whoopi. I just said everybody's name, but they will be advancing to the next stage as the first seed in Group A. They've been successful. Now they're going to have to convert that to the playoffs. Asher Bunny.
Yep. With 16W for their hands is amazing job from Smart Omega. Maybe not as clean as Blacklist has done with 18, or should I say, sorry, not Blacklist, Almighty with 18 wins in their hands. But Smart Omega is on that journey to making sure that they'll be able to redeem themselves again right here at the Garena Call of Duty Mobile Master Season number 2. And accompanying them on that journey will be Tyrant Esports, FDX, Jello, Poppy, Susano, Wacky, and my hero, Young J, will be going to the playoff. Congratulations, Tyrant Esports, from Garena Youth Challenges to the Garena Masters. What can you not do, my friend? But this is just the beginning. You still have one more journey to conquer, which is the playoff. And this is the current standing from day 7 stand. Let's take a look from the Group A that we have watched for today, which is Smart Omega with 16W. Only 2 maps was taken over by them, which is by CA Stealth as well as Tyrant Esport. And then Tyrant Esport getting 10W for themselves. CA Legacy, they will be able to brag a little bit to the CA Stealth, saying that we're the big brothers. That's why we're at the top 3. And Stealth, unfortunately, even though they have done a wonderful job, they only got 4 matches from that 18 map. And Group B, we are already done with that. We are able to get Mamba Lookings and Gaijin Road to be at the playoff. Group C as well, Almighty and CA United. Right now, the question is, for next Sunday, this Sunday, we'll be meeting out with the Group D, and who will be the one who goes to the playoff, which is, this is the schedule, Kelly.
Obviously speaking, you got 2 teams with 3 map wins that are tied for that top 3 and top 4 spot. And you got one team that will be having 4 map wins. And not only that, Blacklist will remain at the top, but the fight for that top 2 is going to be clearly a lot closer compared to the 3 group stages that we had here, this double round robin. But take a look at the maps, or take a look at the schedule here. LFG versus Huntsman, match 1. Warlord Destra and Blacklist Ultimate on that match 2. Huntsman and Warlord Destra on that match number 3. Match 4 and match number 5. Lookings or LFG or Looking for Org is going to stay and fight against Blacklist Ultimate at match 4. And they will play Warlord Esports Destra at match 5. But at that match six, that's going to be Blacklist Ultimate versus Huntsman, and that's going to be the 6 matches line up for Sunday. And you obviously know that's going to be a very, very dramatic ending to this group stage, as we are now left with only one group that will be fighting for that final 2 spots, Fasha Bunny.
Agreed, agreed. Definitely a moment to be looking forward to. And everyone, you gotta hold on to your hats because it's gonna be a very, very interesting. I mean, we know for a fact that Black League's already at the top, but this double robin, how we saw how Tired Esports, especially CA Legacy, it was back and forth. They could have switched it up. They might actually be able to do a switch up, but it didn't happen. But who knows? On a Group D, things might have a turnover. So that is something that you guys have to look forward. So you gotta make a date, gotta put on your calendar, and make sure to stay tuned on this Sunday, the Group D, last day of the last day of the group stage, and you are gonna be with us again. AJ is gonna accompany with me, Callie, and Fashabani. This is Garena Call of Duty Mobile Season number 2, Group Stage Day number 7. Have a great day, guys. Have a great night. Take care. Bye bye.